inspired. I hope so, too. All right, let's see if somebody knows the answer to this question. You figured it out yet? We are going to go to John and see if he knows. Hey, John, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, John, you figured it out yet?
Who the best pilot is?
Yeah, well, who's the best pilot? Close enough. Yes, you got it, John. Hang on. Top Gun, of course. All right, so, John, it's a VIP 4-pack of tickets for Lincoln Mill Haunted House, Main Street, Manayunk, this Saturday, October 7th, featuring over 50 live scare actors, production quality sets, props, and special effects. Plus, you can learn more about serial killer Victor Kane's secrets in Manayunk.
Ooh,
tickets
that's pretty wild.
Information at LincolnMillHaunt.com. At the box office this weekend, number one was Paw Patrol.
Paw Patrol?
The mighty movie. Yeah. Made $23 million. Followed by Saw X, The Creator, The Nun 2, The Blind, A Haunting in Venice, Dumb Money was 7, followed by Equalizer 3, The Expendables 4, and Barbie rounded out the top 10. I'm going to lead with a music news story because we all were actually texting about this weekend because of the video footage that became available, and we were talking about this leading up to it as well. U2 opened its long-awaited U2 UV residence at the Sphere in Las Vegas on Friday and Saturday with a pair of identical 2-hour shows that spotlighted the band's 1991 album Achtung Baby, as well as selected favorites from the rest of its catalog. The show drew particular acclaim for the Sphere's floor-to-ceiling 360-degree screen, which Billboard reported as, quote, making it unclear if the floor or the stage might be moving or if your mind was just playing tricks on you, and dubbed U2 exactly the right band to welcome the mind-blowing space.
Oh, I agree. Absolutely.
The footage is unbelievable. We talked about what we thought it might be like. Man, it went way beyond what I thought it was going to be.
1,000 times, Preston. So, and U2 exactly the band. What an amazing achievement! There's a montage of celebrities who were there. One in particular was Elizabeth Banks, who's literally she's about to cry. She can't believe what she's seeing, and to take these sort of anthem-esque music of a lot of the U2 catalog and apply it to like the sun rising over the desert. Yeah, and when you show people the video, you always have to say. No, that's inside.
That's what I said to Rochelle. The first thing I showed, I go, you see this? I go, this is inside. Yeah. This is not out in some expanse in God's country. Right. Where where it looks like the horizon is forever away. It was incredible.
Listen, as we said before, and we hypothesized that this would be the case, you will go to Red Rocks, you will go to the Gorge. The Gorge. You'll go to these locations that are famous. There's not so many in the way of like an urban venue. This will be a destination. This will bring people in from around the world, and it's brilliantly done.
Well, it was built specifically for concerts, right? I mean, it's not to house sports as well. It's just for shows. And our friends Dr. Bill and Jong were there, and I was texting with Jong a bunch this weekend. She said that, and Bill's favorite band is U2. They just couldn't stop talking about it. Before, during, and after the shows, it just was this sort of mind-blowing and mind-altering experience.
I also saw an interesting comment, which was, this will be one of the rare venues where the nosebleeds are the better seats.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
You want to sit up high.
You don't want to be right down in front because you want to take in the expanse of it all.
In fact, Elizabeth Banks was way up in the nosebleeds because you're looking around. They did a thing in the early part of the concert where they made it look as if the ceiling was coming down on top of the audience.
Yeah, they made it look as if it was a square. Like a cube inside. They changed the shape of the venue.
You know what, though? I was wondering, like, if it would make me almost, like, sick a little bit, like, get like a little, like, nauseous.
I guarantee you they have to do that sort of people who have photosensitivity. They have to be warned ahead of time because that could be way overwhelming.
The fortunate thing about that, Kath, is you can just close your eyes and you'll be okay because you're not actually moving, but it may give you senses of motion. So
It's the only reason I would go back to that city.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Each night opened with the first 8 tracks from Octung Baby and then broke for an acoustic set featuring 4 songs from Rattle and Hum. They finished with 4 more Octung Baby songs and encored with 6 hits: Elevation, the new single Atomic City, Vertigo, Where the Streets Have No Name, With or Without You, and A Beautiful Day. Bono inserted snippets of other songs into some of the performances, and on Friday paid tribute to Elvis Presley's history of performing in Vegas, calling the opulent Sphere an Elvis chapel and an Elvis cathedral, and declaring that Elvis had definitely not left the building.
To be honest, I think I'm going to throw up.
And they also paid tribute to drummer Larry Mullen Jr. at the end of All I Want Is You. He's taking a year off to tend to wear and tear from injuries that he suffered from the band's 45 years. On opening night, they also paid tribute to Paul McCartney, who was in attendance and shouted out by Bono. He said, "Macca is in the house tonight. Paul McCartney is here. Just know that we love you and we've stole a lot of your songs." And they included a bit of Love Me Do at the end of Desire and incorporated part of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band and Blackbird into the show, closing A Beautiful Day. Now, Steve had mentioned Elizabeth Banks, but also there were a few other celebs: Ava DuVernay, Bryan Cranston, Chelsea Clinton, Dakota Fanning, Dr. Dre, Diplo, Elizabeth Banks, as you said, Flava Flav, Gayle King, Jane Seymour, Jason Bateman, Jeff Bezos, Jimmy Iovine, Jimmy Kimmel, Josh Jamal, John Hamm, Katy Perry, Lars Ulrich, LeBron James, Luke Wilson, Oprah, Orlando Bloom, Oscar De La Hoya. These are in alphabetical order.
Okay.
Maria Sharapova, Matt Damon, Neil Patrick Harris, Snoop Dogg, and many, many more. That's just a few.
What an event.
There.
You know who's got to be next in there, Preston?
Hasselhoff.
Hasselhoff. Got to be.
So this is a place we all have to end up at some time.
I got to
or
go
another.
there like right now.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, what would you, honestly, Preston, Rush? If they,
oh my God!
You know,
Neil, we're back
any
alive.
prog rock band worth a damn. Could you imagine what they could do in that place?
Yeah, I wonder like how that works though with your lighting guy. You know what I mean? Because like U2's been working on this. They knew that they were.
Oh, you have to create a show. That's all there is to it.
Well,
that's why they're not just going to zip through. I mean, I bet they'll probably have scenes that are fairly generic and stock that can use for something like that. But these guys created this.
Well, this is a
show.
residency too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
U2's creative director has been with the band for 40 plus years. He helped design this entire stage, the entire lighting, all the audio that went into it. So the building of the Sphere itself was in part designed with U2 in mind.
And did I hear correctly, Nick? I think this is the number, around 160,000 speakers in the Sphere.
Jeez.
Yeah, and then Steve, obviously the video displays inside and out. And Bono said at one point that you could turn the outside lights on so that it looked like there was nothing there, that it would blend right into the desert, blend into the city.
It basically then becomes like invisible because
Exactly.
it's projecting. That's amazing.
Yeah.
And when you see, on an OLED TV, you have these tiny little dots. Those dots are then magnified now to the size of like softballs. And so that's what's creating the imagery on the outside and on the inside.
Wow.
It's astonishing.
Something else. All right. You know what is something else?
Kardashians?
What's that?
Kardashians?
No.
Oh.
Taylor Swift.
Oh my God! Did you guys? Anybody watch the Taylor Swift game last night?
So, of course, she was again spotted with at Travis Kelce's show. She attended the Kansas City Chiefs game
Yeah, this isn't getting away from them.
against the Jets at MetLife Stadium on Sunday. And, well, she had a few buds with her.
Yeah.
Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman and Sophie Turner were all there with her.
Guess they couldn't get tickets to the U2 show.
Her squad also included Sabrina Carpenter. I'm not sure who Sabrina Carpenter is. But not everyone was excited for yet another game that wasn't fully focused on the field. Some football fans pleaded for broadcasters to stop talking about Swift and keep the conversation and cameras completely on football.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're hitting backlash territory.
I don't mind. I mean, listen, yesterday I was watching the Eagles
Haters
game.
gonna hate.
And Donna Kelsey was hanging out with Jake from State Farm, And I thought that was pretty cool.
Jake from State Farm.
Yeah.
All right, Tom Hanks. This is scary stuff. Took to Instagram on Saturday to warn his followers about an ad for a dental plan that features an AI-generated video of him.
Wow.
He wrote, "Beware, there's a video out there promoting some dental plan with an AI version of me.
What?
I have nothing to do with it."
Can they do that?
No.
No, it would be illegal. Also,
totally.
That's completely illegal. You're stealing his likeness
How can
to hawk a product, and this doesn't even look that good.
Oh,
though. We're looking
yeah.
at a still.
It looks terrible. It looks like Colin Hanks.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen the video of him moving to, but it doesn't matter. It's close enough to where it's like...
It's going to confuse people.
Some people will get confused by it.
I knew that Rita Wilson Sibian ad was fake. You're gonna love it.
Earlier this year, Hanks addressed the ongoing concern about artificial intelligence during an episode of a podcast. He said the first time that we did a movie that had a huge amount of our own data locked into the computer. Literally, what we looked like was a movie called The Polar Express, he said. We saw this coming. He said, we saw that there was going to be this ability to take zeros and ones inside a computer and turn it into a face and a character. Now that has only grown a billionfold since then, and we see it everywhere. Speaking of that, Zelda Williams is speaking out about the use and against the use of artificial intelligence with regarding her late father, Robin Williams. She said, I am not an impartial voice in SAG's fight against AI. She wrote on her Instagram stories on Sunday. She said, I've witnessed for years how many people want to train these models to create and recreate actors who cannot consent like Dad. This isn't theoretical. This is very real. She said, I've already heard AI used to get his voice to say whatever people want.
Yeah.
And while I find it personally disturbing, the ramifications go far beyond my own feelings. Living actors deserve a chance to create characters with their choices, to voice cartoons, to put their human effort and time into the pursuit of performance. So I guess there's some Robin Williams AI generated stuff
no
out there,
doubt.
and it's just
Plus you
like,
could
this
do.
is not cool.
He did a whole bunch of animated, voiceover stuff. So I'm sure that's easily replicated.
Absolutely. So
it's wrong.
I can see the concern, the big time.
Well, yeah. Guess who's out a couple $100 because I bought that Rita Wilson Sibian.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. You realize you got an inferior product because she would never endorse an inferior product.
I figured it was vetted.
Yeah, it happens. All right, a man who prosecutors say ordered the 1996 killing of Tupac Shakur was arrested and charged with murder on Friday in a long-awaited breakthrough in one of hip-hop's most enduring mysteries. Dwayne Keffy D. Davis has long been known to investigators as one of 4 suspects identified early in the investigation. He isn't the accused gunman, but was described as the group's ringleader by authorities Friday at a news conference and in court. In Nevada, you can be charged with a crime, including murder, if you help someone commit a crime. Davis himself has admitted in interviews and in his 2019 tell-all memoir, Compton Street Legend, that he provided the gun used in the drive-by shooting.
So, yeah, I heard this described as kind of the secret that everyone knew.
Yes.
And that,
He kind of would, talk about it.
They would talk about it, and
right?
it was just kind of sitting there, and no one took action.
Authorities said on Friday that Davis's own public comments revived the investigation. Davis, who is now 60, was arrested early Friday while on a walk near his home. One count of murder with a deadly weapon, and he is due in court next week. Hundreds of pages of transcripts released on Friday provide a view into the first month of grand jury proceedings, which began in late July with testimony from former associates of Davis, friends of Shakur, and a slate of retired police officers involved in the case early on, by the way.
Yeah.
So they are diving back into it, the whole thing. And in fact, let me see if I had a quote from Jada Pinkett Smith who said something about it. Yeah, she responded to the news that he had been arrested, and she went to high school with the legendary rapper in Boston, and she wrote, now I hope we can get some answers and have some closure.
There was more than they were romantically linked for a while, and apparently that has been a source of great mental discomfort for Will Smith.
Yeah,
that was he always felt that he would have been the one for Jada Pinkett Smith. That's how she slapped.
You mean he doesn't get more cred from the guy who did Parents Just Don't Understand?
That's more my speed. But what are you going to do?
Tom Brady gave hundreds of kids a day to remember on Saturday by not only hitting up a sports trading card event, but also getting in on the action. He was a surprise guest at the Fanatics and Topps Hobby Rip Night in Lindenwood, New Jersey.
Oh, that's not. Where's that?
I don't know.
It's in Lindenwood, New Jersey?
It's in Linwood.
It's in Linwood, New Jersey?
Linwood, New Jersey.
Because there's a Lindenwold, New Jersey.
Right. There were
and there's a Great Wall of China.
Some other big stars front and center, including Travis Scott, Kevin Hart, who hosted the event.
Yeah.
And Fanatics CEO Michael Rubin was there.
Linwood's down by Atlantic City.
Oh, really?
That's what I thought.
Right by Egg Harbor Township.
That's where I used to get me that pizza place I used to always go to is in Linwood.
That had the Detroit style pizza that you brought me that one time?
Yeah.
Well, comes back to pizza.
Maybe Tom Brady had some pizza.
No, they closed.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah. Seriously?
Well, they closed, so he opened a place in Philly, and then he's not involved with Philly. He's back in Ocean City. Don't worry.
bitch.
It's all coming back.
No, but Casey's on top of it, at
Yeah.
least, so we know where to get that awesome pizza.
Now I'm getting biscuits.
Excuse me?
I've moved on the biscuits, Preston.
Okay.
I'll tell you about it on Wednesday.
The Linwood store
Well, they're closed today and tomorrow.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
has it. Okay, so Casey found this biscuit place.
Dude, right?
I don't know.
Did you go to the website?
No.
You can taste the photos.
Well, he
That's
texted
how
out a
amazing
photo
they
of a bunch of biscuits.
I saw it.
Yeah, yeah.
But I didn't go on the website.
No, neither did I.
Don't. Just
Okay.
Be surprised on Wednesday when I buy you guys all biscuits.
All right.
The Linwood store has
For Tom Brady?
has a capacity of 100, but so many people showed that hundreds more descended on
Of course.
the parking lot. Brady was all in, by the way. He was trading cards with fans and the kids. And apparently he owns a ton of football cards, so he was in on the actual trading of the cards.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And we were talking last week or the week before, Nick, you were saying how the big thing now in a much younger demo is the card collecting.
I was really surprised. My son's very into it. A bunch of his friends are into it too. There's some cool shops that are around, and they're all doing really good business. And so
I love to see that. That is, it's very nostalgic.
I mean, it was something that I was huge into when I was a kid, and we've joked about the Darryl Strawberry and Doc Gooden rookie cards, but like, I'm really curious as to whether or not any of the cards that I had that I still have when I was a kid are actually worth anything.
The things I remember from my youth are the card collecting and dancing the Watusi.
Yeah, well, the Watusi was fun.
I wasn't into, I had tons of cards. I wasn't into collecting them. I just kind of acquired them here and there. I had cases full. And Nick, I was like, man, I wonder if I always thought just because they were old, they were worth something.
Not necessarily the
Not
case.
true at all. Does not matter. If the guy didn't do anything, forget it.
Right.
Yeah. And there
Still
were
have
a
that
lot
job.
of guys that didn't do anything. All right. Bill Cosby. He faces a new sexual assault lawsuit.
This is for goddamn Dickens.
From a New Mexico woman who says a comedian raped her 51 years ago. On Thursday, Donna Motzinger filed an 11-page complaint against him in L.A. Superior Court. In it, the woman alleges that Bill followed her home in 1972 after the two met at the Trident Sausalito restaurant, where he was a performer and she was a waitress. Afterwards, she said that he invited her to his comedy show scheduled that evening at the Circle Star Theater, where his 14th stand-up album, Inside the Mind of Bill Cosby, was filmed. The lawsuit states Mr. Cosby gave Ms. Motzinger a glass of wine in the limo along the way. At the theater, he took her to the dressing room. There, she began to feel sick, and Mr. Cosby gave her what she believed was an aspirin. Next thing he knew, she was going in and out of consciousness. While two men attending Mr. Cosby were putting her into a limousine. In the limousine, he sat near the window and put his arms around her. The last thing she recalls were flashes of light, and she woke up in her house with all her clothes off except her underwear, no top, no bra, and no pants. She was one of 13 women who did testify against him during the 2005 sexual assault trial.
Oh, okay.
Where she alleged he drugged and sexually assaulted her. The new suit seeks to hold him and his production company responsible for the alleged act, as well as going after the Circle Star Theater for failing to ensure the safety of its guests at the hands of their performers.
So at this point in time, at his age, I mean, it's quite conceivable that they could lock this stuff up in the system and, just keep fighting it until, I hate to say it, until he passes away.
Maybe.
I mean, they could do that.
Yeah, it's quite possible. So, but there's another one thrown at him. Gwyneth Paltrow addressed her highly publicized ski accident trial against Terry Sanderson earlier this year in an interview with the New York Times, which was published on Saturday. Sanderson had accused her of slamming into him at the Deer Valley Resort in Park City, Utah in 2016. She said that whole thing was pretty weird. I don't know that I've even processed it. It was something I felt like I survived. And she said, sometimes in my life, it takes me a long time to look back and process something and understand something. So
it almost seemed like he was actually the one guilty of the collation, and he projected it onto her.
Yeah.
And then you found out this guy was kind of a headline chaser.
Yeah.
And it was bizarre. But I mean, she had the financial wherewithal to fight it.
Yeah, yeah. I'm with Gwenny on
I'm
that
Team Goop.
one. I'm Team Goop as well, most definitely. All right. Thank you. E! News reports that Kendall Jenner and Bad Bunny are putting their relationship on display
Are they Insta official?
in a new campaign for the Gucci Valkyria travel line.
Yeah, that's all I buy.
Over the weekend, the fashion company released photos and video of the pair at an airport together wearing Gucci clothing and carrying Gucci bags.
So that's the one bag I will use when I'm transporting my G.I. Joes, Preston.
Okay.
Yeah, because
So you
know,
should.
yeah.
One photo shows the singer hugging the Kardashian star from behind as she sits on top of Gucci luggage. So I guess that's this is an official ad.
Yeah.
And they're in it together. So that's more than Insta official.
Well, when you're Gucci official, that's a whole other level.
It is. All right, and then one last story. Let's see. Bowen Yang
Yes.
stirred the pot on a recent episode of his Las Culturalists podcast, where he asked Michelle Visage about Jennifer Lopez and Leah Remini's friendship.
Wow, this is a complicated story.
It is. Yang said, Leah and J-Lo are best buds, right? And the RuPaul's Drag Race star made a face, which caused the Saturday Night Live star to burst into laughter before she said no comment.
Wow.
I know. I'm pulling
What
the
a
lid off of this.
scoop.
Fans,
By the way, I think Bowen Yang is hilarious.
fans have been wondering if Lopez and Remini are still friends after the King of Queens actress missed the Marry Me star's wedding to Ben Affleck in 2022.
Bowen Yang was in that video that you guys were talking about last week with Nathan Lane.
He's great.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He shows up towards the end of it. And when Megan Mullally's doing the rap at the end, Bowen Yang is in that montage.
I love this. The Sewer Boys, right? Is that what
Yeah, so what the hell?
Right?
It's so weird.
Yeah.
It's so brilliant.
You got to see it.
yeah.
Is it My Gay Old Life or something like
My
that?
Old Gay Life.
My
or
Old
My
Gay
Gay
Life?
Yeah.
Nathan Lane doing what Nathan Lane does better than anyone else.
It's awesome.
Sewer Boys.
And the Sewer Boys. They're
know.
these two little human-type creatures in a cage. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, it's
They're
weird.
called the Sewer Boys.
And he tells the story how he met the Sewer Boys.
Yeah. Is that an actual musical?
I think it's going to be
Okay.
a short film.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought I read that in the description.
Well, they've got my money, whatever it is.
It's called Dick's the Musical.
Dick's the Musical.
Yeah, with Nathan Lane and Megan Mullally and Bowen Yang and the Sewer Boys.
All right. We are ready for the clips. And we will start with this one. Deadpool 3 was halfway through filming when the writer's strike put a pause on finishing up the movie. In this clip, director Sean Levy discusses what it's like being out of a job.
I somehow thought this second strike would be averted. And then suddenly it was upon us and I had to send several hundred people home. And they're still waiting to come back to work. So I'm just really, I don't use this word lightly, but I am yearning for a resolution that feels fair and equitable and gets this industry back to work.
Deadpool 3 halted production as of July 14th.
He was in the game. He was at the game last night with Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds with Taylor Swift and the whole gang.
So, okay, it's Hugh Jackman, who is, he's a super good-looking guy. He's, how soon before he dips back into dating? I think
It's
it
going
was.
to be a little while.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a long-term relationship.
It was.
So
we assume he's going to take a little bit of bereavement.
Probably take your time,
Right.
working your way back in. So, all right, here's the next clip. The Winter King tells the story of how King Arthur became the Lord of War despite the illegitimacy of his throne, based off of the books The Warlord Chronicles. Here, executive producer Julie Gardner discusses why she decided to make a television show based off of the novel series.
It is a story that I've loved for so many reasons. It has the personal, it has the affairs, the adultery, the sacrifice, the friendships. What is it to be a good man? It has all that intimate, good human stuff.
I don't think I want to see it.
New episodes of The Winter King airs Sundays on MGM Plus. So there you go. That's what I have in the entertainment report for you this morning. A lot of stuff going on, man.
Oh, a tremendous amount.
Yeah. All right, so we have a lot of stuff going on this program today. Our buddy John Brazer stopping by because Phil's postseason. We need to find out what you need to know about going to the ballpark, going to the games, watching the games, all of that stuff, and the things surrounding it. We're going to have also Matthew Lillard, the actor, on the program. Our buddy Blake Wexler, stand-up comedian, will be stopping by. We have Crumb Bum Cash, and Kathy's nephew is on our show this morning.
Yeah.
In a little while, because he went viral at the Eagles game. He was that little kid screaming with the tooth missing out front, if you saw it.
If you saw it, that was my nephew James.
Yep. So we will talk to James in a little while, too. All right, let's break. Let's come back in a moment and dive into all things, all things. We'll be back in just a sec. Hang out with us. By the way, Kathy, this is for you. You hate her.
Yeah.
She doesn't want the paparazzi making money off her baby bump, and so she took to Instagram on Monday to share a photo of herself rocking a bikini with her pregnant belly on full display. I've not seen this yet.
I did.
How's it look?
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, she look all right?
I think
she still looks annoying.
She's actually taken the time.
Annoying.
I'm with you.
She's taken the time to, I think, let people calm down about her.
Yeah.
You know? Like she's trying to stay out of the mainstream a little bit.
She wrote, happy 2016 to my beautiful Insta friends. So posting a bikini pic is a little out of character for me, but just now, while I was on the beach, I noticed that I was being photographed. I figured if this kind of photo is going to be out in the world, it should at least be an image that makes me happy and be one that was taken with my consent and with a filter.
She's right.
So she did it. Actually, it's pretty smart.
Who's she married to, or who's her boyfriend?
She is married to Adam Schulman. They got married in 2012.
And what is he? Craft services?
They've been together for 4 years, so before they got married. This marks the first time that Anne has publicly acknowledged her pregnancy since it was first reported in November. So
you know what? She's really good in the Batman movie. She does a solid job.
I didn't hate her.
Yeah.
But Kath, I'm with you. She bothers the hell out of me. She really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at you hated Sandra Bullock, and now you love her. In fact, your whole lifestyle is now Sandra Bullock based.
She's taken over my my Sandra Bullock.
Your ire?
My hate slot.
Your hate slot.
I have a couple.
That's
of those.
that's what Dennis calls it.
Yes.
Jeez, I see the hate slot.
Yeah, I can see the hate slots out.
We'll see how our luck goes with getting our lottery tickets.
I have a good feeling about it.
I do too. Are they saying that it could possibly hit $1 billion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what happens. They start throwing some targeted numbers out, and then that causes
that fuels a surge.
The furor and
I'll be there.
Not that.
I want to play.
Furor is also.
The Fuhrer has heard.
Jeez. I hope he doesn't win.
That would be bad.
That'd be bad if Hitler won the lottery.
You know what? I would quit. I would retire.
Jeez.
I would get.
And that would be a good thing.
All right. I'd get a little place, go fishing.
Forgive and forget?
Yeah, You know what? I'll even hang out with some Jews. I'm wealthy. Who cares?
Oh, man. Oh, my God. All right. Anyhow, the fervor.
Yeah.
Is that a better word?
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
The Fuhrer has some bad memories.
Oh, God. Penelope Ann Miller, who we had on the show when The Artist, that movie was nominated.
Did you ever get to see that?
I did not.
You would enjoy it, really.
Really?
I know it's a weird conceit to have it,
It's a silent movie.
Silent movie, but
I've seen scenes of it, and it looks entertaining, looks engaging. So
it's well done.
I would like to watch it sometime.
She has a full-on bad shot in it, too, which is amazing.
Full-on bad shot?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's how they used to do it in the silent days.
Nice beaver.
When they needed extra dialogue, they would move that around, too.
Move that around?
Well, you see it move, and then a card comes up that says queef.
Dude.
Wow, we took it in that direction.
Serious.
We had to because we're artists.
Did we?
Because we're artists.
Some people work in oils.
And it would have, when the word queef would come, have little quotations around it. Yeah.
And then the dog looked up.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You know, the way they used to do it in the classics.
I don't know that.
Somebody in the theater would be playing piano during that.
Ding, 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 and then the music would stop.
Come on, Kathy, get in on this.
No, it's all right. I'm good.
I don't even. Well, listen.
My God.
Some of that might be untrue.
It might be.
Or all of it.
All right, some birthdays today as we wait for your answer. It is the 18th day of January, and from the band Korn, Jonathan Davis celebrates. Right before he blows out the candles, it's all right, everybody. Here we go.
That's their riff on Cha Cha Cha.
Yeah, right, exactly. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jonathan. Happy birthday to you.
All right.
So sweet.
Now, just how old
No, we're not going to do that. Jonathan is 45 today. Yeah.
And it's also, I think, National Brothers Week.
What?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're a brother.
Yeah. Yes, I am. Right on.
Is it brother, B-R-U-T-H-A, or
No,
brothers?
You're a brother.
If you have a sibling.
I am the middle brother. I have an older brother and a younger brother. That puts me in the middle.
I'm the only brother.
Did you get into physical fights with your sister?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she beat the crap out of me. She's 4 years older than me.
Wow.
Yeah.
And when did that change? When were you able to?
I remember specifically punching her one time and it causing damage, and I was probably like 14 or something like
Okay.
that.
That did not
That's
sit well with your dad. Didn't your dad give you all sorts of hell for that?
Probably. I don't remember.
That's how. Sorry, that's how it was for me too. They didn't punch, but I remember the first time getting like seriously hurt, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna
Like
instigate
shoved or
this
something
anymore.
like that, yeah.
Whatever it was, like I got hurt, and he was a little too strong for me. Then I'm like, okay, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, like Kathy, I was the oldest, but then my youngest brother Josh started playing ice hockey, and that got him in really good shape and much stronger than me. And it was probably, I don't know, 12 or 13 when he was able to overtake me at that point.
To talk.
Yeah.
Wait, and how much older were you?
I'm 7 years older than he was, but I remember him
At
getting
12, 13, he could.
yeah, because he started playing hockey when he was 6 or 7 years old.
Wow.
Those two things I wish I'd wrestled when I was young.
You had a 7-year-old beating you up when you were 14?
No,
he
pay
was 13.
attention.
He was 17,
I
getting
want your
beaten up by a
girlfriend.
12-year-old.
I like your girlfriend.
Oh, he was getting the girls.
I'm going to take her.
Yeah, Josh was much cooler.
I'm going to make you watch.
He's 7.
Honestly, you would not think that a 7-year-old would possess the kind of strength necessary to beat up a much older. I guess at that point he was a man. But apparently the 7-year-old just throttled him.
Pierre might need some assistance.
What's happening?
The lid on his coffee is
good
about
Lord.
to fall off, and he's got his hand.
I know, Pierre, you were a little sick, a little congested. You sounded yesterday.
Yes.
Are you fighting something, or is it full blown?
No, it just, over the weekend I got some kind of a
Bishop
little cold
Robert,
thing.
by the way. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Your hat was pointed exactly in the shape of a Catholic bishop.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm a bit disheveled.
Just a bit. His shirt is falling off.
What makes you say that, honey bunny? You dress me every day.
His hair is shooting out forward today, which is wild.
I'm a little scattered, which is not normal for me because I'm sharp as a tack.
Honestly.
50 bags in the Tommy Talk.
50 bags in the Tommy
And
Talk.
the Tommy Talk.
Yes.
There's a fresh one for
I
us.
think most people, when they see you like this in the morning, they assume West Point cadet.
Exactly. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that vote of confidence from a fellow military man.
So today is National DJ Day, Disc Jockey Day.
I heard you. I only heard the last part of it, and I think you were alluding to my various meltdowns, were you not?
They're hilarious because
Marissa howls. The interns like cower, and Marissa will just laugh in my face because I'll make a little boo boo, and then we'll be right back after this. Off mic.
Dude, you just said it. I was stretching. I didn't have my hand anywhere near the button. Good Lord.
Sorry about that.
Oh, my God.
I meant to say
that's
the
exactly
other
what you
word.
do. Yes, mother effing.
Mother effing,
You
and
just
then
gave us a really dramatic presentation.
It just came right out.
Yeah.
That's what you
Wow.
get when you wake up in my body.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Really?
And what's that?
My temporary tooth just popped out.
Oh my God, Steve's tooth just fell out.
Oh, that is too perfect.
I didn't know you had a temporary tooth.
Oh yeah. The postman did. Can you see that?
How did it come out?
I don't know.
You don't have food in your mouth. Nothing.
No.
Can you smile for me?
Shoot.
What are you going to do?
Now we got to look at that all morning.
Oh, knock it off, you.
Wait, can I see your tooth?
There it is.
I
I don't
want
want to see that. That disgusts me.
I can't believe your tooth.
Casey's losing it.
It feels so effed up.
Oh no.
Yeah, they put the post in and everything, so I gotta.
So what are you supposed to have an implant? Is that?
Yeah.
So that's there until
the implant will go in.
It'll go in. So I guess I'll be going to Dr. Petula. I wondered why my little. I was drinking hot chocolate, my coffee.
Did you feel it?
A little squirt came out. I'm like, why would that happen?
Oh my God. We should all just go home.
That's too funny.
Oh, hey, Steve. Thank you for my birthday present.
Well, you poor
about to see that for my birthday.
At least you're laughing at it.
Oh. Well, there are worse things that could happen, certainly. My nuts could have fallen off. Yeah, I'll have to take that. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Moving on.
Seriously. Nah. It's a Mickey Rourke look I'm rocking today.
Yeah, are we going to be able to do the show?
I don't know.
No, I think I can. You just might hear a few S's that sound a little bit.
I can't look at you. I'm not going to be able to have a conversation with you all day. Oh my God, we're falling apart. We are literally falling apart.
We just started.
Oh, it's
so early.
I'm drinking the mocha, and I'm like, wow, why is that dribbling? And then,
Wait, where is it?
What?
The tooth.
Marissa brought him a cup.
Who doesn't have a tooth cup in the morning?
Oh my God.
It's too funny.
Oh no.
There may be random moments of laughter today, of just in the middle of whatever we have.
I'm just glad I can't see me.
Or like he said when he uses S.
Sassafras. That's all right.
Wait, but how does it normal? It just stays in normally?
It's secured in, so it's and that's until
not so secure.
I actually what happened was that I was chewing something last night. And I thought might have felt a crack, but I'm like, no, it's fine. So,
okay, so that was
it's not a chewer. It's a,
no,
it's not a chewer.
No, it's a biter.
It's a biter. Yeah.
Do we need to maybe Cho's sells like denture glue or something? Maybe we could try that.
All I know is that if I'm going to have any dental work done, I want it to be done through Cho's.
Steve, I can't look at you.
I can't see it. The microphone's in the way, so I'm good over here. I can have a conversation with him. You guys can look at each other.
Steve, finally.
93.3 WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. We're about 40 minutes away from Crumb Bum Cash. Your first shot at winning $1,000. That'll be at 8 a.m., so get yourself prepared for that. Kath, we said something earlier. We were talking about the Sphere, which is this new concert venue in Las Vegas. Year 2 is opening the whole venue with a residency. If you peruse social media at all, most likely you saw clips of it because it
dominated.
Was unbelievable what this looks like. Now, you had said something, Kath. You said that's the only reason you might go back to Las Vegas?
Yeah, I went to Vegas one time, and I went to the airport early to sit at the airport instead of enjoy the rest of Vegas. I couldn't wait to get the hell out of there.
What was it you didn't like about Las Vegas?
I didn't like anything. I didn't like any of it. I didn't like the strip. I didn't like it just was too much for me.
Okay.
I did go see Cirque du Soleil, the O show, which is in water. Amazing. That was incredible. But even just like after the show, leaving the show and walking through the casino, it's not me, and I couldn't wait to leave.
Why were you in Vegas?
Bachelorette party.
Okay, so you guys were there to do the town.
Tear it up.
She was performing. Yeah.
It was when my residency was,
It kind of, I'm over that type of experience as well, personally. But, I mean, obviously throngs of people go to Vegas all the time.
Give me 3 days in Vegas. I don't gamble, but there's enough there that I find pretty cool.
Shows.
3 or 4 days. And even heading out into the desert, the area around there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The shows.
Shows and food.
I agree with Kathy. Some of the Cirque du Soleil, I saw the Beatles Cirque du Soleil perform. Love. It was
Yeah.
excellent.
Heard it's
And
amazing.
that, to me, you go there for that.
Yeah.
And that would be and I agree. Once that's done, leave.
Yeah, I think the only reason I would go to Vegas is because we're not mentioning this. There are a ton.
Is it biscuits?
No. Well, maybe. No, there's a ton of amazing earth around there. You got
that's what I'm
Zion
saying.
and Bryce.
Oh my God, you're exactly
all that
right.
stuff is right there, and you kind of have to fly in there. That's it. Fly in, get in a car, get out of there as quickly as you possibly can. I would go to a football game there, and I would go to a concert there.
You're
and that's
exactly
it.
right. Because there is, and a lot of people forget, there's so much that's really cool outside of the city.
Marissa?
Preston, I'm so glad you brought this up because I heard Kathy's comment as well, too. And I was like, oh, I wish you guys knew that the Arts District in Vegas is amazing. So obviously you guys heard we went to Vegas a few months ago. No, it's great. There's great restaurants. It's where the Punk Rock Museum is. So it's like off of the strip because my now husband and I, we're not strip people. Like we've done the
strippers.
strip. We thought we would like Fremont Strip, which was kind of the old Vegas, which is now the more popular one or was. That turns into like Times Square. With just like street performers and all, and kind of just
I kind of liked it
for you.
Yeah.
Well, Steve, but if you go back now, I don't think you'll like it as much anymore. Yeah, it's kind of changed a little bit, so it's not as like kitschy and old Vegas-y as it used to be. Now it's just like I said, a little bit like Times Square. But we found ourselves in this arts district area that has like breweries and little farmers markets, and it's like where everybody in Vegas that lives there hangs out.
Okay.
So it's like the non-Vegas-y part. We also found this hotel that was great. It was a Todd English. It's where we had brunch after the wedding.
They need more
It was
hotels
like
there.
that.
Yeah.
And then we found this other strip of like bars and restaurants that are all of the old like rundown
now you're selling me on
Rundown, open patches of asbestos,
You
rats.
got to walk through puddles of piss.
But they've renovated them, and then there's this whole strip of areas that was like the really cool, like neon green and like just deserty construction, and that
Knife
they've
fights
redone.
with bums. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. You're getting the old. Yeah, I
So
get
much
you.
more to this arts area. It is magnificent.
Yeah,
That's
poverty.
cool. But you're a city person, Marissa. So like all of that would appeal to you. To me, it's just exhausting. And Casey, the last time I was there, we went to Zion, we went to the Grand Canyon, and we decided because we flew in and out of Vegas, like you were describing. When we got to Vegas, it was just let's hurry up and get the hell out of Vegas. We drove down the strip, and it was 110 degrees outside. I find being in there enervating. I find like the entire city exhausting, and I can't wait to get the F out.
I will tell you this.
I almost dropped an F-bomb.
Yeah, I know. So they had that last thing, which is they're basically their answer to the Eye in London. They're the big Ferris wheel, right? So that was a big draw. But this is global. And Preston, you're right. It just led all the social media. Everyone who got a hold of these videos was passing them around. So $2 billion to build it. Madison Square Garden Productions, right, was behind it.
Yeah, Dolan,
Yeah.
Just to jump in, Nick, everything I was describing, the Arts District, is the complete opposite of Vegas. Like there is no like energy, no big lights or anything like that. It
No
is chill.
energy.
You might as well be in Westchester.
Okay.
All right.
Well, you could stay here then.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it was interesting because there was an article that came out, and it kind of ties into that a little bit. It came out like a week or two ago. We didn't get a chance to talk about, but it was the worst rated tourist sites in the world.
So things that are considered tourist attractions that more people say they were less impressed by.
I wonder why. Because sometimes tourist attractions are cheesy. Sometimes people don't like going to them because they are way overcrowded. And then sometimes, like, for example, the Eiffel Tower, everybody goes to it if you're going to go to Paris, but there's a reason why.
Well,
It's
awesome.
The scale is interesting, Nick,
why
because
people go to the Empire State Building.
the higher rated get 5 biscuits and the lower rated get a pool of piss.
If you're just tuning in, Casey's obsessed with biscuits.
I'm not obsessed with biscuits.
Well, there's a place that
There's
sells
a place,
biscuits. We'll get to it
and
eventually.
You'll see. You will see. Nick, by the way, the Eiffel Tower, when you get to witness that, at the base of it with your own 2 eyes, like it is
magnificent.
awesome.
I
Now,
agree.
the one thing is staying in Paris, that I loved, but everybody warned me against was seeing the Mona Lisa. Oh, it's not that great. It's it's tiny. It's a little thing. Blah blah. But so everybody. When they knew that I was going there, they undersold it, and I loved it. I was, I went in with like lower expectations, but again, I wanted to see it with my own 2 eyes.
To be honest, that does help.
Yeah,
having something undersold to you.
Yes.
And I mean, after all, it is the Mona Lisa, But I mean, yes, but it's interesting because like here, for example, the Liberty Bell, right? Preston in Philadelphia, you'll hear. Well, you got to go see the Liberty Bell. Now we're here. I get it, but it's just underwhelming. It is underwhelming, and
I thought it was kind of cool.
I mean, it is. It's
I think the Bell's a little underwhelming, but Independence Hall is
now
beautiful.
That's very impressive.
I like that. I'd recommend that.
Yeah. This top text. As Steve was saying these words, the top text that came in.
All right, which is worse, Liberty Bell or Hollywood Walk of Fame? Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that because on this list of most overrated and least or worst rated, Hollywood Walk of Fame is number 1.
Number 1.
Yeah. It's pretty depressing.
I'm not even interested in what I'm just going to look at a plaque. Like,
no. I think the Hollywood Walk of Fame happens while you're walking around.
Yes.
Like
it's not the reason you go there.
It's not the reason you go there.
I agree.
Right.
Right.
It's just kind of cool to look down and see.
Hollywood is gross.
Hollywood's
Ron
disgusting.
Palillo.
Ron Palillo.
I had Steve and I were in L.A. and we stayed in Hollywood, and because of the time difference, I woke up. Would that have made sense? No, I don't know why. Yeah, I woke up really early in the morning. Yeah. So I went out for a jog, and no one was out on the streets in Hollywood, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. And I actually, as I ran as far as I wanted to, and I walked back, and I looked at the stars and read the names, and I thought it was pretty cool.
Kind of cool.
Now I wouldn't go to Hollywood specifically just to go see the Walk of Fame.
Come on, kids, we're getting in the car. We're going to go look at Wally Cox.
Yeah, but it is fairly underwhelming. They're just plaques that are in the ground, and and
sometimes you get a good one.
Yeah,
sometimes you get a stinker.
Yeah, so, but that's the one that was rated the worst as far as most overrated or most disappointing.
I would say our Walk of Fame, listen, any Walk of Fame at some level is going to be a little, depending on what you're, if you breathe it in as part of the environment and accept it that way, then it really works. But as you said, Preston, it's seldom the destination.
Yeah, yeah. So other ones on this list, and feel free to jump in with anything that you feel was a waste of time, way overrated, a tourist attraction that you would not go see again just because it was a waste. 215-263-WMMR. Here are the ones that are on this list, and this was, I think, the Daily Mail reported this. Busch Gardens in Florida.
Oh, really?
I've never been. I've only been to the one in Virginia.
And I love the one in Virginia. The one in Virginia is a spotless, wonderful park with great coasters. I have not been to the one, though, in Florida.
Yeah, me either. Also on this list, number 3. So they only have the top 4 on here. Number 3 is Taj Mahal, India.
I've heard that the Taj Mahal itself is actually gorgeous. Everything that surrounds it is among the worst poverty in the world. The area around the Taj Mahal is supposed to be just destitute and terrible.
Huh.
But the Taj Mahal itself, I've heard, is really cool and worth a visit.
Well, it smells great in Disney when you go through Soarin', the ride, and they pump the smells in. Taj Mahal smells great.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah.
They must be using that ET scent from Universal.
Yeah. And that ride's not there anymore, is it?
No, Soarin's still there.
Soarin' is still there?
They redid it. So, that smells great. Hawaii smells really good.
Okay.
Taj Mahal bathroom.
Number 2 on this list is the Grand Bazaar in Turkey.
Oh, I want to see that, too.
One of the world's oldest shopping malls. It says, but just like many malls across the globe, shoppers aren't interested. With 4,000 shops hoping to entice tourists, the Grand Bazaar scored poorly on most markers thanks to higher risk tourist safety score, blah, 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 blah. So,
okay, so if you're going to be, pickpockets and stuff like that, that's going to kill the experience. But, when you go to a place and this is our market, or this is known for shopping, is that something you have to go check out, or
no?
Yeah,
I mean, personally, no.
I mean, look, there's an H&M over there.
Right. Yeah, I remember people ripping on Niagara Falls as a tourist attraction, and that it's blah blah blah. Just don't even go check it out. I liked it.
I agree.
I thought it was impressive.
I'll take it on the other side, like cheesy. Clyde Peeling's reptile world, which is, it gets dismissed constantly. I love the place. Nick, you've been there, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, I went to Bucknell, which is right down the road on Route 15.
Right.
Yeah.
So I agree. And there's a bunch of touristy stuff at Niagara Falls. But there's also, by the way, a huge waterfall.
Well, that's what I'm talking. The waterfall was it's unbelievable. I mean, it's one of the most glorious in the world.
Did you guys do Maze of the Mist?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I did too. Yeah.
Yeah. And
how about
you don't
that?
understand
So we
the power.
watched it for like a day or so because we checked in and we hung out and we took it easy. And then the next day we did touristy stuff. And we watched the boats go around, do their little circle because we had a suite where we could see down in the fall. And we're like, it's a tourist thing. And I'm like, whatever, we'll just go ahead and do it. We got down there and I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I can't believe this. I could not believe it.
You know what's like that for me, Preston, is I did a guided tour and a boat tour to Alcatraz in San Francisco one time. And I thought it was going to be cheesy and ridiculous. And it was so much fun. And there was so much history. And I did the audio tour. We had the headphones on.
It's freaking Alcatraz.
Then you go from cell to cell. And Steve, I was like, it's off the Fisherman's Wharf. And like it's going to be cheesy and weird and touristy or whatever. And maybe it was a little touristy, but it was fascinating to me. It was a really cool glimpse into the history of the island.
That's the cell Clint Eastwood was in.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about The Rock and, Sean Connery.
Tourist destinations, they can be hit or miss. What I do kind of find fun, because you mentioned the what's the name of the roadside zoo?
Clyde Peeling's Reptile World.
Yeah. Tourist traps can be kind of, I think they're kind of fun too.
I do as
you
well.
know what I mean?
Yeah.
In their cheesiness.
So I think what happens on this case, like with the Taj Mahal, people don't usually follow up the Taj Mahal with Clyde Peeling's Reptile World. So they're
all right.
You know what I'm saying?
What about south of the border? Because I found that
was a complete letdown.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
It was right. Have you ever?
No, I've never been. I don't know.
It turns out it's basically a glorified roadside
mall.
Well,
outdoor shopping mall.
But for miles, you see these billboards.
Yeah.
And it's like, this. We're getting there. We're almost there.
And then you get there.
It's a truck stop.
Yes, it's not worth it.
It's a product of outstanding
marketing
campaign.
Yeah, they got great bumper stickers and
All right.
fireworks.
I'm going to go to Kayla. Hi, Kayla. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Kayla?
So every summer I go up and visit my college friend up in Massachusetts, and they're all like, have you seen the Plymouth Rock? Have you seen the Plymouth Rock? I was like, no, not really. So the one day I took a venture down there expecting this big boulder for the Plymouth Rock. And I get there and, park, I walk around, and I was like, you have to, walk a path to it. And you look down in this, cavern, all fenced off, with just a plaque on it. I was like, I see rocks bigger than the person.
Yeah, it turns out, you're right, I've seen it. It turns out it's a rock.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And,
yeah.
I was like, oh.
And why would that? Why was that one rock singled out as this is it? You know what I mean?
Are they certain that was the rock?
Yeah.
I
think they don't really know.
They're lying.
Oh, hello?
Yeah.
Oh, we're losing you, Kayla.
Yeah, she's placing an order for business.
We're looking at a picture. I never knew what Plymouth Rock looked
Thank
like.
you, Kayla.
I
Appreciate
didn't
it.
know that this is what it looked like.
Yep.
It's like a boulder, I guess, a small boulder.
A lot of people are texting the same thing, saying that it was
Plymouth Rock?
underwhelming. Yeah, underwhelming and not worth it.
Do you know what? Honestly, with the Blarney Stone, when we went up and got up,
yeah, that was a bit of a disappointment.
It was a bit of right. It was a bit of a disappointment.
Yeah.
I thought there'd be a little bit more. Basically, it's a communal stone that everyone is kissing, and it's a little
yeah, and it's not. It doesn't even look like it's a special. It's
not even that.
It's just like part of the wall.
Yeah,
of this,
it's not presented like you should be. Oh my God, this is of course the legendary Blarney Stone, and here's the process. But lay back, lick the stone and leave. It's like I was underwhelmed.
Yeah. All right. Let me go to Lou. Hey, Lou. Oh my God. We have not heard from Lou in a while. Hey, Lou.
What's up, Briz?
Yo, bud.
How you doing?
Nick, Kathy, Marissa. How's everybody this morning?
Doing very well.
We're
so
good, bud. All
what
right.
underwhelmed you, Lou?
The Waimea Falls.
Waimea Falls.
Of Oahu.
I don't think it's on Oahu. I never went to Waimea Falls. Tell us why it was such a letdown.
Well, you would think it's some great big, falls where people would dive off the rocks like they do in Mexico. And when I went there, I mean, they got this small like Hawaiian village, and that was underwhelming, like it was way back in the day. It was just like very underwhelming. The balls were small. The waves, the waves on Waimea Bay, 20, 30 feet. That was overwhelming.
Okay.
But underwhelming. The Waimea Falls tour was very underwhelming.
Okay. All right. Lou, I was thinking about you the other day. We had Jake Tapper on, and we had an extended conversation about Evel Knievel. And your dad used to be friends with Evel Knievel, right?
Yeah, my dad used to play golf with him down in Florida, down at Miami Country Club.
That's pretty wild.
And he was a big gambler, right? Big card player.
Yeah. He used to gamble like heavy. So it'd be like, $1,000 on this putt. $500 I'm farther than you on this drive.
Wow.
Yeah. Could go up to about 25,000.
Wow.
Jesus, that's well, he lived a colorful life.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Lou. Thank you for your call, bud. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right, Preston.
All right. Who's Lou?
Who's Lou?
I was hanging out with him one time, and out of nowhere he goes, "Yeah, my dad used to play golf with the Evel Knievel."
Yeah.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
Lines 5 and 6. I went to this place as
All
well.
right, let me go to Melissa. Hi, Melissa. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Awesome. We're doing great. We were talking about overrated tourist attractions.
So when I was in the military, getting out of the Air Force basic training, everyone said, "You've got to go see the Alamo. It's amazing. You got to go see the." It's like your grandmom's house in the middle of the city.
Well,
it's the stupidest thing I've ever done. It's like 150 people packed into this tiny little room. I mean, I don't understand what the draw was.
I loved it.
I saw Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
That's why I went. The only reason I went.
So Melissa, and then the truth of the matter is that it wasn't lost on me. I mean, the history of the Alamo, and I got it. But what blew me away is that it's kind of just you round the corner and there it is, and it's in the city, and they're like shops and things. It's like you expect it to be. Oh my! You drive up to the Alamo's just right there.
You can walk up to it.
You can walk right up. Yeah.
Center of this amazing battle, right?
Right.
It's the Alamo, for God's sakes. And it's like, oh, it's just like a freaking little house.
Grandma's house.
It didn't give you. You didn't get the perspective of what it was like at that time, where they were holed up in this place and trying to.
She's like,
did you make it down to the basement?
I needed it in the middle of like the desert, or I don't know.
Right.
I needed more of an atmosphere.
Well, at one point it was in the middle of the desert,
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder though if it wasn't part of like the time that you guys went, because I, like Casey, I liked it. I saw it as well, and I really liked it.
I did like it. I was just surprised to see that it was sitting next to a subway.
I agree. You can just walk right up to it, but it also was not crowded when I went. So.
No.
Yeah. And not only that, but we ended up discovering that little river walk that's right there in the middle of San Antonio.
Nice.
Yeah, that is nice. Yeah.
All right, Melissa, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You talk about having, things right next to the Alamo, which kind of put it out of place. Have you ever seen like the Great Pyramids, and then they pan the camera the other way?
I never. What? I was like, what the? It's literally, there's a subway right next to it. It's like, the mighty pyramids, conveniently located across from the Wendy's.
Yeah.
It blew my mind when I realized the juxtaposition, because you thought, okay, everyone get into the buses. We're going to go out for to 3 hour
be an
drive
hour,
to
2
the
hours.
pyramids.
Yeah.
But
No,
of course,
it's right next to the city, and I think maybe the city planners or the historical societies there have said, don't build anything over here.
Yeah.
So that at least we have one good angle for pictures.
Right.
And that way it will look a little bit more like it was intended.
Do you know what is oddly? I was moved by it, and I thought it was on that level was interesting. But I was a little underwhelmed by Mount Rushmore.
Oh, a lot of people are texting into that, Steve.
Yeah.
And so people, I've not been, but I've heard Mount Rushmore is a little underwhelming. You got to go to Crazy Horse because they're and they're still building that, and they're building that by hand. But also Mount Rushmore is like an hour away from Badlands National Park. And I really want to get there. So I think I'll do Mount Rushmore, see it, and then just go to the next one.
Now, I was a kid when I went to Mount Rushmore. I was impressed with it.
Okay.
One of the things I didn't realize until you're actually there in person is how much further they were going to go with it. You can see Washington's torso. They started to build all the way down.
His pee-pee.
Well, I didn't see his pee-pee, but if you're there in person, you get a more of a feel of what they were intending to do with it.
Yes.
As they finished it. But I thought it was kind of impressive. But I guess some people, it was a little underwhelming.
The original plan was to portray them all sitting in a tilt-a-whirl.
Tilt-a-whirl.
Right.
I used to love that ride.
It was a
when I
great
was a
ride.
kid.
Yeah.
By the way, I think that Mount Rushmore could fit on the forehead of Crazy Horse.
Yeah.
That's how big the difference is.
That's what so in my mind, and it's not that it's not big, it clearly is very enormous, but I had it in my mind as much bigger than it was from your observation site. I'm sure you get up to Lincoln's nostril, it'll be impressive, but from the viewing area, okay.
Yeah. Hang on, I'm going to go to Andy with a comment about a tourist attraction that was just a little over underwhelming. Andy, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good welcome.
Good.
Good welcome you.
I love it. What's up, man?
Hey, I was in Texas, and I went to the JFK Museum, which the museum was great, but the grassy knoll was like I was in my backyard.
Yeah. Well, it's a grassy knoll. Yeah.
You think, there was a second shooter, and they're over here. It was like there could have been no shooters. This thing was like a little plot of land. I was standing nowhere.
Yeah, having never had perspective on that myself, I envision it as maybe a large, field or something like that, but it's actually very tiny.
It's basically like a larger median, right?
Right, you're standing in the middle of an intersection. It's like, you can get like 10 people here. It's like you could have pointed out, that was the guy. It was him.
Do you know, as history has told us,
it was him.
Yeah,
it's that guy right there.
It was male models who were the second shooters, as portrayed in Zoolander.
That's funny. I was there too, and I thought it was so cool.
You thought it was impressive?
Yeah, just to think about what happened and where the second shooter could have been.
Especially when you go up to the floor that Oswald.
Yeah, same.
And they have it encased in glass with the boxes laid out, and it is very impressive. But also, you can get the angle, right? And that day in history, you take basically a walking tour around Dealey Plaza. It's pretty amazing.
Here's a text that came in saying an overrated tourist experience, the entire city of Houston.
I heard Houston sucks. I've never been, so I can't judge.
I don't know.
It's apparently really hot and muggy and sprawling.
I was less than impressed with Houston.
What about Dallas, Steve? Because your dad lives
Dallas is very cool.
Yeah.
You have... it ends up being sometimes it's the weirder things. Like on the periphery of Dallas, there is a site of a famous Bonnie and Clyde bank robbery. And they still have that stretch of the street the way it was at that time. And no one ever goes there, but we went and I loved it.
That's cool. You know what, Nick? People were a little less than impressed with Cadillac Ranch. I was fine with it or whatever. And then you had kept saying, check out Route 66. Now, I think my issue is I didn't get on at the right part. I don't know where, because when we were driving it, I was like, okay, this sucks. This is all dilapidated crap like motels. And
in fairness, you were in a rush, right?
Yeah.
You didn't have very much time to dilly-dally, and there are plenty of stretches of 66 that are boring, and there are plenty of stretches of Route 40 that are incredibly boring. But when I did the drive, we took our time on purpose, and so we got on Route 66 right around Oklahoma City, and then took that all the way into Arizona.
A few texts coming in. Madame Tussauds Wax Museum, Hollywood. So it was pretty lame. I enjoyed it. I thought it was pretty cool.
I really, I don't know. I dig wax museums. I don't know what that says about me.
Somebody says Stonehenge.
Stonehenge was impressive.
Okay. And then this one, local, Kutztown, Crystal Cave. Drive from Jersey Shore area to see a 4 million boob on the ground.
Okay, so
I've been there.
I've been there too. If you're driving from the Jersey Shore
That's
to
a
there,
bit much.
That's a bit much.
Yeah.
From Conshohocken to there, we did it in a day. It was
thought
cool.
it was nice.
May I tell you something? I thought it was nice, and the ice cream was very good.
So I have something, and I want to be careful with what I say because it is amazing, and I was like, this is parts of it were incredible. But what people prepped me for when I went to visit Pompeii, I was expecting to see like bodies encased,
still breathing
lava.
Not still breathing.
Help us! Help us!
And my mom said when she went, that's what she saw. Like that's what they experienced.
That's part of the deal, isn't it?
No, not when. And a lot of stuff that used to be out like in the little village and in their houses. It's no longer there, and it's behind a cage. So you kind of walk along the cage, and that was where you saw one of the bodies.
How do you? What's the fun if you can't pose the dead bodies?
Come on,
stop! I just
looks like they're playing cards.
I was a little underwhelmed with that part, like walking by the cage. I thought it was going to be, like in the houses where they lived.
You do see because the word is that pyroclastic flow from Vesuvius sealed them. Yeah. And you see that, correct?
Right. But it was like one. It was
just one.
But my mom
Where
said,
are all the dead bodies?
Honestly, yes. Like when
this
my
was
mom
nothing.
went, she said it was like out. It was in, and I guess maybe vandalism or whatever it was. So it's just one body, like stacked up with like other. Like things from people's homes.
I would be
just sitting next to the vase. Like,
don't you perceive it as like you're walking through the? Is that what you're talking about, Kathy?
Yeah.
Well, that's a letdown.
Yeah, I think, Steve, they had an issue with people destroying the.
Yeah, I think I'm sure that's what.
Well,
it was.
my answer to that
history
tough.
Also, context is important, right? And so if you're going to go to the Old Faithful and expect the fountains at the Bellagio, you're not going to get that, right? But if you go to the pyramids, recognize that they were built 4,000 years ago or whatever.
People write off Old Faithful.
Yeah,
That's what
they
I
do.
just said,
All the time.
And
There are bad
it's
reviews
amazing.
of Old Faithful, and you're like, it's a natural wonder, okay? I'm sorry that there weren't fireworks that were involved with it.
And that you're 5 minutes from the Jeff Dunham show.
Yeah. Exactly. Some perspective is needed, like with the Alamo. There's historical significance.
And remember,
that's what
they
you have to
couldn't
consider.
when that all took place. They couldn't walk outside and immediately go to Subway.
Now, I haven't been in a long time, but when I was a kid, Colonial Williamsburg, I was just there. I thought was cool.
Yeah.
But I've heard the same thing with that. Like people go down there, like, "What's the big deal?"
Well,
you were, because it wasn't original stuff.
That's the part.
That's the problem.
That's the part that bothered me is that I thought I was walking into like actual Colonial Williamsburg. Everything's just been rebuilt.
This is exactly as it was when you. And I get it, and I agree with you a little bit.
It's a replication.
It undermines it just a bit. It's if you've ever gone to underground Seattle or underground, what is it? Is it Atlanta? Where they excavate areas. Underground Seattle was a little underwhelming. You expect to see when you're a kid and you hear that, Preston. You expect to see, oh my God, it's an entire city underground.
Right.
But it's not that.
Hang on. We got a break here in just a second because we got Crumb Bum Cash coming up. But Amanda is on the line. Hi, Amanda. Good morning. What's up, Amanda?
Hey, so I actually have two. So one is the Four Corners. It's not actually at the Four Corners intersection of the four states. And it's kind of like in the middle of nowhere. And there's like a bunch of, they're selling a bunch of different, Native American things.
Yep.
And then the other one is especially during New Year's Eve.
Amanda, you need to stop making a call while you're on.
I'm not trying to. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead. So what was it, the other one?
And the Times Square, especially on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, screw that.
Oh, Times Square. No. I've been, and no. Listen, you I'd rather be one of the people in Pompeii.
Yeah. You have to get there a day ahead of time, even to be closed.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Those people basically are wearing diapers all day.
Yeah.
I mean,
totally.
It's humans. It's a sea of human scum.
Thanks, Amanda.
And I say that in the most flattering way possible.
Times Square from the day after Thanksgiving until New Year's Eve it's like a nightmare. It is just jammed with people.
Preston, did you finish the list?
Yeah, there was only 4 things on the list.
Gotcha. Okay.
And number 1 was Hollywood Walk of Fame, and then you had the Turkey Bazaar, and what were the other ones? Taj Mahal. And I forgot what the other one was. But anyway, now, because the main reason we brought this up is this whole venue, the Sphere in Vegas. As Kathy said, if Vegas is not for you, this is the one thing that might draw you in, because the video footage that popped up this weekend is just astounding. I've never seen anything like that.
Absolutely.
Do a little search on it if you haven't seen it yet.
You owe
The Sphere
yourself.
in Las Vegas. It's pretty crazy. And if entertainment's heading that way, wow, we're in for a ride. Anyhow, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. Some other ones that were online: Amish Country, Salem, Massachusetts, 30 Rock, the Christmas Tree, and there's a ton of other texts that are coming in, by the way. So thank you. We appreciate it. Listen, we got to break because We got $1,000 to give away. Crumb Bum Cash is up when we return, so hang out. We got a bunch of guests on the show, too. We'll tell you about them as well. Did he find these?
It is pretty funny.
Hey, I got some apples. Would you like some apples?
You want an apple?
It's like your Billy Bob teeth.
Oh, God.
Oh, you should put the Billy Bob
You should wear those.
I got some dentures for you.
In case you came prepared.
These have been in my mouth. I'm sure you don't want them in yours.
No. Yeah. I think I'll
Okay.
pass on
All right. Well, let's try to do the show.
Okay.
Where were we? What?
Gave away the...
You did the stupid question, right?
Crazy. No, I'm looking at some of these calls coming in. Yeah, we did the stupid question. So he gets Lego Marvel's Avengers, which is available for PlayStation 4, all platforms, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. All right. So, dear God. All right. So at the box office this weekend, number one was The Revenant.
Yes.
16. Yes. I know, man. It's sad.
Your lungs are full of mucus. My tooth fell out.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
We're going to have to remind people of that all morning long.
It's too good.
Yeah. It's been a rough week for the ladies in Charlie Sheen's life following last week's revelation that his ex-wife Brooke Mueller is back in rehab. He's
For
now,
the, 15th time? 15th?
All right, you have to stop. He's not going to be able to get through the show.
I have to. Now I have to take it. I have to explore different letters.
We're not going to make it through 7 a.m.
S's are fine, but F's are...
Yeah. Farfignugan.
Oh, my God.
This is going to be the worst show we've ever done.
No, it's not.
No, that's saying
it's
a
going to
lot.
be brilliant. I could never, ever, ever, ever do live stage acting. I can't even do it on camera when you get multiple takes. There's no way.
We're hoping to one day master radio.
I'm so self-conscious of don't mess it up. That I will mess it up.
But, you know, when I was in high school, we started, like, if you had a lead, you started in, like, June, July, you know, rehearsing your lines and everything.
I guess maybe if you have enough rehearsal. I mean,
Yeah.
anything I've ever attempted to do, I've had very little rehearsal on, and I'm like, you know.
Yeah.
Even when we... Excuse me.
Again, here we are, perfecting radio.
Dude. That was...
You sound like snots.
I'm nervous.
That was mid-word.
That was.
That would have been your Colonel Jessup scene. You know?
Right. You can't handle the... Excuse me.
I've had to recently, you know, go to the bathroom outside. When we were driving up to Maine and Boston this summer, like I had to, you know, my family went into McDonald's and I was outside with the dog. And I found it ironic that it was fine that the dog was peeing outside, but I actually had to hide the fact that I was peeing outside. But there are...
Dogs get away with everything.
They do. But there are secrets, so, you know, or tricks to the trade of, you know, peeing outside. All right.
With this model, this life-size model that we have here.
Mandingo's twin.
We have two of them?
Dan Dingo.
Yes, we have Caucasian and we have...
Yeah, there's Mandingo and Dan Dingo.
So what you can't do is like lean up against something like you're clearly or hide behind a bush so you're clearly going to the bathroom. What you have to do is kind of be out in the open. You still want to shield your jump.
You want to have your back
Wait
to
a
the
second.
people.
All right, so describe the environment that you're in where you're pulling this off.
This is where people are, right?
All right, so people are there?
Where are you?
You are people.
All
All
right,
right. You are
yes.
people in a parking lot.
And never forget
Parking
it.
lot.
All right. And then behind me is not people.
Okay.
All right. So I am on my phone. Junk out. You can
Right.
see my junk is out. I am
Right.
now on a phone.
Now, no, there's no wires. We've never met before.
So clearly,
Look, watch.
I got one hand on the phone up to
All
my
right.
ear, not talking to anybody.
All right.
And then my other hand, which would normally be on my piece, you know, aiming.
On your bird.
This hand is now up here, like, you know, like.
You know what? It works.
Hold on, but don't you have to hold it? Won't it go wild?
No, it's not like a hose that you
not?
turn on at high pressure, Kathy.
Have you ever encountered one?
No. Still waiting for that magical night.
It's flipping all over the place.
It's a little bit crazy.
Walk a little bit.
So you're like Chris Angel.
Yeah,
You're like an illusionist.
A little bit.
Okay.
All right. That makes sense.
I don't know if I could do that technique or not.
I know what he's saying, though, because you're using the simple art of deception and distraction.
I had something I wanted to bring up. Do we all agree that Kathy's a beautiful woman?
She is a beautiful woman.
Very, very attractive.
What are you bringing up?
Nothing that I think is
the odor.
bad.
The odor.
No, you have Kathy's got a pretty face.
Yes,
no question. But do any of us agree that Kathy does suffer from resting bitch face?
All right, Danae, you're smiling. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
Yeah,
but if you catch her
not smile
when she's like doing work or on her laptop or something like that.
See, okay, and I'm interested to hear what you guys say because I would have never thought that I had resting bitch face.
And I might. Yeah,
she's
making a face.
No,
what?
That's not bitch. I don't know what that is.
I don't know if I think she has resting bitch face. I see she has sort of. I sit next to her in the office, and it seems just kind of neutral when you're doing your deal. I wouldn't say you look particularly bitchy.
We have a picture here of you, Kathy, just being.
So do you think that looks
in a
bitchy?
neutral face? I think sometimes you look like you're a little angry.
Well, I think you're an a-hole.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. Now I'm gonna rest like this.
Yeah.
Hey, Preston.
That's worse. That's worse.
Kathy's mood is the toughest, I think, to crack. I thought you had your period last week.
Well, I was gonna say that because you guys don't know. You don't know when I'm PMSing, which I cannot figure out why.
We just.
I guess it's because I'm always a bitch.
She was saying
I'll
something.
turn to you and say, "Is this the week you don't have your period?"
she would say something, and I look. Casey just goes, "Are you on your period?"
He mouthed it in the meeting. I laughed.
Kathy, you're.
But if I was PMSing, I wouldn't have laughed.
We are going to do a game that is called Young versus Younger. Okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to take the young, which would be members of the Preston and Steve show.
Yeah, right.
And the younger, our Preston and Steve intern staff. So it's very simple. We have Chris, and we have Aish, and we have Brianna, and we have Sammy who are here. And what we're going to do is Marissa made a list of various things from different generations. So there's abbreviations, there's terms, there are people, all from a different generation. I have things from the Preston and Steve show's generation, and I have things from the intern age's generation. All right, guys, the younger crew. What is a flash cube? A flash cube. Do we have all our answers written down?
Yep.
All right. Brianna?
Yes.
Okay. Chris?
I guess it was one of those scrolly cameras that you got at like CVS that you got developed when you used to go on vacation.
Like a box camera you're talking about? Yeah. Okay.
Disposable camera?
Yeah, disposable camera. All right.
Yeah. Is that right?
That is incorrect. All right. So I'm sorry, listener Matt, you lose. All right. Aish is playing for Bob on line 2. Aish, what is a flash cube?
A cube that flashes. I really don't know.
Be more specific. A cube that flashes for what?
Ooh, for a camera. Like a
I'll give her that.
Is it really?
She's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's absolutely correct. And the actual definition is a cube with a bulb that attaches to each side of a camera and takes 4 pictures in succession. A flash cube. You used to stick it on top of the camera, and you would take the picture, and it would flash, and you could only use 4 of them. You had to throw it away.
All right.
All right. So we move on now to the young.
The young-ish.
You guys.
Sort of. Minus Steve.
All right. What is this? What is a, what's a boif?
A boif.
Yeah, B-O-Y-F.
B-O-Y-F?
A boif.
Finished.
Okay. Nick, you are playing for listener Arnold. What is a boif?
It's your boyfriend.
Yeah, that's correct. Short for boyfriend. Yeah. Kathy, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
All right, Mary, you win too. Steve, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
That's right. And Casey, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
Yes, everybody wins. Zach, Joe, Mary, and Arnold. And that means 4 points for the young team. And let me see what we have here. What is a Rolodex?
Oh.
So we are going to go to Aish, who's playing for listener Frank. What's a Rolodex?
A Segway?
No. Segway.
It rolls.
Exactly.
All right.
Rolls across decks.
I'm sorry, Frank, you lose. All right. Listener Ryan is playing with Brianna. Brianna, what's a Rolodex?
This is embarrassing. I said a game.
A game.
No.
All right.
And then, Sammy, you're playing for listener Dan. What's a Rolodex?
I put phone numbers in a rolly thing because I didn't know how to describe
I'll take it. Phone numbers in a rolling thing. I thought somebody was going to say a watch. You guys ready?
Yes, ready.
What is BYOD?
Okay.
BYOD. Jot it down and let's see if you know. All right, let's go to, first we'll try Casey out, and he's playing for listener Alan. Casey, what is BYOD?
It's bring your own. I wrote date.
No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. Alan, you lose. Steve is playing for listener Mike. Steve, what is BYOD?
I wrote bring your own drugs.
No, that is incorrect.
Good
Mike is
thing.
out. Kathy's playing for Gina. Kathy?
I got it.
What?
Bring your own doll.
No.
Kathy's a half.
Cow got in there somehow.
Good cow.
Nick,
Or I have 5 fingers.
you're playing for listener Paul. BYOD.
Bring your own dad.
No.
Is it drink?
Hang on. No. Let's ask the interns. Brianna, you look like you know.
I believe it's bring your own dog.
No.
No.
Aish,
I
you know?
no idea.
Is it bring your own dip?
No.
Bring your own dip.
It's like a Super Bowl party.
How
like, bring
come
your
all
own-
these? Nobody knows these younger
dip parties.
phrases.
I think because maybe Marissa's not as young as she thinks she is.
It stands for Bring Your Own Device. An IT policy where employees are allowed to use their personal mobile devices and notebooks to access enterprise data and systems. Harper Lee, who wrote one of America's most enduring literary classics, To Kill a Mockingbird, of course, about a child's view of right and wrong, and waited 55 years to publish the second book with the same characters from a very different point of view, died at the age of 89 on Friday.
Yeah, I was surprised to see this.
Yeah. For many years, Lee, a shy woman with an engaging southern drawl who never married, lived
We were pretty much allowed to go.
lived quietly and privately, always turning down interview requests. She alternated between living.
She ran a laser tag place.
Oh,
yeah. That was her thing.
They got to do something.
We were very fond of the game laser tag, which simulated actual combat with.
Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a Crumb Bum Cash keyword.
Yes, it is, and the keyword is cash. All right, that's what it is. That's what you get, cash, C-A-S-H. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways to do it. You can check in at WMMR.com or the MMR app, or you can text it, the special contest short code number, which is 45911. And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. The contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. Let me give you that word again. It's cash, C-A-S-H. Make sure that you enter that now. Let us take a look at traffic and see how we're doing this morning. Kathy, what's going on so far?
Bustleton Avenue closed between Ron Street and Castor Avenue because of an accident. Schuylkill Expressway eastbound backing up from 202 into Belmont, and then the Boulevard to University. Westbound side, Thayer Avenue to the Vine, the Boulevard to Belmont, and then the Blue Route out to Gulf Mills. North 95, heavy from the Gerard Point Bridge to the Walt Whitman Bridge. There was debris in the roadway. That's been cleared. Also Highland Avenue to Curlin Street, and then we're slow on the southbound side of 95 Academy to Bridge. Once you get to the Vine westbound, that's slow the length. In Trenton, Route 29 northbound at Layler Street, an accident off to the shoulder. 42 north, heavy the Black Horse Pike to 295. 55 northbound, jams from Deptford to 42. Commodore Barry Bridge reopened, everything moving along okay. You are jammed on the Walt Whitman Bridge eastbound side. West on the Ben Franklin Bridge, you're slow from the downside to 8th and Vine. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Brighten your plate with refreshing organics at Whole Foods Market. Get organic Honeycrisp apples for $3.29 per pound with Prime through October 3rd while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we have a guest in the studio, but before we welcome our guests, let's get some stories to you here.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision, your certified collision repair center. If you get into an accident, Pro Team Collision is there for all of your auto body repair needs. All right, this is pretty wild, man. A shooting at a Florida auto shop that killed 2 men was triggered by a former customer's dissatisfaction with the work done on his car 2 years ago.
So he was kind of stewing about it.
Yeah, big time. Largo police said Eugene Frank Becker, who's 78 years old, by the way.
A pissed off old dude.
Arrived at Stout's Automotive in a rental car Wednesday and sought out business owner Jody Stout, who was
I've been thinking about this, and I know you took my air freshener.
Jody Stout was 52. Investigators say Becker pulled out a handgun and shot Stout, who returned fire with his own gun, striking Becker multiple times. Both men later died at the hospital. They shot each other to death.
Shootout.
The shooting brought dozens of police officers to the scene. Police said in an email that evidence and witnesses indicate Becker felt that he was overcharged when he brought a vehicle to Stouts for service in 2021. He went to the shop on Wednesday with the intent to shoot the victim in retaliation for the perceived wrong. Can you believe this?
So you've had 2 years in which nothing was able to distract you from this. Imagine the kind of life.
Yes, it's horrible. Authorities said Becker had recently been in a car crash that left him depressed, according to family members.
You know, could have changed things?
What?
A visit to Clyde Peeling's Reptile World.
Maybe he would have pepped him
him
right
up some.
A 61-year-old man is dead, and another man has been taken to the hospital after a whale reportedly struck their boat on Saturday morning, flinging the pair into Botany Bay in Sydney's east. Yes, this was in Australia. Emergency services responded after bystanders reported seeing an empty boat circling the bay and 2 people in the water. George Murad said that he had been fishing nearby early on Saturday morning when he heard a big bang and saw a boat capsize. He said something big came out of the water. In a statement, police said the boat was believed to have been struck in some way by a whale, causing the 4.8-meter runabout to tip and eject both men into the water.
Yeah, I just did that.
The 61-year-old man was pulled from the water unconscious and could not be revived. A second man who was 53 was treated by paramedics, taken to the hospital in stable condition. That's a freak accident.
Sometimes it happens, yeah.
A Philly area car dealership was dealt a devastating blow after being open for less than a week. City Motors in Philadelphia lost 7 of its 11 cars in inventory in just one robbery, potentially condemning the dealership before it could even get started.
Oh, my God.
Thieves broke into the dealership Tuesday night, ransacked the front office, found keys to 7 cars, and escaped before the co-owner of the dealership, Nathan Krieger, could respond.
What is this, like the 4th time this has happened in the area?
It was almost a clean getaway, but there was an attempt to hotwire an 8th car, a Kia Sorento, that failed. Police have tracked down 3 of the stolen cars. The robbers not only located the keys to the vehicles, but also their titles. This is somewhat unusual, especially given the fact that the car lot was open for less than 1 week at the time of the robbery. Krieger claims that the newness of the business was the reason for the minimal security measures, with no security cameras capturing the robbery. Krieger also says that they had no insurance for the vehicles.
Oh, no.
And that City Motors only maintains liability coverage. He said, if we don't recover the cars, we probably won't survive it.
If I had a dealership, any display cars, I'd take the engines out.
Wow.
And then when you buy it, you get the engine.
You get the engine?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. All right, so this is out of England. A man in his 60s has been arrested by police investigating the cutting down of the world-famous Sycamore Gap tree in Northumberland.
It's a famous tree.
The landmark, besides of Hadrian's Wall, was cut down overnight on Wednesday. Police said the man was arrested on Friday evening and remains in custody, assisting with injuries. A 16-year-old boy was arrested on suspicion of criminal damage on Thursday and has since been released. So a police presence remained at the site on Friday with forensics officers taking measurements and samples from the remains and photographing the area. The tree was believed to be about 300 years old and was looked after by both the Park Authority and the National Trust. It grew in a natural dip in the landscape near Hexham and was featured in the 1991 film Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves with Kevin Costner.
Yeah.
Officials said that the tree was part of England's identity as it had been a real inspiration to artists, writers, and photographers.
I remember at the time critics said it turned in a better performance than Costner.
And they don't know why this guy went and cut down this historic tree.
Well, you know that nature's annoying.
Natural Trust Manager Andrew Pode said that Andrew Pud.
Go talk to the Pudster.
Said the stump was healthy and experts might be able to capiche the tree.
Capiche.
Coppice. I mean, is that
capiche? Yeah, sure,
capiche?
why not?
Yeah. To capiche the tree, which new shoots.
I just took a capiche.
where new shoots grow from the trunk space. However, the estate manager said that it would take years and years, probably 150 to 200 years before it's anywhere close to what we have lost.
So the amount of people that are going to go out and visit the stump is probably a lot more reduced.
Maybe it's Coppice or
Capiche.
I think it's Coppice.
Stugotz?
Scotts of Zagotini. I don't know. I got to do one more story because I want to end on this one. This is a great story. A New Jersey man is facing terrorism and other charges, accusing him of intentionally slamming his SUV through a Warren County Town's police station into the squad room while blaring "Welcome to the Jungle" from Guns N' Roses. John G. Hargraves appeared to be celebrating by playing the song as officers at the Independence Township Police Station arrested him. No one was injured in the crash. The sunroof of the SUV was open as it crashed through the front doors. And according to a video provided by police, the video shows Hargraves immediately get out of the stopped vehicle, raise his arms above his head with his index fingers pointed towards the ceiling as officers approached. The police station was Hargraves' second.
To kill John Connor, was he?
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, in case you haven't noticed, friends, your Phils are headed into postseason glory.
This is the best kind of repeat.
We are happy to have our good friend, Mr. John Brazer.
Hey, I think that guy might be a big Craig Kimbrell fan because that's his music when he walks out,
music?
right?
Guns N' Roses.
Maybe he's just honoring Craig Kimbrell when he's doing that.
Just excited for
excited.
Playoff baseball.
Yeah. How about that though? This is I was talking to Steve off air.
Yeah.
And he's like, "How you feeling?" I said, "Well, it's kind of like or this is what I was thinking. At my age, when you take a roller coaster, right? I went on the Busch Gardens Sheikra, I think it was. It's the world's tallest roller coaster.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was super excited beforehand. It was hell during it, and then I was so excited afterwards.
Yes.
So it's kind of how I feel
That's how
right
you
now.
look at this time.
Like I'm very excited, but I know it's gonna be hell. At 8:08 on Tuesday night because I'm gonna be burrowed into somewhere in my lucky seat and not moving and basically just can't wait till this thing over and please give me a good result.
I mean, I described it the way when we put together the camp out. It's like we get excited for it. We know, when it's in it, it's a lot of juggling, and you're like, oh my God, why do I like this again? And but yet it's wonderful. It's amazing.
It's the best.
Yeah.
I will say that this year, John, and I don't know how you feel, but it feels different as a fan looking at it. Last year that we were on the road for so much, and then they sort of clinched right at the end of the season. This year, we clinched a week ago, and they're a better team in my view this year than they were last year. And then we open at home, which is fantastic.
Yes. Compared to last year, everything was rushed. We basically clinched on that Monday, so it's kind of happened real quick. And then, as you mentioned, we're in St. Louis. And even the games itself, that first game looked like we were done. And then next thing you know, we furious comeback in the ninth. This year, we have more time to plan. We've been there before. So last year, we had a young team, or we had a lot of young guys. Now these young guys are not veterans, but, guys like Bowman, Marsh, and Stott, they've been through it. And so we've got the experience. You know what we can do, our home crowd. I mean, Trey Turner said it himself. When he came to Philadelphia, one of the reasons why he chose Philadelphia is he heard the crowd. He heard the passion through the TV screen. He said, I want to be part of that. And anybody who was at any of the games last year, I mean, there's goosebumps. Just to think about, Reese Hoskins' home run and Bryce Harper's home run. I know the Marlins are a nemesis and they're a pain in the butt. And they've played us 13 times and actually won 7 of them. But they haven't been to a playoff atmosphere, and they haven't experienced that. So I'm hoping we can just take care of these guys.
Them. Yeah,
disorient them real quick. And you got our pitching set up. You got Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola. I'm assuming Ranger Suarez in the third game if we need it. But I like our chance. From last year to this year, I think offensively, we lost Hoskins from this year. But Trey Turner, the way he's been playing, and I think some of the other guys kind of stepped up. Everyone's hot at the right time. And the pitching, I love our pitching right now, especially compared to last year. I think our bullpen is more solid. Now we'll have to see what we get from, Jeff Hoff. Some of the great stories, like when we clinched, Jeff Hoffman got the win. Jeff Hoffman was only on this team because he threw batting practice to Bryce Harper in a rehab stat, and then Bryce Harper said, this guy should be on the roster. I can't even hit this guy.
Wow.
Right? And then you get Rojas with the game-winning hit on the clinching game. That guy spent all of his season in Double-A.
It's wild.
And then the guy who scored from third was Christian Pache. Christian Pache was cut from the worst team in baseball, the A's, early in the year. So it's that's baseball right there. Who would have?
Sometimes it's just timing, and that has to do with any sport, no matter what it is. You get hot at the right time. You get the right people clicking at the same time. You got a winning team right there, man.
Yep. And you can just see from that celebration, and we've talked about this before. You know that these guys really love each other. I mean, you know that
that's so obvious, and that's I think. And Preston, you pointed that out. You became, the last run.
Yeah, last season I fell in love with these.
Fell in love with the team for that very reason. You liked. We in general like to see good people do well, and they're good people, and there is a genuine love of the fandom and what they do, and those little things that telegraph to a city that they're putting their best feet forward to represent you, and that resonates.
It does, and it just when you watch that post-game celebration, Garrett Stubbs, he's got the overalls and the one strap off, and he's got, I don't know what kind of dance he was doing, but then right, but and then the post-game, whenever someone wins the star of the game, it's for me. I don't turn the TV off. I watch it because I want to see what they do to Alec Boehm or whoever won that star of the game.
Well, and yesterday was a perfect example. Relatively meaningless game, right? But Boehm gets his 20th home run of the season. The guys in the dugout are going nuts because they got to celebrate Boehm's accomplishment. First time in franchise history that the team had 6 players with 20 or more home runs, which is just incredible. But the guys in the dugout were happy for Boehm yesterday. And then the celebration afterwards in the post game with Marshy and Stott coming out, and I think it was 20 sesame seeds for 20 home runs. Yeah, it's cool.
And Marsh on the mechanical bull.
Yes.
Right, Xfinity Live after they clinched. And they both had big game. Garrett Stubbs, maybe tonight he should be going out hard because he hit the home run on the hangover game, that after we had celebrated. So it's a really fun team. It's going to be really fun down there. The playoff, it all starts too. You don't even have to have a ticket. You can come down. We have a block party. Well, first of all, you can go to the Team New Era store tomorrow starting at 10, and you can get all the Take October, all the postseason gear. We have a block party out on CB Way starting at 5 o'clock with Go-Go Gadget, and we've got a Ferris wheel and a speed pitch and food trucks and beer. The gates open at 5:38. If you have a ticket, you're going to get a red rally towel. We're going to have a very patriotic special ceremony with a giant American flag. We're going to have the West Point Brass Quintet doing the national anthem. We have a big surprise throwing at the first pitch. And then, and also what's cool is Airmark's done a great job as far as putting together some postseason food. We're now in the fall. So they've come up with a Schwarburger, which is a half-pound burger with smoked barbecue brisket, sharp cheese, bacon, onion rings, got the whole deal. You got a sweet potato gobbler bowl. You got a little bacon jam, grilled cheese, and tomato soup combo. So come on down, right?
You know what? There's something wonderfully cheesy about obviously even just the marketing, but for the committed fan or just even Preston said it. I've said it as well. This time of the schedule is when I dial in, because there's so many games, and like especially it helps if we're in it.
Sure.
And it's just fun to see all this. So from the Schwarburger and everything, it's all great.
And what I love too, it's a bonding moment for everyone in the Delaware Valley. So whether it's you're bonding with your mom, your dad, your granddad, your kid. I know last year I've talked about this before. When Bryce Harper hit that home run, my daughter and I just, I think we jumped up and down like school kids, like for a minute. And I love with Kathy. I found out today that Kathy's nephew was the kid on TV. I'm watching that, and then I looked over at my daughter, and my daughter's on the phone, and I said, Charlotte, you should have passion like that kid right there.
We're going to talk to him in about 5 minutes. So, question with tickets for the games. What's the schedule layout and buying tickets for the games?
I'm pretty sure we're sold out.
Okay.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all games are 8:08.
Okay.
So that's good. We're the primetime game, which I think we thought we were going to be. Obviously, we're in the World Series.
Sure.
We're a big market. 8:08 start Tuesday, Wednesday. Hopefully, we don't need Thursday. Hopefully, we win the first two and then move on to Atlanta.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
That'd be great.
We're thrilled. We're thrilled.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. So, All right, well, keep us up to speed with what's going on.
And hopefully I'll be back next week because that means we advance.
Moving on.
We had a good run last time, so we want to make sure you keep coming back.
Exactly.
All right. John Brazer, everyone. Our good friend, the manager of Fun and Games.
Yes.
He's the host of Fun and Games. No, he's the director of Fun and Games.
He is the Prime Minister of
the Prime Minister, the Viceroy of Fun and Games.
The Burgermeister.
All right, we're going to break and we're going to come back. Yes, we are going to talk to Kathy's nephew, who was featured all over TV and social media yesterday as the crazy, screaming Eagles fan kid. So we'll get to him. His name is James Romano. We'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. Through the use of science and technology, you can stalk your prey and virtually assassinate them without causing any physical harm.
But the guns, they kind of go pew,
They go
pew, pew.
pew,
Yeah,
pew. Pew, I got you. Commander Harper Lee reporting for Intergalactic Battalion.
Wouldn't that be the wildest thing? She ran a laser tag place.
Harper Lee's laser tags on Route 14.
No, she like did TV commercials for them and everything.
Yeah,
So
it's intergalactic fun. That's the sound of excitement.
Oh my! Oh God!
I guess they don't want to report on that part of her life.
Oh God! No.
Into the space shuttle. Next stop, fun.
This is terrible. So anyhow, she lived quietly and privately. She alternated between living in a New York apartment and Monroeville, where where she shared a home with her older sister, lawyer Alice Lee, who is the one
That's this one.
plays.
We were pretty much allowed to go.
Any of you guys read Ghost Headed Watchmen, the second one?
No.
It's
I heard it didn't get stupendous reviews.
It's too bad. Yeah. This is a terrible thing to say.
What?
She just should have done the one.
Well, I think this was wasn't this cobbled together without her consent?
That's sort of where.
Well, she
it
actually
was frustrating because
she wrote this before,
right? And then it takes place after, To Kill a Mockingbird. But I think it was one of those things.
In a future society where laser guns rule.
Takes a
Tell
turn.
me what? Just spotted a Death Destroyer. Nice try, Glaxon. We figured out how to remotely turn your shields off.
I want to live with this for a while. I believe we had this gentleman in our studio at our old radio station worked at probably a dozen years ago or so.
I think to promote a movie, we're Up the Creek, right?
Without a paddle.
Come on!
man.
Son of a bitch!
Without a Paddle with Seth Green and with Dax Shepard.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a fan.
Yeah.
All three were in the studio.
No, I don't believe you. You didn't get the name right.
I got the idea right.
No,
You're Up the Creek without a paddle.
Everybody, this is Matthew Lillard.
Hi, everyone. You have a lot of people in here.
Yeah. We got some barbecue, too, if you're hungry, man. Grab a bite to eat.
You're awfully fancy.
We try to be.
Hey, how do you like doing the convention? I know you've done your share of conventions, and you have a couple of things that really put you in that realm between Scream and the Scooby-Doo stuff and 13 Ghosts and all that stuff.
I'm in a lot of bad movies that people like. That's what you're saying.
I wouldn't say that.
No, I'm in a lot of bad movies. There's no doubt about that. I'm in more bad movies than your average actor.
See, I don't think you can call them bad. You know,
you don't know the name of any of them. You make eye contact with me and you name off 10 without looking at that computer screen.
No,
don't do that.
I can't do
everyone on the air just turned off.
Tell us about your involvement with Anonymous. and what that was all
How
about.
crazy is that?
Yeah.
As the most famous I've ever been was like this week.
So Anonymous, this hacker
I'm
group.
so excited. Yeah.
What happened?
Hacktivists. These Anonymous are world famous hackers, and they hacked in last week to Donald Trump's outgoing message, and
On his
they
voicemail?
changed the outgoing message to saying something like in a Shaggy voice. I'm actor Matthew Lillard, who plays Shaggy on television. Go check me out at, and gave these 2 web pages that
That's really
but I was
funny.
like, somebody, I was directing something, and somebody came up and was like, you just hacked Donald Trump. I was like, amazing.
These are the
I
guys.
gotta tell you, I am so happy to be that guy. I'm so happy. I was like, anytime, bro, you want to roll and bring down the Trumpster, I'm in.
These guys are taking on ISIS too.
I think they're the new era superhero. I mean, look, they do some messed up stuff. I'm sure that people don't agree with everything they do, but.
Can I ask you though a connection? You were in a movie years ago, Hackers.
Sure, yeah. Hack the planet,
do you think
Hack the
that's
planet.
do you think that's what the connection
I don't know,
is?
but I wish they would have said, hey, this is Matthew Lillard, serial killer from Hackers. That would have been like made sense. I think it was just like, hey, dude, what impression do you do? I don't know, I do Shaggy. And then some dude's like, all right, bro.
You mean there
Let's
wasn't?
do it. I mean, it was so like there was no. I don't
There was
think
no
a lot
committee
of-
meeting or anything
No, I
like
don't think Anonymous got together and said, "Well, who should we represent? What about the great act?" I mean, I think that they were just a bunch of loaded up kids going, "Let's get it."
A couple of quick questions because you worked with some of my favorite directors, Wes Craven and
God bless
John
his
Waters.
heart. Yeah.
Who just passed away recently. But you worked on Serial Mom with John Waters.
Sure, he was my first. I'll never. The first day of work I ever had by myself. The first note he gave me said, "Do it again, but don't do it so." Effeminate but he didn't use that word.
John Waters.
Really? Yeah.
Who's John Waters?
From John Waters. Like, do it again, but don't do it so effy. And I was like, I wasn't doing effy. Bro, I was not doing it. That was the first, to come from acting school to in John Waters' set and not so effy. I was like, it was the most humiliating kind of moment of my life.
Well, it's a great movie. It ended up being just
It is.
And,
my mom at the premiere, I was like, my first film, and we're in the black tie because it was this thing for a fundraiser for kids.
Yeah.
We're in black tie. My mom's in the back of the limo. My dad's in the back. And I get in the car, and I said to my mom, I was like, so, what'd you think? And my dad's like, I loved it. My sister's like, I loved it. And my mom's like, nah. So to this day, the only thing I ever remember is my mom going, it was okay.
Great to see you,
You
Matthew.
guys, thanks. I thought I was going to be here for like 2 minutes. So thank you so much for revealing my life to the entire people
Actually,
of
wait,
Philly.
real quick, we have your first grade teacher right out here in the green room. Bring him in.
No.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Matthew.
Guy. I
Great to see you.
appreciate that.
Matthew Lillard, everybody. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner seem friendlier than ever on their family ski vacation with.
3 WMMR.
All right, we got a couple of minutes to talk to our next guest. He made a splash this weekend, yesterday, at the Eagles game and has spread virally all over social media for just being a fired up, passionate Eagles fan. And it just so happens it's Kathy's nephew. So please welcome James Romano to the show. Hi, James. How you doing, buddy?
Good, how are you?
We're doing great, man. Hey, you must be really excited to find out that your video was played all over the place, all over the world yesterday.
Yeah.
Did you know? Wasn't Mommy's cousin in Germany, and did she call Mommy to say that she saw you at the Eagles game?
Yeah.
What was it like when you were there yesterday?
Like, I was there, like, it was a lot of fun. And when I got on TV, it was so much fun.
It was so much fun, I'm sure. James, what was happening when that got you so fired up like that right then? What was going on?
When Devontae Smith caught that ball, I was so happy.
And were you screaming words, or were you just going, ah, just making noises?
I was screaming words.
What were you saying, can I ask?
I was saying, let's go.
I saw that. I can read your lips. You were like, let's go!
Now, was that the only time you screamed like that all day, or did it happen more than once?
It happened more than once.
Yeah, it sounds like your voice is a little hoarse.
Yeah, it hurts.
But it's a good kind of hurt, right?
Yeah,
Now, are you the loud one in your family, James?
definitely.
Okay, without question.
Even with Auntie Kathy?
Oh, that's so funny. What did your now we know your grandma and your grandfather. Did they talk to you yesterday about that?
Yeah.
What did they say?
They said that we saw you on TV.
Oh, that's great. Now, Aunt Kathy was telling me that there was one person you wanted to make sure who saw that. Do you remember who that was?
AJ Brown.
AJ Brown.
Oh, AJ Brown's
Yeah.
I thought it was your teacher.
No, AJ's wearing an AJ Brown jersey.
I got you.
Okay.
Yeah. Do we know if AJ saw that video yet? Did you find out?
No, I don't know.
You
I'll
don't
bet
know.
he
Okay.
did, man.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
But did anybody from school see the video? Do you know?
Yeah, my friend texted me. My teacher.
Your teacher saw the video. Oh my gosh. What do you think she's going to say to you when you get to school today?
That was so cool.
Wow.
Do you want to play football when you grow up?
Yes.
Ah.
He plays football now. He's the quarterback of his flag football team.
Wow.
Wow.
Did you win your game on Friday night, James?
No, we lost.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, you know what? You should look into performance-enhancing steroids.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
don't do that.
James, it was yesterday your first Eagles game that you went to?
Yeah, no.
No? Okay, so did you hear any words yesterday that you'd never heard before?
Pretty much.
Yeah. He's been well trained, right?
Hey, let me ask you about that tooth, man. Did you pull that out yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. How long ago did that happen?
Like 5 months ago, maybe.
Oh, it's been a while. Okay, so that's old news then. Well, it looks you look like a pretty tough kid with that missing tooth, man. It looks like you don't take any crap from anybody.
He doesn't.
Well, we're glad you're on our side.
Yeah.
James, was Daddy screaming like that too, or was it?
No, not really.
No, yeah.
He doesn't need to.
I
He's
know.
got him
He's
doing
got-
all the work.
Got James doing it.
Yeah.
How was tailgating in the parking lot?
It was so much fun.
What did you guys do?
Pretty much play football.
Play football.
You
Okay.
played football. Okay,
Ah.
gotcha. Did you talk to any of your teammates yet?
No.
Okay, I'm sure that'll happen.
Yeah, do you guys have practices or you just get together and play games?
Just games.
Okay, so you'll see them this coming Friday.
Friday
then.
nights, yeah.
All right.
That's awesome, man. Well, listen, we're excited for your newfound fame, and this can only mean great things for you, James. Just you'll continue rising up and surprising everyone.
In a couple of years, you'll be dating Taylor Swift.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
His sister loves. Isn't that Gigi's favorite song? A Taylor Swift song?
Yes.
Yeah, she plays it all the time.
Hey, James, do you ever listen to your Aunt Kathy on the radio?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, James comes out to the Camp Out for Hunger and donates each year.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's coming up soon. We're going to have him out for that.
Absolutely.
All right, buddy. Well, you got to get to school, so have a great day, and we're very happy for you, okay?
Bye. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
What a fine young man.
I love you, buddy.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, there he goes. That's James Romano.
The footage is so
great.
So Eagles fan, showing how we start him young.
He's screaming as hard as he can.
It's just so funny. Like I can't even describe like who he is. Actually, Marissa's going to put up a little blog that we wrote about James on PrestonandSteve.com. But he's this genuine kid. He's loving. He's so sweet.
Yeah.
He's just a nice boy, and he. Actually, at any game he goes to, he always ends up at least on the Jumbotron. Like at the Philly, he's been on at the Phillies game, at the Sixers game.
Oh, this is old news then.
But I mean, this was just like my brother he was getting his phone out. You can see him in this video.
Yeah, that's Jimmy wearing the
Eagles
hat.
Yeah. And so he thought he was going to be, up on the screen in, at Lincoln Financial Field. And then he said it didn't happen. So he just thought, oh, okay, I guess it didn't happen or whatever. He had no idea that it was the national TV camera.
By the way, Jimmy's face is like, he's so used to this.
Yes.
Like, he's just got like a half a smile. He's not even like going, look at my kid. He's just like, yeah, this is what my kid does.
Yep, exactly. That's James.
That's awesome. Wow. That's
Were you watching, Kath? Did you see this happen live?
You know what? So I had the TV on. It was kind of on in the background, and I actually heard them say they start them early in Philly.
Yes.
Something like that. So I didn't see it, but then of course immediately after everybody started sending the videos, so I rewound
We were
it
watching,
and saw
man. It was so great. And you know, they feature this kid, and I read his lips. I was like, yes, he's going, let's go.
wow. Kathy got so excited she ate a bug.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was. You're going from something like a highlight of my weekend to the low of my weekend. And how I was traumatized, and I actually have PTSD a little bit.
I can't wait to hear this.
So I didn't hear the beginning of the story.
She hasn't even told us. She just said that I swallowed a bug, so we don't know anything.
All right.
I've got to hear about this because of all people.
Oh, God.
That would swallow something as disgusting as. Do you have any idea what it was? What kind of bug?
Let me tell you.
Please do tell me.
If it's a cicada, I'm going to high five everyone in the room.
If it's a stink bug, I'm gonna. Okay, I want to know.
Okay.
We all want to take guesses. I'm saying stink bug. You're saying cicada.
I'm going to say, to be more practical, I'm going to say a fly.
All right, Casey.
Oh, I don't even know. I'm just going to say a beetle.
All right,
a beetle.
What do you think?
I know it's not an insect, but I'm going to go spider.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, Nick's right.
Oh my God.
I felt the legs. I think it actually crawled a little bit down my throat. It was the worst experience of my life. I swear to God, I'm like traumatized, and when I think about it, I'm like sweating, and it was so bad. It was so bad. I think it was a tarantula. Pretty sure it was.
You felt the fur?
Steve, I walked out of a door, and it was just like, it was like the perfect storm. I, for whatever reason, took a deep breath.
Right.
Took a deep breath in as I walked into the, I never saw the bug, but I walked into a spider web.
Oh.
And I felt the like web, and I took a deep breath in through my mouth and not my nose, and it went straight down. And like I could almost feel it's like thin little legs.
Oh my
So
God.
it wouldn't have been a daddy long legs. You would have had more of a.
I don't
like,
know.
It probably
felt that like.
Right.
And when did this happen? Yesterday?
No, this happened on Friday.
Because I thought it was going to be like, hey, it's October, you know?
Yeah.
Happy Halloween, shark!
So it then sat for the rest of the day in like my throat/chest area.
You're just hanging out in there.
I could feel it. I was peeing every 2 seconds. I drank so much water. I couldn't get, and then.
Did you check your poop?
Casey. So, no, I didn't. But that's all I kept thinking. I was like, you need to go to the bathroom because once, maybe that'll filter it out. Like,
Did you ever consider vomiting?
So Steve, it just went straight down my throat and into my esophagus so quick that I didn't even get the chance to try to cough it up. It was down.
I mean,
that was it.
You couldn't. I know what you're talking about. You happen to inhale.
Yes.
At the exact horrible moment, and then that brings it in. That full force rockets it down your throat. But you're saying it stayed lodged mid throat for a while.
Throat, and I just kept drinking water, and eventually I woke up the next morning and I was like, okay, it's gone. But that feeling of it in there, every time I would feel it, I would start to like almost cry again. Like I was,
wow.
I'm like, here it is again. I'm like, it's still there. It's still stuck there. And then I would think about what kind of spider it is and what it looked like.
You.
I'm
coming back out when you're asleep.
The only reason
horrified.
The only reason I guessed spider was that it's kind of like spider season. Like there are just webs out everywhere. And Kathy, it could have been the size of like a pinhead, and it still would have felt giant in your throat.
Well, in your throat, yeah.
So, any idea as to actually how big it was?
I don't. I never saw it. The only reason I know it was a spider is because the web was on me.
Was anybody around you when this happened?
No, I was no.
You were by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you poor thing.
And I was like, it was in the car because, like I said, it was in there. So when I was in the car, I was trying to like cough really hard to almost see if I could like make myself vomit, but it wasn't happening.
Kathy's fear of any type of foreign organism being inside her body is you've shared with me this before, this fear of that there's something that's alive that's traveling in, even if it's a it's kind of like the flu shot. You don't want to get that because it's a living thing. You just don't want anything like that. That had to have terrified you.
Well, then I was like, is it dead?
Right.
Like, and a few hours later, I'm like, at this point, it's got to be dead, right? Like it's drowned in my saliva and water and whatever else is in my body.
But I mean, it doesn't matter because at a certain point, you've had that initial reaction that you perceive as being it moving in your throat, and then I'm sure the way people have phantom pain in limbs that have been removed, you're processing that and believing that's the case. Wow, that's pretty wild.
Every time I would think about it, I would make myself sick. But I'm telling you, when I inhaled that, like I felt the. Like I think
felt
I
the legs.
The legs.
Yeah. Well, the spider probably could see the light from your mouth and the southerly light
was trying to fly through.
I'm sure that I've swallowed a bug at a time, or I know I haven't. It hasn't affected me like Kathy. Like I haven't carried it around for my entire life and remember exactly when or how it happened. But I know I've swallowed bugs before.
Did you feel it like when I swallowed a bug? Like it was over quickly. Like I drank some water or whatever, and then that was it. You're saying you felt it.
It stayed there. Like it was almost like it was stuck. I mean, I don't know if it was alive and actually crawling around, but it was definitely stuck in my throat.
This is wild.
When you inhaled it, because like if you inhale something, it'll go into your lungs, right? So did you like choke on it and then it ended up in your esophagus? And then how many eggs do you think it laid?
I already thought of that. You guys know I have like every ailment. I'm allergic to everything. I was like, I'm going to be allergic to this and I'm going to like go into anaphylactic shock. I'm going to end up in the emergency room tonight.
Right.
Periodically, I was like, okay, I'm still breathing.
Right.
My airway's still open.
I saw a picture one time where the eggs come out in the nipple, right?
They come out of the nipple. Yeah.
Those little worms, those little maggots.
Do me a favor, just as an experiment. Quickly bend your wrists and see if web comes out.
Listen, I'd take that. I wouldn't mind being Spider-Man.
Now, I remember...
Spider-Man-thy.
I remember ages ago in having
whatever a spider can.
A soda can and Yellow Jackets getting into an open soda can and going up and taking a drink, and all of a sudden, what is this crawling around my mouth? Oh my God! But I'd never swallowed one. But that's gnarly.
Oh gosh, it was just.
Well, you were crying.
I mean, pretty much yes. I couldn't believe that it. I didn't know what to do. It was done. Like it was in my body.
Did you reach out to Dr. Mike?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I thought you would have maybe.
Did you consider Heimliching yourself?
I wanted to vomit. I wanted to throw up and have it come out.
Have you ever forced yourself to vomit?
You know what? No. Like I can't do that. You can do it.
The fingers down the throat. Boom.
I can't do it.
Yeah. Yeah,
try it right now.
Go
ahead.
It's not wonderful. I'll put my fingers down your throat.
No, but like when you've been sick and you're like, I just need to get this up. I've never been able to do that.
To get it going. Yeah, sometimes. And once it kicks in and you're met with all the wonderful smells of the bile and all the crap coming out of your body and you're over the toilet, then the show begins, ladies and gentlemen. Please return to your seats.
No, but you have nothing to worry about. I mean, those, unless it was some kind of a venomous spider, which are rare to find around your house.
Pregnant.
It's going to, your body is going to do its job and to destroy anything that went in there.
Yeah, I feel like by now at this point, we're at Monday morning, I'm okay.
Are you sure it wasn't a hummingbird?
It felt like a hummingbird.
Wow. This happened on Friday. So did it almost ruin the weekend for you?
No, I mean, it ruined Friday. I was like nauseous. Every time I thought about it, I made myself sick over it.
Well, there's a question that's posted up, and I don't know if Connor can scroll down. Is it possible for spiders to lay eggs in a human? And I wonder how long most spiders on average, or bugs, could exist within Because
in the human
you got to
body.
kill it with tequila, is what I heard.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, okay.
On Saturday I did.
Wow, that's nasty.
Olay.
That is nasty.
I have had, like on my bike and on my scooter, I have had bugs fly into my helmet, into my sunglasses, but I don't think I've ever had one fly into.
Didn't eat a big June bug?
Yeah.
Like I couldn't believe just the series of events that I happened to take a breath right while walking directly into a spider web that was at my mouth, at mouth level.
That was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
The all of Earth's history has been pointed towards that one moment.
Man, a June bug, that would be nasty, wouldn't it?
Oh, God,
Big old
yeah.
crunchy June bug.
Yeah, you got some meat on that.
By the way, so yesterday we noticed on the back of my house, I mean, tons of stink bugs all over the place. And we get around this time of year, they start looking for a warm place to go to.
Right.
It's no big deal to
Kathy's
see
mouth.
a handful of stink bugs, but when I tell you dozens,
Really?
dozens, where I've never seen so many in my life.
Outside?
Some of them made it inside. We had,
man.
I probably caught about 10 of them inside the house.
I hate those effing things.
I
But
know.
if you crush them, you release a pheromone that attracts more.
I've now become desensitized with just grabbing them with my hand.
Yeah.
Because we had to get them out of the house, and they don't bite you or anything like that.
Pop like
it's
milk
just-
duds.
It's weird.
It's great, but these things are so tasty.
But it was like the spotted lanternflies were like 3 or 4 years ago. Like that many of them. I couldn't believe it.
Have any of you guys had a stink bug?
Stink bug?
Not
You
like
have?
that.
Really?
But not on the entire side of the house. But and the other thing that I've noticed lately, Preston, is that they, as always, they're just slow and buzzing. So you
And
hear them.
stupid.
Well, you just hear them flying around the house. So you'll just hear bzzz, and then it'll like attach itself to a wall.
Yeah.
Like, oh God, man. And then you
I gotta go
get it.
find that damn thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're a really annoying of those invasive insects. That again, I'm right with you. I just grab it and throw it out the window.
Yeah.
You know.
Fortunately, they're easy to catch.
They're very
pretty
they're very easy.
They're slow.
Lantern flies. No, you got to come in on the right angle.
They jump.
Yeah, they jump.
They don't fly very fast,
Yeah.
but they jump.
Right.
But they do
really
tire themselves out, from what I hear. Like if they jump twice, then chances are you're going to be able to get
You
them
might as
the
well
third time.
jump.
Yeah.
They need a little break after a couple of jumps.
That's what I've heard.
Okay.
And come at them from
I am
behind.
pooped. I'm a two-jumper.
Yeah, there's a few people texting in saying, yeah, I'm in Harleysville. We have a ton of stink bugs. So maybe it's in my region. Maybe there's a bunch in and around where I live right
They should
now.
advertise that for the travel.
Stink bug central. Come on out.
You know what
Bring
I
the
did?
kids.
What was it? I was reading an article and I forget exactly what it was. It was talking about the thing that I've always called, which is not a silverfish, which is that incorrectly calling it that, which is the sort of
Got all the legs?
centipede-ish- Yeah, exactly.
The long legs around it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I thought those were silverfish too, and
No.
apparently they're not.
No.
They're like 1,000-leggers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I don't like the silverfish.
No.
So we're looking at pictures. Yeah, Steve, that's just that's a centipede.
It's a centipede. I never realized. I thought in a different way, but those suckers are quick.
They're fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, here it's saying here they're called a house centipede.
Do they? For example, when I find a spider in the house, I don't kill it. I let it.
I try to let them be as well, but there's a bathroom we have in the basement that doesn't get used very often. I went in the other day and there were like 15 spiders.
Oh boy.
Decent size.
Yeah, they were like this big, but they didn't have like large bodies. They had just kind of thin, long legs, like Daddy Longlegs do. I took those out because that was an infestation.
You killed them or took them out?
No, I killed them. You know,
who wants to go to Texas Roadhouse?
Was that like that scene from Pulp Fiction? Take her out. Point the gun to your head.
Take her out.
No, show her a good time. No, I killed him.
Okay.
I felt bad about doing it, but you can't have an infestation in the house.
You can't rehabilitate him at that point.
What are those jumping? They have jumping spiders too. We've talked about that too. I know.
Those are the ones that get inside your esophagus and lay eggs.
Oh God. It jumped right in my mouth.
Jumping spiders, we have those around here?
I don't know if they're around here or not, but they have legs like.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they are.
I've seen them. They're pretty wild. Yes, we do have them around here. I've seen them jump.
Might as well jump.
They might as well jump.
Who did you call first, Kathy, after you
her priest
swallowed the bug?
I did.
Father Ignatius?
I bought my own plot. I don't know. Nobody. I don't think I was. It was like the middle of the day. You know, everybody's at work and busy and whatever. And I just was like horrified, and there was nothing I could do about it. And I just
Was Jace around?
drank water all day. No, he's at school. Yeah.
Is
There
there,
you are.
Is there a quick triple-digit number to call if you swallow a spider?
Right.
I think. What is the number? I don't know.
711. Call 711 if you swallow a spider. Wow.
Man, I know, but of all the people, you know, it just couldn't be worse.
You know what I did? Well, I also got another coffee. I was like, maybe this will also kill
Gonna
it.
burn it.
Well, and then
Burn it out.
I got and true story. I mean, I probably would have had a glass of wine anyway, but I went to the liquor store, got a bottle of wine. And I was like, if it's alive, the alcohol will kill it, right?
Right.
So I drank some wine.
I drank 5 bottles of wine. I'm gonna kill that thing.
Kathy's slamming bleach.
You know what?
Drano.
I'm not sure it's dead. I'm going back in.
I'm going for another one.
Oh, it's the spider in the throat lady. She wants to buy a case of wine.
That is nasty. All right,
I'll kill it. That's the last thing I do.
Thank you for sharing. All right, we have several things coming up. I want to go ahead and take a break because we have a couple of guests who are going to be joining us in the next segment, as well as a concert announcement.
Mm-hmm.
So that is all coming up. We're going to have Matthew Lillard on. We're also going to have our buddy Blake Wexler, stand-up comedian, checking in. But before we do take a break, I'd like to give something away. I've passed it to see the movie Saw X.
Yes.
I'll take callers number 17 and 18 at 215-263-WMMR. The most disturbing installment of the Saw franchise yet explores the untold chapter of Jigsaw's most personal game. Saw X is in theaters now, so we'll take those callers now. 215-263-WMMR. When we return, concert announcement and our guests. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
Okay, here's again. I think they're going to get back together.
Is that your Tom Brady laugh or your Ben Affleck laugh? What is that?
No. This is his new laugh that he wants to do on the show when he thinks something is funny, and I'm not kidding you.
Did he
told me
tell
this
you?
yesterday, and he displayed it for me, or he gave me a little treat, a little taste of it.
I can verify Kathy's story because I was standing alongside of them both when this was presented.
And I'm pretty sure I just walked away. I'm not sure how I responded.
No, you kissed me.
First there was
kissed me on the mouth.
a painful grunt from Kathy, and then she walked away.
So this is material you've been working on?
He's jealous because he thinks Marissa came up with a new laugh, so now he wants one.
Really?
That's what I think.
I'm not jealous.
Is that why you're doing it?
Is that Marissa's new laugh?
Marissa. Well, actually, it's gone away for a little while. I think maybe Marissa was hanging out with some people who laugh like, and she developed that.
Marissa has a supersonic.
Oh my God. When she actually, when you crack up, it is so loud it hurts.
And that's all it is.
Yeah.
That's her genuine laugh. It's like just a squeal and then it's
loud
over.
and convulsive and
But it's segued to
why don't you laugh like Burgess Meredith is the penguin?
So now we have Casey's new laugh.
No, but
go ahead, let's hear it.
No, so the genesis of it was I was watching the red carpet for the Grammys on Monday night.
Yeah.
And you had these two talking heads on the TV.
Who were horrible.
They were terrible. And somebody said something that wasn't funny, and then they both laughed. And then so I was like...
So that was your mocking laugh.
That was my mocking laugh. I was there with my kids.
Well, I tell you what, laugh authentically if you think something's funny in your regular, normal laugh, and then you can float that in occasionally in a mocking fashion.
All right.
All right.
The other option would be too dumb to go with.
I'm a wheeze laugher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's, you got me when you hear. I saw this story, Steve. You'd offhandedly mentioned Dachau.
Yes.
I did. I picked up on that, but I wanted to flesh that story out before I moved on to the Hitler stuff. But two historians have claimed that they have proof that Adolf Hitler suffered from an embarrassing secret medical condition. In their new book, which is called Hitler's Last Day, Minute by Minute, historians Jonathan Mayo and Emma Craigie claim that they have discovered medical records proving that the fascist dictator had a condition known as hypospadias. which results in abnormally small and deformed genitalia, sometimes referred to as micropenis.
Micropenis. Hitler had micropenis. So this on top of what you reported, I think, about a year and a half ago, that he had incredibly horrific gas problems.
He had real intestinal issues. He was a vegetarian, which
Tiny
actually
penis
they
and gas.
They didn't know at the time actually exacerbated his problem.
Sure, yeah, he was a
tiny
vegetarian.
penis. He had one testicle. This dude, no wonder.
This was a despot in the It's a perfect mix of what goes into making a completely deranged lunatic.
I honestly wonder how much of his demented view on the world had to do with the medical problems he had. He obviously had mental problems as well. But
it was just, but it was all listen, if this is all as true as they're saying it is, that's certainly a stew that creates this kind of lunatic.
Hitler himself is believed to have had two forms of genital abnormality: an undescended testicle and a rare condition called penile hypospadias, in which the urethra opens on the underside of the unit.
What?
Yeah. Recently, a German...
I pee out of a small hole near my taint. Time to invade Poland.
Wow,
I'll show you what it's like.
He declared it. Recently, a German historian also claimed they had evidence that Hitler only had one testicle. By the way, there was a song in 1939 called "Hitler Has Only Got One Ball."
What?
Wow. Who sung that?
Want me to read you the lyrics?
Yeah.
All right. Hitler has only got one ball. The other is in the Albert Hall. His mother, the dirty bitch, cut it off when he was small. Hitler has only got one ball. Goering has two, but very small. Himmler has something similar, but poor old Goebbels has no balls at all.
Wow.
That was a song in 1939.
Who sang that? Bing Crosby?
No, it was Weird Al Yankovic.
Really? Yankovic.
Yeah.
The earlier. God almighty. That's heavy duty for that time.
Yeah, big time.
The dirty bitch?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't think it was recorded. I think it was one of those sing-along in a pub type of songs.
Not like an MGM musical?
No, nothing like that.
Ta-ta-da-da, that filthy bitch. Honestly, though, you couldn't exact the kind of revenge you wanted to get on a Hitler. I mean, what could you do that would equal the horror that he exacted upon the earth? But it's also a little comforting to know he had microphallus.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of comforting to know. My son the other day, who I guess is learning about some of this stuff in social studies, had came to me and he said, you know what, there was a guy that apparently saved Hitler when he was a child from drowning. And he lived with the guilt later on with the fact that he saved a mass murderer. But how would you ever know?
And
how would you ever know? And you would be living with the guilt that you let a child die.
And you saved at that point, which is probably, we don't know if all the things that were in place to make him what he would be were there at that point. You could have saved a completely innocent, which is probably the case, child at that point.
Yeah.
And then the influences of life, realizing he has a super tiny dong and farts a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
I've got issues.
Yeah, apparently. Well,
I wonder if he had put a cork in his butt if it would have finally popped out.
It would have made his genitals larger.
In fact, I'm putting my division on this. I want a longer unit.
Charlie Sheen claims that a testosterone cream was the reason for his bizarre behavior back in 2011.
That's what it was.
That's what did it.
Yeah, right?
How was that? It turned me into a warlock. A freaking warlock. That's the thing I hate most in his vocal part. I don't know.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
He explains in a new interview with Dr. Oz that was a very specific period
Where's the Tin Man?
Period of time that did feel very out of body and just very detached from all things real.
Almost as if he was completely deranged.
He said, I felt superhuman during some of that. He said it was
a freaking rock star.
A lot of highs and lows. Well, he did ride on a Mercury surfboard.
Mercury surfboard.
Yeah.
I've been riding it on a Mercury surfboard.
Like the Silver Surfer.
Yeah. He said I was taking
Fantastic Four.
I was taking a lot of testosterone cream, and I think I went too far with it. It was kind of like a borderline, not roid rage, but roid disengage. The former 2.5 Men star also addressed his violent torpedo of truth, defeat is not an option tour, saying, that's the stuff that I do look at and cringe a little.
Oh, good.
It was nice to give people a bunch of slogans and T-shirts and all that, but the rest of it was a lot of work. There were things about that person that were empowering, that were vibrant, but I didn't like the anger. I tend to be victimized by my anger at times. It was... I felt embarrassed watching that stuff, watching him implode like that. And then,
You were embarrassed for him.
Totally. That was it. I was embarrassed for
awful.
him. They did when his first night at the Tower Theater, one of the first shows was at the Tower.
Might have been local, yeah.
And it was just like, apparently from what I heard, it fell apart. It didn't have any direction, and it was just embarrassing.
Jeff Ross told us he stepped in and did one.
Yeah.
He would have this touring sort of group of people, and then when he went to every market, he would bring in locals, and he would, for a large portion of the show, just sit in a chair on the stage
and talk
and ramble.
Yeah, and not really have an act per se. So,
and it's not comedy, and it's not drama. It's just rambling.
Yeah,
it's like Lake Wobegon days.
Yeah, exactly.
Frickin' Lake Wobegon.
We need to do a letter of the day. I understand, Casey, you are the keeper of said letter.
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, in the Preston and Steve.
Jesus God Almighty.
Holy
Oh my God.
crap.
I thought he fell.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's hippie Terminator.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
Bust him through that door. Hair all slicked back, shades on, looking crazy cool in his black jacket. Oh my God, he's about to pass out. Quick, somebody.
Stand behind
Hold that man up.
Help me, Jesus.
Help me. Dear God.
All right, well, the music's already playing. So
No, I know it.
Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
G is in great.
Hell yeah. All right, so tomorrow we give away a pair of tickets in the Comcast Sportsnet suite for Jimmy Watson Flyers Hall of Fame night on Monday, this coming Monday, including a parking pass, 2 CSN prize packs, and a visit to the broadcast booth during the game. Is he passing out or is he trying to read?
Did you run from the elevator?
Did I? What?
Did you run from the elevator?
What?
I ran the whole way.
Yeah.
I
ran from home.
You are dedicated.
Well, I had that new sweat removal procedure, so I don't sweat.
Yeah.
You're good.
So,
Got the mirror dry.
got it. I'm dry. Mouth is dry. You know, when your mouth is dry, you're pretty high.
That's right. Thank you, George. Holding puppies can be attractive to some people, but a new study reveals nearly half of women are attracted to men holding fish.
Okay.
Men holding fish?
I saw this yesterday.
What?
Like holding a bass or like a bag with a goldfish?
No, like a bass.
Like a trophy. Like you caught a really big bass and you're holding it out and you're displaying this thing proudly.
Yes.
So why are women attracted to fish holding men?
Well, this is from a fish app called Fish Brain.
Okay, well, they have something to. They have a vested interest in it.
But they analyzed Tinder photos, all right, used by 18 to 35-year-old men in Florida.
Oh, well, there you go. There's a lot of fishing in Florida.
Yep, exactly. And they found that 22% chose a photo of themselves posing with a recently caught fish.
I saw a hunk holding a fish. He was so sexy.
Researchers then polled more than 1,000 members of a college sorority to see how they felt about the
Look
photos.
at this dude holding the fish. He's like a Chippendales dancer.
And they
I don't think the fish has any friggin' thing to do with it.
Be holding a severed head.
I saw a picture of a guy with a 12-inch dong holding a flounder. Man, fish are sexy.
This guy is no shirt and he's completely sculpted. I mean, he's cut up as you can possibly imagine.
I normally wouldn't give this guy the time of day, but he's holding a flounder.
I didn't even know he was holding fish.
Yeah.
Here's a pile of dead kittens.
Yeah. Looks like he has an otter in his pants.
So they polled these college sorority sisters, and they found that 46% said they found the photos of men with the fish sexier compared to those who had photos without fish.
Get Henry Fonda. Put a picture of Henry Fonda from On Golden Pond up there.
Hold him, Walter.
Am I getting you turned on? You see my droopy man boobies? And my chicken gobbler neck? Am I getting you all hot and horny?
He'd be holding a trout, right?
Yeah.
Which is Walter, the one they caught in the movie.
Are your panties swimming yet? Leave me alone, you crazy old bitch. I'm going to go turn on some chicks. See him with his shirt off and the jeans.
The study was.
I pooped myself. I had a bran muffin, and the motion of the power boat made me defecate. Loosen my bowels. And you always have that pain, that old guy pain look.
Yes, you're right.
There's about 7 different things that are incredibly painful going on in my body right now. They start just above my taint, and then it's ending right mid-chest where I'm currently experiencing a full-blown heart attack. Along the way, one of my nuts hurts. There's something in my stomach. I don't know what's going on. And I think I have a tapeworm.
I see that pain look again.
Let's go down and go after the big bass in the pond. You know how the old guys are like, I'm going to go look for the remote. Am I sexy? I look hot, don't I?
All right.
The great thing about my wife is that she shakes so much I get handies whether I want them or not.
Come on.
Oh, my
No, man.
God.
That was not intended to go to completion. And I just called. That's my morning win.
An unintended handy is this morning win.
I mean, we can wrap it up on that note.
Yeah, I think we're good.
MMR.
Real quick, I want to mention, I said the great weather. So I will mention one of Kathy's featured fall activities, which, of course, we have the full list at PrestonandSteve.com. But there's one coming up on the 6th this week. And it is the historic Bolton Mansion event that Kathy had talked about.
A very haunted location.
Guided ghost tour, October 6th from 7 to 9 p.m. And it's hosted by the Fairless Hills Paranormal Group. And it's they also have a kid-friendly ghost tour on October 7th.
This isn't scary. I swallowed a bug.
They have a murder mystery dinner October 13th and 14th, and Boo at Bolton.
I love it.
On October 21st.
Yeah, that's like their big event. It's a food truck festival, but this ghost tour, the guided ghost tour, if you're into that, Friday, for adults, and then Saturday they have a kid-friendly one, which is cool.
Yeah, location-wise, this is often pointed to as one of the more haunted or active sites in the country.
So that's coming up this week, and then there's another one that's coming up this week. I want to give you before these expire.
Yes, as well you should.
The Hay Maze at Dilworth Park, which looks like it's going to be cool. Is it already set up yet, Kath? Or
yeah, I believe it's set up, and they have their Harvest Weekend, which is the 6th to the 8th. And then they do something else on the October 14th, but I think you're talking about the Harvest Weekend, which is October 6th to the 8th. Yeah.
So they've got local bands, live pumpkin carving demonstrations, a roaming circus performer,
and a crazy old woman who screams about SEPTA
as well. Well, yeah,
she's just wandered.
She's
off the
year
street.
round.
Yeah.
She's not like specifically.
System in the city's crap. Are you part of the entertainment? No, I live here.
And then October 14th, a not-so-scary Halloween with free pumpkin paintings, spooky story time with the Free Library of Philadelphia, and a magic show as well. So anyhow, all of the stuff is at PrestonandSteve.com, Kathy's fall activities.
Yeah, and actually on Tuesday, I'll be at Sycamore and Stone Farm with Bygone Flowers. We have our workshop, which did sell out. However, all of the activities where, you have to sign up for something and, there's tickets. If it is sold out, check back, because if something opens up and there's a cancellation, they'll open it back up.
Somebody asked if Jeff Devlin is going to be there for that?
Yeah, Jeff's going to be there. And
excellent.
he texted me and said that he thinks the spider probably laid eggs. So, thanks, Jeff.
There you go.
If you just missed, Kathy swallowed a spider.
We believe it was a small bird, but
which might have had a spider that laid eggs in the bird.
Yeah, they carry all sorts of fleas and spiders.
All right. How about this? We're going to have Matthew Lillard on in about, he's scheduled for about 3 minutes from now. So I think we have time to do a concert announcement. How cool is this? MMR is excited to announce and welcome to Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
The Foo Fighters. Yeah.
That's big.
Yeah, that's big.
It's been a while.
Yeah, most definitely. Foo Fighters are going to be playing at Hershey Park Tuesday.
We were all set and ready to go when they had that show coming up at the link, and then obviously, bad things happened. Well,
I forgot. Was it COVID?
No, Taylor died.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Right. Yeah. That was when it happened.
Forget, right?
Oh my God! I totally forgot about that. Not that he died, but the fact that there was a show scheduled. Didn't even consider that. All right. Well, if you've been holding out, then Hirschpark. That's
it's sobering to realize how many people have died.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, like
just in general.
In general.
Yeah.
Lots of people have died.
The odds are against us.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the long run, you're correct. All right, so we're waiting on Matthew Lillard to give us a buzz here. You know what? I have something. I can be the time killer again.
Oh,
if you want.
Yeah, let's do it.
But this is a heads up because this is taking
time for the time killer.
This is taking place this week. FEMA and the FCC are holding a nationwide test of the emergency alert system.
Right.
And wireless emergency alerts on the 4th. So what's the 2nd? So on Wednesday.
What specific time?
Yes, it will be at 2:20 p.m. Eastern.
I have noticed, and I think, Kathy, you said you noticed this as well, that in some of those Amber Alerts and stuff like that, I used to get them all the time, and I have not gotten one in a while.
Yeah, the last one you and I didn't get.
And I think there's a setting on the phone that I have to, and I just did it recently, so hopefully it'll work out.
Wait a minute, I just got a notification from WMMR.com.
Really?
Yeah, let me see what this is. I bet it's the Foo Fighters announcement. Wouldn't that be great?
So Kathy, she says you're cute.
Dear Kathy, dear Preston. Hang on, let me see.
Sadie Hawkins dances this weekend.
Foo Fighters are coming to Pennsylvania. See?
Nice.
From my mouth
Top that, FEMA.
to your phone. How about that?
You beat the notification.
All right, so
where's that sound coming from?
That's it.
wait.
Right. And wireless emergency alerts.
Wow. Oh, this is us
That's
live.
us.
Oh my God! That's
But we're
crazy.
not live.
But when is then now?
What specific time? Yes, it will be at 2:20 p.m. Eastern.
Hey, we're
I
good.
noticed.
This is just like 30 seconds ago.
I want to hear it. Oh,
I'd stopped it.
Oh man.
Do me a favor. Send future Preston a message.
And then I stopped it and then I started it, and it was a Steven Singer ad.
Oh, okay.
So that's wild. Oh, okay. Anyway, so yes, it's going to take place on Wednesday, 2:20 p.m. And it will occur at the same time. Will consist of 2 portions that will occur at the same time, and it will be sent. The message will be sent to all iPhones, TVs, and radios. Why just iPhones?
Well, because they are trying to, in this very cynical way, murder all the Amazon users. No, I think it would probably go for both. They run on the same format. I think they just maybe singled out iPhones for this message. Because why would you leave Android users out?
Yeah, or any knockoff phone of any type, or so the EAS section will handle sending the text messages to televisions and radios at the time, and will be the 7th cross-U.S. test of its kind. I think I've gotten one of these like one time before.
So you missed out on the other 6.
Yeah, either that or I don't know if maybe I didn't have my phone nearby me when the other ones happened or something like that. I don't know.
Yes.
So the second portion of WEA, wireless emergency alerts, will target
women eating avocados.
That too.
Yeah.
Oh,
is that a thing?
That's on Pornhub.
Of course, it's a thing. Will target all consumer cell phones and smart. Okay, so the second one will target all consumer cell phones and smartphones.
There you go. You'd have to.
So the first one just goes to iPhones, TVs, and radios.
Sorry, Tennessee.
Yeah. While it is the 3rd nationwide test, it will be the 2nd that will hit all cellular devices.
Well, there you go, Press. Look on the screen. That's from it's a woman eating an avocado.
Right. Okay.
Man, I scored with avocados I bought on Friday. Like 3 really good ones, not one sucker in the bunch. I was really proud of myself.
And that's one of the hardest pieces of produce to hit right on the money.
I was 3 for 3, Steve. I was really proud.
I heard some cool things about avocados. One thing was that if you leave them in water, they stay riper longer.
Oh, no kidding.
And then the other thing I just seen on Instagram is if you scoop that stuff out, the avocado.
Yeah.
And put it in.
It makes a tiny yarmulke.
Yeah. No, you put it in like an ice cube tray or whatever, and you freeze it. Like it'll stay good forever and ever and ever.
So once you scoop what you're there to eat out of it, it'll stay around forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder how defrosted avocado tastes, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Who wants some frozen avocado skins?
I've never thought about freezing avocado.
No, the internet said it was good.
And then defrosting it. And see, I would think it would lose some of its integrity.
You'd probably be a less than successful restaurant if that was your main dish.
I'd rather eat a spider than that.
Now we're talking.
Yeah. All right, hey, our guest is ready to go.
Excellent.
So we can talk to him. We can wash down our spider with a little of his whiskey.
Which looks promising.
Yeah, it does. Quest's End whiskey is what he is promoting, and we'll talk to him anytime to talk about anything because he's awesome. We were lucky enough to have him in the studio years ago.
Yep.
Actually, a couple of times.
Great guy, yeah.
Please welcome Mr. Matthew Lillard to our show. Hey, man.
That's officially the weirdest conversation I've heard coming into an interview yet this morning.
Yes, without any context, it probably sounded fairly strange at the beginning.
More than fairly, my friend. More than fairly. How are you guys?
We're good, man. We're doing solid. Listen, I want to comment on the first and foremost because from time to time we do get people who have a brand that they are promoting, and sometimes it does involve spirits. And one of the first things I like to comment on is the style of the bottle. And looking at Quest's End, this is a really slick-looking bottle that you guys have this in. There's got to be a story behind that.
Well, first of all, thank you. It took a year to put that together. And, listen, I've been an actor my whole life. I started a company 5 years ago called Beetle and Grimm's. It's like a high-end Dungeons and Dragons company.
Okay.
And a friend of mine said, I've got a buddy of mine who's doing like high-end whiskey. Is there a world in which we take this premium whiskey experience and combine it with Dungeons and Dragons? And I was like, I don't know, but that sounds like the single greatest adventure ever. And here we are. So it's a year later. We built the bottle. It's called Quest End Whiskey. And the difference is, if you go to Bevmo, there's 150 freaking yards of whiskeys.
Yeah.
And so we're not trying to compete with those whiskeys. I am not by any means George. I don't have the power of George Clooney or
Right.
Ryan Reynolds.
Right.
So what we're doing is we're building a very specific whiskey brand for people who love the fantasy world, right? So, so if you think of Game of Thrones or Dungeons and Dragons, that's what our whiskey is built for. Each bottle, this one's called Paladin. Each bottle comes with a 16-page story that continues throughout the entire drop.
This is pretty. That's a wild because the bottle itself does scream, Game of Thrones, epic quest. It has that sort of, medieval look, Dungeons and Dragons look to it. But you're saying to hyper focus on, which I think is kind of a brilliant idea. The people who are into this game, and they're a legion. And so you're saying each bottle or the bottles as the series comes out, it'll progress the story?
Yeah. So each one has the saga that goes along with it. So we'll deliver it direct to your home. It's penned by a woman named Kate Welch, who's big in the D&D world, and Tyler Jacobson, who's this modern master of fantasy art. And so each time you get it, so the first 4 drops, the first 4 bottles are Paladin, Rogue, Warlock, and then Dragon. And so each one of them has a different flavor profile and a continuation of the story. So look, our whole thing is we started this company called Find Familiar Spirits. This is our first venture. We're going into doing other fandoms, and again, going after a bespoke experience for fans who are passionate about something, approaching that space in an authentic way, not just manipulating them to try to sell crap to them.
Right.
But really creating something that's, that's premium, that will bring them joy in the world that they care most about.
Well, we had...
That's a whole pitch.
I think that's brilliant. We had Glenn Harrington on recently, and he has his, their marketing 4 Walls, which is their whiskey, which is an Irish whiskey, and that's what they're more what they're focusing on. I think this idea of coming in at this angle is kind of cool. You were talking about your next potential fandom to focus in on. Obviously, you have cred in the horror world with Scream and 13 Ghosts. Might you go down that realm to the people who are in the more macabre stuff?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I will take the fifth on that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, because there's a large fan base.
Well, listen,
it's a voracious fan base.
Matthew, though, I do want to mention you do have pedigree involved in this, because I was just reading that the Blue Run Spirits co-founder, Tim Sparapani, is involved in this. So I am a fan of Blue Run is a whiskey you have to spend a premium on to get your hands on it.
Oh, wow.
And a friend of mine had to go and find some bottles for me that I have at home because I'm a bourbon guy. So if he's involved in this, you've immediately got my attention.
See, that will make Tim very excited. Yeah, Tim just sold that company last month for a considerable amount of money.
Wow.
This is his next venture. We've been working on it for a year. We call him our spirit guide. And so look, there's 2 things that are super interesting. We are going after, in an authentic way, this community and providing something that we think the RPG fans will love. But on top of that, what's most important is that our whiskey is incredible. We have a blend of Indiana and Kentucky. We have, we have 6 and 5 and 4 year whiskey blended together. And, the coolest thing, I was talking to the guy who was doing our filling, and we have this woman named Ali Ochoa, who's a rising star in the whiskey world. And so what we do is, she doesn't game, but we'll go to her and say, hey, our paladin, who's the hero of the story, her name is Saren of the Pit, and we meet her in the story when she's fighting in this gladiator pit, trying to vanquish this dude and win her freedom. So, we sort of lay out for Allie, this is what a paladin is, a holy warrior with, a cause.
Right.
And then this is the character, and this is who she is going through. And then Allie will go out, curate all these samples from the whiskey world, and then blend specifically for that character and that drop. So she did the same thing for Rogue, which will come out Q1 next year. And so each one of them is different. We're working on Warlock and Dragon. So you can imagine, it's really exciting. Look, my whole life I've been an actor until I found the success in Beetle and Grimm's. I'm like, I don't have to just sit around and wait for somebody to say, hey, come do a movie with me, which is hard. The longer I've been around, the older I am, the less you sort of work. And so that's a horrible way to spend a life.
The nature of the beast. So let me ask you, with your fascination for Dungeons and Dragons and so on and so forth, obviously this is an expansion of that. Are there any other avenues you plan to go down, with the gaming, with the RPGs?
Yeah. I will probably be back in November at some point if you guys will have me. But Dungeons and Dragons, so I can talk about this because we are on strike, but this is not a struck company. So we went out, Beetlegrams went out and pitched a television show called Faster, Purple Worm, Kill, Kill. And the whole show is, we pitched it like, Whose Line Is It Anyways meets Dungeons and Dragons. Mm-hmm. Right, so it's a 1 hour show that will be on streaming platforms with Dungeons and Dragons, new streaming platform called Dungeons and Dragons Adventures, and it's got Seth Green and Patton Oswalt, and each show is a standalone show, and each show is for like intrepid characters who are first-level characters walking into the world, becoming, trying to become the heroes of legend, and they end up meeting an epic Dungeons and Dragons monster and get completely obliterated.
Well, that's cool because listen, we just had Patton on, and he is the real deal when it comes to fandom and being immersed in this world. So you can't do better than that. This sounds really cool.
No, yeah, it's super fun. It's 20 episodes. Each show has a different table, a different collection of players that never played together. Every show, every single character gets wiped out. And you think, oh, that was, it gets boring. The more you fall in love with the characters, the more you fall in love with the show. And it's one of those things that we had complete control. And I said to my partners right before it started, I was like, well, we are totally screwed. And they're like, why? What did we miss? What did we screw up? We've been planning it for like 6 months. I was like, no, we got every single thing we could possibly want. And if this doesn't work, that's a problem. So it did work. The show's it's going to be a huge hit. We're really, really excited for people to see it. And you don't have to love Dungeons and Dragons. Like my wife's like, I don't get D&D. Why am I watching the show? But it's fun. It's fast. It's hilarious, and it's got this like really sweet emotional tone to it at the end of it.
Dude, the amount of D&D fans that have crawled. I mean, Brian Posehn and Vin Diesel for crying out loud, and all up and down the spectrum are massive, committed D&D fans. So you're not going to want for consumers or fans.
No, it's a $22 billion a year industry.
Jeez.
So if we can catch a little piece of that, we're going to be great.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm coming to Philadelphia in November to do a con. I'm coming out there to do some convention. Yeah, so I'll be in the city of brotherly love.
You got to come by. Yeah, it might be Monster Mania, quite possibly.
I think it is Monster Mania.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Yeah, if you're here during a work week, got to come by and see us.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
And bring some of the product.
That's mainly why I want Matthew to come by, so I can get a bottle of booze.
Preston wants some booze, yeah.
No, we love having you by anytime. Well, excellent, man.
Awesome.
No, this is cool. This is good news. So, if people want to get their hands on Quest End, do you go to your local liquor store, or what do you need to do?
No. So the other thing that's really transformative about the idea, not only going to fans, but we deliver direct to your home. So we sell to 38 states. We do not sell internationally, unfortunately, at this point. But you go to questandwhiskey.com and sign up for early access. So we go on sale Friday. Early access sale is on Wednesday at 9 a.m. Pacific time. The only reason I'm super specific about it is that we have right now 31,000 people on a waiting list for 5,000 bottles, which, hopefully they're all really voracious and want it. And so we have an expectation we'll sell out pretty quickly.
Okay.
Knocks on wood as I'm sort of still freaking out, but go to questandwhiskey.com, sign up, you'll have early access, and then 9 a.m., first come, first served. So anyone can still get it.
Done.
Love it.
Absolutely. Excellent. All right, Matthew, hopefully we'll see you when you come in town, but we'll spread the word and let people know about Quests and Whiskey It officially goes on sale on October 6th.
You guys, thank you for the hit. I really appreciate it. It makes a huge difference for us. We're a young company trying to build, so I really appreciate it.
Best of luck, man.
Our pleasure, man. Thank you. Matthew Lillard, everyone. Take care, man. We'll see you. Excellent. That's cool. Yeah, so the guy that I mentioned with Blue Run Spirits, that's legit. That's the real deal.
Yeah,
so I'm definitely going to be on board and try this.
I've heard you mention that before, that brand,
It's a very yummy bourbon. Damn it, there was something I was going to mention on the back end of that, and I can't remember.
You were
what it
announcing
was.
your own margarine.
No. That's for another time. But it was something. It doesn't matter. We have another guest who's here, so if I think of it, I'll remind you when I come up with it. No, but our next guest, former intern of ours, has gone on to great things now, and is promoting his new hour-long stand-up special called Daddy Longlegs, just in time for Kathy's story of swallowing a spider. Please welcome our good friend Blake Wexler. What's up, buddy?
Oh, what's going on? Thanks for having me, everyone. It's great following Mr. Lillard, right after his trade to Milwaukee, and he's a busy man. That was a basketball joke I texted Nick, and he didn't know what I was talking about then, so I decided to double down on it, not take a hint.
No, somebody out there got it.
That's all
Somebody.
I need.
You strangle that joke. Strangle it.
That joke is deceased. It is not alive anymore.
Did you hear the story about Kathy swallowing a spider?
I heard it laid eggs. Congratulations. You have a family. You have a young family of spider, and you're.
She's
horrifying.
a good mom. She's a good mom.
Of course, of course. They're very lucky to have you.
So the title of your special, Daddy Longlegs, is that reference to a spider or something totally different?
It is a reference to the spider. Yeah, exactly. I think their name is ridiculous. You can't trust something like that. Yeah,
No.
it's a disaster.
The legend has always been, and it's not accurate, but I've heard a number of people say it, that they're actually very venomous, but they can't reach with their biting because they have the long legs or some bizarre, right?
I remember hearing that, but I think it's bogus.
It is bogus. It's completely bogus. Yeah.
But I always found them to be a very strange spider because they have those gigantic little thin legs with that itty bitty tiny little body.
It's like a pencil eraser, you know, like just
or a guy at the gym who never trains his leg.
right. No day is leg day. Well, that's a lot of leg days.
No leg days.
Yeah, that's 8 leg days a week.
Exactly.
Where did you film the special?
I filmed it in Cincinnati, Ohio. There's a comedy club there called Go Bananas.
Okay.
And we went
You
bananas.
went
Yeah, we went
bananas.
full fruit there. It was great. And no, it went awesome. I lucked out. Like, ended up having the 2 best crowds I've ever been in front of, and yeah, they were into it. So it came together really well.
You usually do 2 performances, right? And some people will do 2 performances and pick the better. Some will incorporate both. But that's great that you got 2 rocking responses.
Yeah, it was amazing. The first one, I think it's 90% first show, and then 10% the second show. I was a lot looser because we basically had the special. So that was a silly one. So any silly moment, chanting with the audience, going back and forth with the audience is from.
Is it bittersweet? Because it often is the culmination of material you've been honing down for a long time, and you've worked it to that polished point. And a lot of times we'll hear everyone from Bill Burr on, straight on through, will say, love it and hate it at the same time because I've been living with it for so long. Is it, in fact, like a bittersweet moment?
It is. It's almost. I think it's more sweet than bitter because, like that Lillard joke, I've strangled all this material to death. But the people who've watched it haven't seen it.
The entire
it's
world,
huge in Taiwan right now. It's off the charts.
We love Blake.
Yeah, they really do. They really do. I have to translate all my merch.
Blake, I love how supportive the comedy community is for one another. And obviously you've been buddies with Todd Glass for a long time. You worked with him for a stretch. Who in the comedy world, other than Todd, has been the most supportive for you? Is it local? Is it national? Where do you feel like you're getting a lot of support from?
Yeah, Philly is such a, so protective of their own and so supportive, where Todd's a Philadelphia native. And then Joe DeRosa, who's from here, has been really supportive. And then people I've met along, in LA, there's a great comedian named Chris Fleming. And then Chad Daniels, who's another amazing comic, he released his hour with the same company, and he's been incredibly supportive. So yeah, it is, as much as you hear about comedians wanting to, kill one another and being backstabby, it is way more, I think, positive in my experience.
It used to be, and it was. So when I was doing it, and you followed through, but I remember they would warn you about particular comedians, like, oh, guy, don't trust that.
Yeah, there were rivalries too.
Tons of rivalries.
Yeah.
But I think there was a point, and clearly where it changed, and everyone became more supportive. And I think, which is great to see, because the comedian now has more control. As like you with this special, you would not see a lot of times comedians. You'd have to go, maybe one day. Well, you can make that day now and expose an audience that really is going to love what you're doing a lot easier than ever before. So everyone has a room at the table.
Yeah,
a seat at the table, I should say.
No, of course. I think either would have.
Yes.
Either would have worked.
Unless your table is large enough to accommodate various rooms,
which it is. Yes,
Yeah.
I used to have a king size bed in a studio apartment, so I can agree.
There you go.
No, I agree, and it's fun. My regular age is odd with my stand up age, where I started when I was 15, a little bit before I started interning here. So I've been doing it almost 20 years.
Wow.
So it's taken not at a high level. Recently, I got good at it, but So now
you were always. Listen, you've always been solid, and so you have kind of veteran status. Not now, of course, in stolen valor way, but in comedy, and
of course.
And that's wonderful. Yeah, I mean, and so you do this, and now does the obviously you're pushing this. Does the now legwork of working on that next hour kick in?
Yes, so we filmed this in late February, so I've had a little bit of a runway to start writing and doing a new hour, but it is a different muscle than fine-tuning. But
sure,
I didn't think it's not a billion people. It already, in the past few days, 42,000 people, I think, have watched it, which I'm really happy with. Yeah, I'm so flattered. I'm blushing right now. I'm heating up the microphone.
You're like a little girl.
I am the smallest girl you've ever seen. That's what I should have named it. I'm the smallest girl you've ever seen. But no, it's so now I'm like, there are enough people watching it where when they come to see me, I don't want to do the same material.
So in your formative years here, and you've given us credit basically for every success you've ever had in your life.
Yes, of
which
course.
is very generous.
It's true.
Any memories stand out from your time here with us? One that the defining moment that either prompted your desire to exit or that you enjoyed while you're interning for us?
Well, I believe I was forced into an exit because high school students, because of an incident, weren't allowed to intern here anymore. So I think that was the exit. But
actually, might have been your classmate.
Yeah.
That,
I believe it was. Yeah. Which
Kathy was feeding him spiders.
He OD'd on tarantulas.
Daddy Longlegs.
Exactly.
was Sarah? Is that her name?
Yeah.
Sarah Gladney?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also a Conestoga grad, and something inappropriate happened. And
not with us.
Not with us.
No.
I was. Yeah.
There was a porn that we had porn people in. We had porn people in, and she was sitting at the desk, and he basically was like, "Hey, what do you do for work?" And essentially,
it was
we were
gross.
like, no.
No.
Yeah.
Stay away from that high school student.
Drop it. Put that down. Put that down.
Right, exactly. No, he shouldn't have said that. But I also was completely ignored by the porn stars, which was also, in a way, offense. That's why I left.
Yeah.
Damn it.
I'm young and attractive.
Yeah, come on. I was standing in front of her. Excuse me.
Hey, did you see this?
I could use the work. But no, it was just, I think, how I'm not, kissing tushes here, but you guys were very just generous with your time, where I did almost, I don't want to call it an exit interview, but after you wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, do this all morning, have to go home to your families, you stayed with me for a little while afterwards. And I was able to ask you all these questions about the radio business and how you approach, it was even something as small, I remember so clearly, where you make a point to speak to the audience as individual people rather than a massive, because you personalize it that way.
Yeah.
So when people are listening, when I listen, because I'm a fan, I feel like you're speaking to me, not to all the people, one blob of human beings. So yeah, it was
good.
And I got shot with a BB gun at one point. I think it was.
You made it.
It was the advice that I've taken with me. Yes,
There you go.
I always appreciate it. Of course. Yeah, it's amazing.
So any gigs coming up in the near future? Or right now, you're just mainly touching on this?
So I'm going to Los Angeles this week to there's a wedding on Thursday. Coincidentally, I'm staying past Sunday when the Eagles are playing there, so I will be at that game. But yeah, I'm doing a bunch of spots around Los Angeles, and then I have no Philly dates on the books yet, but I'm sure I'll be back at Helium some point. Yeah.
When you roll into, I'm sorry to interrupt. When you roll into a place like LA or these really giant hubs like that, what do you do to get the word out about your show? Or, I mean, how do you, do you have any concerns like, I hope people are going to be there and, all of that?
It tends to be, I think, because I lived there for 10 years and I haven't actually been back since COVID. My now wife and I moved out of there. So I think there's almost a novelty, hopefully, that people, we haven't seen Blake in a while.
Have you heard? Blake's back.
Yeah, he's back.
Hey, everybody, Blake's back.
What is the comedy scene like in LA? Because it's obviously a huge city, but they have world-class comedy clubs there. But I imagine that it's very different than Philadelphia's. From your experience, can you compare the two?
Yeah, I think the best comedians in the world live there, and then also all the worst ones also live there. So it is
everyone that because
everybody's
it's a
chasing the dream.
magnet, and that's it.
For sure. And you have people who are doing it for, I don't want to say, for my goal, become the best stand-up comedian you possibly can. But then there are people who want to become, like a famous actor or on commercials. So it's very clear when it almost actually makes it easier for someone like me where they might be, and generally 100% are more famous than I am, but they will not have an act. And then I can go up and follow them where that's, I'm not famous from acting or anything, but I do know how to do stand-up.
It does help.
Yeah.
It does when you have someone who's a quote-unquote name who's not rising to the challenge, and they go, he's like, but the guy, that other Blake was good. Yeah, it does work that way. Yeah, and so the compare and contrast isn't necessarily a bad thing.
No, it's good. And then as a fan of stand-up, too, you get to, after your set, sit down. And for the people who aren't like the people I just described, it's, you get to watch a Bill Burr or a Todd Glass or, all these great comics.
You're going to see Todd while you're out there? Do you guys meet up when you're in town?
I am, yeah. My wife and I are going to see him on Wednesday. So I'm promoting my private hangout with Todd. If you guys can come by his address.
I bet you Todd would love it. Todd is just a singular entertainer because he cracks me up just by being Todd. Like he is simply his Toddness is a guy who has a running commentary on his own act while he's performing it is just it's completely meta.
I love it too. Just say the joke and he'll go, well, that didn't go very well. Why did I even try that?
You shouldn't have done that joke.
He's screaming at himself.
He's the best. Yeah, no, he came to our wedding and is the most outgoing person in the world, but there are certain things he won't dance. So we would be like, Todd, come dance, and he would literally hide behind a pole. And we go, we can see you. You're a grown man. We can see you behind the pole. And he would just keep waving his hands like, no, I don't want to dance. Yeah, but then the guy performs in front of thousands of people, and not a problem.
God,
hilarious.
All right, well, listen, we're getting the word out about your special.
Thank you.
It is called Daddy Longlegs. It's on YouTube, so just do a quick search on either Blake Wexler or Daddy Longlegs. Well, a bunch of stuff might come up if you just put in Daddy Longlegs, probably.
Yeah.
Put in Blake Wexler, too, and we'll post it on our info, our social, and so on.
Thank you so much.
Our pleasure.
Our pleasure.
Always great to see you.
It was a blast.
Thanks
Always
for
great
stopping
seeing
by.
you.
Excellent. Blake, let's hear for Blake Wexler. Daddy Longlegs. We're going to take a break. We got to get ready for Crumb Bum Cash Part 2. Your chance, I know. We just called it. $1,000, your second chance for the morning. We'll be back in a second. Stay with us. The men who are not holding fish.
Who knew?
That's something I noticed, and I thought I'd share that with you. Japanese great tits, particularly vocal song. Japanese great tits.
Okay.
All of a sudden, Kathy heard that.
Yeah.
Particularly vocal songbirds.
Oh, like
That's
a
a bird,
titmouse.
okay.
Like
it's a bird.
Yeah, a titmouse.
A titmouse is a bird.
Yes.
Not a mouse. Yeah.
And
right.
a Japanese.
Come on, you filthy-minded
Now I'm
bastards.
bored again.
And Japanese great tits are birds.
That's cool.
Not on the sites I go to, but proceed.
They also use compositional syntax in their bird calls, according to a new study published Tuesday in the Journal of Nature Communications.
So the Japanese tits are smart.
Yeah, great tits are talking. I mean, they're actually speaking to each other, which is
I'm
pretty
amazed. They seem to be sort of roundish and fleshy.
Yeah.
No, the birds.
Yeah, we're looking at a
They
picture.
are kind of round.
Roundish and fleshy.
Look at this picture of great tits of a great tit right here.
What is that part in the front of the great tit that sticks out a little bit from the rest of the great tit?
That's the beak. It's not a nipple.
No.
They're hairy too.
They're not hairy. They're
fuzzy.
feathery.
They're fuzzy.
You know nothing about
They're
Japan.
fuzzy tits.
So anyhow, this is the lead study author, Toshitaka N. Suzuki. Said in an email, our study shows for the first time that birds, like humans, use the rules of syntax to chat with others. This finding reveals an unsuspected degree of semantic complexity in avian vocal communication.
To what level do they say? Do they liken it to like a porpoise, or I mean?
I can only speak about the tits.
Okay.
Birds twitter, chirp, peep, warble, and sing to communicate the location of food of a food source, to warn the danger is near, or to woo mates.
Oh my God.
That was. You two didn't even look at each other.
No.
You just both went for it.
Please welcome Patrick Warburton to our program.
Preston, Steve Gang, thanks for having me here.
Good to see you, sir. Thank you for being
Good to be here.
But I love. I'm a fan of your voiceover work. I mean, I have kids, and they're turning into teenagers now. But from time to time, the TV will be on, and I'll just hear your voice pop up. And I mean, in Mr. Peabody, you were hilarious in that as well. You get quite a bit of work in that field, don't you?
Yeah, I've been doing, since I started about 15, 16 years ago, I had two great opportunities. One was to do Buzz Lightyear in the TV series, because Tim Allen wasn't going to do it, and Kronk in The Emperor's New Groove.
Yes, yeah.
That was interesting, because I didn't do voiceover work, and I just got these 4 pages of a Kronk and an Yzma, and Disney's very secretive with their stuff, and I had to look at this, and you got to figure out what this character sounds like. But first, if it's animated, you got to figure out what the character is. Like, I don't know if he's an ogre or a robot or a giant or what. It's
once that's established, do they kind of leave you to your own devices to sort of hash it out, or does a director say, we want it tonally to sound like this, or
no? See, they don't know.
Okay,
they don't know what a character sounds like until they hear it. You know, they can see in the storyboards what it looks like, what he looks like, and this and that. But they want somebody to come in and show them what the character sounds like.
They rely on you as an actor to kind of
bring
give a
something to the
subtext
table.
to it. Wow,
Right.
okay, that's cool.
So I was looking at it, and all I knew is he's a big guy, and he was sort of a reticent henchman. And I thought, well, you know, he probably doesn't sound dark or this or that.
Right, yeah.
He seems kind of sweet. He likes to cook, so. You know, it all kind of came down here. And this became a little goofy. He likes to talk to squirrels. You got to be well versed in all the woodland creatures, not just the squirrels. Squeakity squeak.
It's great. I can actually now. There's like 40 characters going in my mind that pass through.
Can I ask you one question about Putty on Seinfeld? Whose direction was it, or was it your idea to just stare off into the distance? Because you got so many laughs without even saying a word some of the time, and it just was. You just sit there and be kind of a brain dead idiot.
I'm going to take credit for the just staring, and Putty was it was just a guest spot, you know, and really it was just a means to an end. It was just a guy who stole Jerry's move because Jerry told him about it. And I thought I had to bring something else in the room there that maybe like a different direction with this character that they hadn't seen. Because if you look at it in the writing, you know, the guy doesn't seem like he's
particularly amusing, right? I mean,
yes, or perhaps even you know, missing a few marbles, I guess, as they say. So I just kind of made him, you know, a little bit clueless.
You need to see his face right now.
Yeah.
He just went into putty mode.
Yeah. And
I
think a lot of guys went in there and they're like, yeah, you know, I don't even do that, or whatever, you know, like Tony's and Vinny's.
Right.
I just made him just a big idiot.
You made him more superficial than was she, and that because the cast was, and that was her whole thing. They were very superficial people, and you exceeded her, and she didn't know how to deal with it. The
Steve,
character,
but Putty was spiritual, and don't forget that.
Spiritual, yes, he was.
He wouldn't steal the paper because he wasn't going to hell.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Your association with Seth MacFarlane on Family Guy and the Ted movies and all that stuff. When did you first meet him? How did that start?
It was just, you know, a pilot or a first pickup for this show, you know, and I looked at it and I thought, can I do this? You know, this is terrible.
It's so passionately wrong that there's a certain charm to that it's so committed.
Yeah.
that makes it uniquely, I think, lovable. Does that make sense?
I still have to keep explaining satire to my parents. My dad, because they're so religious. My dad was almost in tears one time. He left a message on my phone. He said, in a future episode of Family Guy, God is sitting in a lazy boy chair next to a bottle of lotion, getting ready to masturbate. I wish you would get off that show. Click. And
my God. But you have. I've seen you publicly, sort of, say you there. Sometimes you have difficulty. I mean, they have to be happy that at least you voice some reservation periodically to keep harmony at home.
Sure, at times. But I mean, the greatest irony is that I donate. I send money. I got to send money my parents' way, and so we helped them out a little bit here and there. But my mom can't stop donating to her charities. I'm like, Mom, if you're asking for money, you can't be donating to charities. One of her charities is Parents for Quality TV, and all they try to do, my mother signed petitions, actual petitions, to get Family Guy off the air.
So you weren't joking earlier when you said
joking.
that.
No, I was not joking. No, no. So I go, Mom, if you can't see the irony, I give you money, Family Guy money, and you take it to get Family Guy off the air. She goes, well, I have a responsibility to the Lord and I don't care.
Oh my gosh.
I waited until I was 50 years old before I decided that I wanted to sing and be in a band.
Wow.
Now we have a Pearl Jam cover band. We're the Bearded Pearl Clams.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, this station specifically was called out on stage locally by Eddie Vedder himself, and Nick was mentioned on stage by Eddie Vedder himself. Right here. Is he acutely aware of your overarching fandom?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I probably met him, now somewhere around a dozen times, and he's been super, super cool. He let me write it. I met him backstage once in L.A., and I got word that this is in Los Angeles, so everybody was there. Sean Penn and John Krakauer, and there's 200 people backstage. But somebody grabbed me and said, "Eddie knows you're here. He wants to see you." So. I go back there and he goes, you got to write a set list. And he gave me his email. I wrote a set list. What? Yeah. And then I brought my son to his first concert, but his first Pearl Jam concert. And we were there. And
for the set list you wrote?
For the set list.
Well, all right.
Holy crap.
What they open with?
Well, they didn't open. There are about 33 songs, 35 songs in the night.
Yeah.
Probably about 27 of them were my set, So
my God.
They didn't open with it, so I didn't know what was going to go on, They opened with Long Road, which should have been on my set list, but it wasn't. And then I forget what the next song was, and then they did Alone from Lost Dogs. I was like, oh, wow, was on mine. And
so
then,
you thought maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, and then a few more started rolling out. And
how much time and effort did you put into writing that set list? I mean, did you think it out, this will flow great into the next song, or did you just put a bunch of songs you liked on there?
I just put I pretty much just put a bunch of songs.
Okay.
And I had some friends that I know that are, hardcore,
So did you weave
the rest of the show is courtesy of Patrick Warburton.
Did you weave in hits and rarities and
Yes.
you? All right. So as a Pearl Jam fan, you had it in the back of your mind. I got to I when they were in town, I asked him to open up with "Release," which was my favorite Pearl Jam song, and he said, right, but he said no. But
what do you think you are, Patrick Warburton?
Right. But he asked later. Because he was crafting the set list when he came in and did the interview with us when Eddie did that, and there's a song called "Comeback," which was on the last record, and I asked him to play that, and they did. So I don't know. This is I'm totally geeking out when talking to you about this, but I'm really glad you can appreciate it because as a Pearl Jam fan, it means a lot.
I was at a show one time. Well, this is the show when because my wife just knows how ridiculous it is, and. We're backstage, and Eddie gave me his Social Distortion T-shirt. And we're walking back to the car, and I haven't said a word. And but my wife knows I'm just beside myself. He just gave me his email. I'm going to write a set list. He gave me his Social Distortion T-shirt. And right when we got to the car, I just looked at her, and I held the shirt up, and I sniffed it.
Of course.
And then I looked at her with this terrible frown on my face, and I go, it's clean.
Now, be honest.
Brilliant.
Is it your whoopee now?
That's great.
Ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Warburton.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Why'd you staple this in the right-hand corner?
Because if you notice, I messed up the left margins.
Thanks, Kathy. You know what? We got just a little bit of time to play with. I know we have Crumb Bum Cash coming up at 10 o'clock, so I want to be on time for that. But I've been sitting on a lot of shirts.
All right.
And I apologize that I didn't. A lot of these I am late with, and that's all my fault. But, it is what it is. Kathy, in fact, there was one that a woman was so excited about fall activities. And I should have done it the day of. And this was, actually, it was sent to you. This is
her husband.
Kathleen Beatrice, yeah.
Her husband was into it, right?
She said, "Good morning, Kathy. I am sure that you get a lot of birthday requests, but if you have the time, could you please get a shout out to my husband, Wilbur Anderson of Hazlitt, New Jersey.
Mr. Anderson.
He listens to you guys all the time, and if he misses, he will go back on whatever to listen. He will holler in my house, 'Oh my God, honey, it's fall activities!' That's my girl, Kathy Romano." And she said he cracks me up every time. Thank you so much. You're all great. From someone who absolutely hated talk radio, I too became a fan. So from Kathleen Anderson to her husband, shout out to Wilbur Anderson. I should have done that on the day of the activities, and I apologize.
By the way, if you know these people, let them know that they got their shirt.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, please do. This one is from Nicole Pulela, or it might be Puyeya. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
But she says, "Good morning, at Presbo." Oh, and I remember finally what I wanted to mention.
Yay.
Hold on. Let me jot something down after I do this. I'm making a note so I don't forget. All right, so after I do the shout out, I'll remind you. It says, "I'd like to request for a special wedding anniversary shout out for my husband, Mike. Our 5-year anniversary is October 13th, so this one is in advance. I listen to your podcast every day, and I'm about 2 weeks behind today's broadcast, so even if you don't get to this till 2027, I'll catch it. Mike has become a Preston Steve by proxy fan.
Nice.
As I listen to your podcast every day whenever I'm driving, cooking, folding laundry, exercising, and showering.
She can do all that with driving?
Basically, whenever my ears are not otherwise occupied. Too often we reference rye bread, Steve's Manthe voice, and back off War Child seriously." And so she said that we've been through a lot. We've been through a cancer diagnosis and treatment, financial woes and comebacks, a host of bizarre medical issues, fertility treatments, running a business, and so on. It's been quite a roller coaster. Through it all, Mike has been nothing but my rock. And I want everyone to know how wonderful he is and how lucky I am. Thanks for your time, and Ray Johnson. That's from Nicole. So here's a shout out.
Back off, War Child. Seriously.
Your husband, Nicole. I remember what it was.
Okay.
I was in a grocery store yesterday shopping with Rochelle. And I had to run off. We kind of tag team. Like, I'll go get these 3 items. I'll meet you back, blah, blah, blah. And then I run back and drop it off the bed. Yeah,
Turn it into a little contest.
Totally. And it saves time
Yeah.
if the two of you are shopping like that. So I was heading over to get some feta cheese.
I'm a fan of feta.
I had to make like a quick little, shuck and jive maneuver because there was a guy coming with a cart one way, and I either had to stop and wait for him to go by, or I could just quickly hurry up and go around him. So I went around him in the front. And then as he's going by, he goes, "Get out of the way, Presbo." him and his kid. I cracked up. I just started laughing out loud. But just, "Get out of the way, Presbo." So I said, "Thanks."
That's good. You didn't get a name?
No, I didn't catch a name because it was just he was heading that way. I was heading for the feta.
But
Two carts passing in the night.
It was so funny.
But listen, if you see us out in the wild, please say, and you were like, "Oh, I thought that was you," or "I wanted to say say hi."
Yep.
Because we were out to dinner on Friday night. We were at PJ's, and I got a message from somebody going, "Yo, I saw you at PJ's tonight." Like, dude, come say hi.
Yep.
I'm not asking you to sit down and eat with my family, but you can come
take a picture,
hi.
say hi. Absolutely.
Yes.
We love it.
Were you eating? Were you having dinner?
We were having dinner, but I'd listen. I don't know when he noticed me, but there was plenty of time.
Was it all you can eat biscuits?
We were not eating. No, but I did message that girl about her biscuits. Wonder if she got back to me.
Where did you come across these biscuits?
Okay, hang on a second.
He's been waiting for you to ask.
Instagram? No, I don't. Dude, listen.
It was Instagram?
When did I text this to you last night?
Like 8 o'clock?
8 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay. So at about 7:57, I came across it, and I was like, this is so good.
You were turned up.
I was. Well, I was like, I'm going to buy this for everybody because I discovered that they were in Roxborough. Biscuits. So I was, then I was disappointed to find out that they're not open today or tomorrow. I have to wait until Wednesday.
They do look quite good.
They do. And
where is she in Roxborough?
They're inside another building in Roxborough. Here, I'll tell you in a second.
The Biscuiterium.
In the Biscuiterium, no. There's
What's it called again?
Well, she is called the Biscuit Lady.
Okay.
They are.
Oh, she's young.
Yeah,
She's cute.
I envisioned some sort of, older grandmotherly type.
Oh, she's right on Ridge.
Yeah, she's right on
Right
Ridge.
on Ridge.
Inside, apparently they're inside some sort of other building.
I wonder why they're closed on Monday and Tuesday.
For a Ramadan.
No, it's probably a smaller, just getting up and running business.
Yeah, a lot of
Plus,
places.
would
They're
you
like,
really eat biscuits on Monday or Tuesday?
Yeah, come on.
It's like wearing white after Labor Day.
yeah,
It's
really
really a biscuit day today.
Yeah, biscuit days. Are
Wednesday's obviously the most popular biscuit day.
Well, it's the best way to get that spider day.
Oh, okay. Inside Lucky's Trading Company.
Ah.
Marissa, you know where that is?
Okay.
Whoa! She doesn't know something in the city. That's crazy. That's like
Roxborough.
Whoa! Roxborough's a city.
Yeah, but I'm saying city. She's city.
She's more
city.
center city.
She lived in Manayunk, guys.
Yes, that's
She
true.
did.
Roxborough might as well be the middle of Utah as far as.
Yeah.
Lived.
Yeah.
But we do have to go to Pizza John, Casey.
Yeah, we do.
They
A lot of
opened
people
up a
don't.
restaurant.
A lot of people don't even consider Manayunk to be a part of Philadelphia.
You said
Until
it.
you pay the city wage tax.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
No, he's right. He's right. They consider Center City, and
yeah.
But I'm in Mount Airy. I'm in Philadelphia proper. I'm in the
But
city.
you consider itself? When you say Mount Airy, do you say that I live in the city?
Oddly enough, I consider it Missouri, and I know a lot of people don't.
That's weird.
No, I
But it's
don't.
more
I'll
suburban.
say I'm in Philadelphia. I don't say the city. I'm in Philadelphia. Yeah.
Steve, I think it. What did you live?
Manayunk.
No, but it's near. It says Rochelle Avenue.
Yes, Rochelle was in Manayunk.
But did you live on Rochelle Avenue or Rochelle?
Was there
was a
something-
street or?
It was Rochelle Avenue.
It was Avenue. Okay, so it's right around there.
Yeah, it's right around where you used
Are
to
you
live.
effing with me?
No, I'm looking at.
Are you yanking my chain?
If you say the northeast part of Philadelphia, do you think that that's Philly?
Oh, I know where that is.
Philly proper?
I could have walked. Great. I leave the area just before the
And a
world's
biscuit
greatest-
joint.
A biscuit joint rolls in. Kathy.
Same old
I
story,
would walk past
Steve.
that building and say, why doesn't anyone do something with this building? And then the wind would blow and you'd hear biscuits.
I want to answer Nick's question.
Yeah, I do too.
So I don't spend enough time in Northeast Philly, so I don't really get there, and I would probably consider it more suburban-y.
If you live in Northeast Philly, if a listener lives in Northeast Philly, do you say you live in Philadelphia or do you say you live in the Northeast?
They say Northeast.
Northeast.
Yeah, usually. Yeah.
But I think that's
that's a good question though. I think
it is a good
They
question.
might be divided. Yeah.
So I never lived in the city, but what I'll say is I can like everything that you guys are talking about when you talk about Manayunk or Chestnut Hill or Northeast Philly, I consider it all the city. I mean, Center City is just one part of the city.
But then if you had a biscuit with strawberries cooked in it, would you eat that?
Someone looking at the menu?
Yes! Biscuits! Dude, look at how good that looks.
That sounds dessert-like.
Yeah. Well, I
I'm
think those
fine.
ones are only served during the weekends, by the way.
Out of respect.
Out of respect. Oh, wait, Kath, you don't like blueberry pancakes?
You know what?
Because you don't like fruit cooked.
No, but like I like blueberry scones.
Yeah.
Do you like spider pancakes?
Kind of. It's Casey. I think it's if it's warm, like the fruit is warm. I'm not
Okay.
really into it.
So you don't like a fresh baked scone where
That's
everything's
not true.
still warm?
No, actually, let me take that back. I do
I
like
think
a
we
fresh
found
baked
a
scone.
a
loophole.
Yeah,
maybe.
Marissa?
Back to the geography, I am proud that our city is so big and vast, so I love calling Northeast Philly Manayunk, Roxborough. But my favorite thing as a Philadelphian is to talk about what something used to be. Kathy, where the biscuit lady is, used to be All-Star Pizza, which is one of
God, that's where she is.
one of my favorite Kathy Romano stories. I don't know why.
Oh,
every
right.
time
Is that the
I
place that
drive
was open
by-
all?
We got to do this first.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a Crumb Bum Cash keyword.
That was going to be like 10 minutes long.
You know it was.
So I just want to do this now. The word is gold, G-O-L-D. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. There are 3 ways for you to do it. You can enter it at WMMR.com or via the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley. So be sure to answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com. It's sponsored by Horizon Services. Again, the word is gold, G-O-L-D, and that is for Crumb Bum Cash. So come and get it. All right, so the pizza joint.
All-Star Pizza was,
What was this, the story here?
So All-Star Pizza, that's Roxborough, Marissa? Okay. Dennis lived in Roxborough for a couple of years. So I had like Manayunk years, and then I actually had Roxborough years when he lived there. And we loved All-Star Pizza. I loved All-Star Pizza. And so you'd go out a night, hanging out, drinking, and I would always order from All-Star Pizza, and they would deliver, and I got it delivered to the house, and I fell asleep face down on the carpet in the living room waiting for All-Star Pizza, and apparently they knocked and they left and they were banging on the door. They came back, and I got banned from All-Star Pizza, and I wasn't allowed to order anymore.
You got banned?
I got banned. They left messages on my cell phone, which, by the way, was like the old like Nokia cell phone, and they left messages saying that I could never order from that cell phone number again.
Kathy, I thought you were going to tell my story, because Diane, my wife, used to live on Conroe Street, and we would order from their same exact thing. You get home at like 2 o'clock in the morning. They were open all night.
It was open all the time, yeah.
Open all the time. But that's where I really discovered my love of mozzarella cheese fries. And same thing happened. Ordered them probably like 2 o'clock in the morning, and they came banging on the door at like 3:30 in the morning.
It probably happened to them all the time.
Uh-huh.
Because people passed out.
Yeah.
All right, you need to stop talking and listen to me.
Oh, my God.
I need you to
Stop.
Bill West in.
Yes, yes.
Hang on a second. We need him. Yes.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Biscuit lady's on the phone.
What?
No.
Are you kidding me?
No. Let me go to her.
Good morning.
Hi, Tara. How you doing?
I am doing great. I am literally jumping up and down in my driveway right now because I'm so excited.
Why are you not in the kitchen making us biscuits right now?
It is my day off today.
Okay, all right.
She's got to have a day off.
Yeah, so Casey texted us all last night in a group text, and he's like, I'm buying this for us tomorrow morning. I'm buying these biscuits. These look unbelievable. And so he hasn't even had it, and he's already a huge fan of yours.
I have no words to say right now. So wait a minute. What day were you guys in? Sunday or Saturday?
Well, we weren't. So he just saw
Nobody's
the
been
picture,
buying.
and he wants to buy us because he was so intrigued by the photos, and they do look delicious.
Yeah, he just found you online
And then he was crestfallen because he realized you're closed Monday and Tuesday, but Wednesday he has promised to get us biscuits.
I will bring biscuits down to you guys.
All right. Yeah, I want biscuit sandwiches, man. I'm like looking at your menu.
Listen, don't deplete our menu.
Well, no. I mean, I'm going to buy them and everything, but your sweet treats, those are the ones that really caught my eye at first. Are those only available on the weekends?
They are currently only available on the weekends, yes.
But and then also to us on Wednesdays?
To you on Wednesdays. Okay.
Right. Wow.
Yeah.
Extorter
So
live
we
on.
just opened. We're actually going to hit our 1-year anniversary next week.
So
We're super excited. And so, yeah, we would love to. I'll bring you down some treats on Wednesday. I'm going to message you on Instagram. I'll get your address and bring you down all the goodies.
So it's been like we 6 years, I guess, since we've been almost 7 years since we were in right up the street. Where were you all those years?
Steve moved from that area.
I was having babies and raising my family, but now I'm making biscuits.
I guess that's important too. All right.
And are you in the location that used to be All-Star Pizza?
We are, yes. Yeah, we're right inside Lucky's Trading Company. We're with Sunshine Sandwich Shop and Lucky's Roadside Fan and Edith's Pizzeria. But yes, we're right inside the old All-Star.
When you moved in, did you see the picture that said this woman is not allowed to order from here?
Was my picture hanging
I just heard that you got kicked out. That sounded pretty insane. Like, I wish I was there with you at that time. I think that would have been a good time.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, congratulations, by the way, because that's you definitely caught Casey's interest, and the stuff does look good. And anybody who opens up a business and tries to get everything up and running deserves credit because it's a Herculean chore. But again, your products and everything look tremendous. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you. I'm excited. I'll drop some off to you on Wednesday. I'll connect with you guys through Instagram.
Touch base with Casey. Already messaged you. All right, thank you, Tara. We'll see you later.
All right, have a great morning. Go
All right,
Birds.
you too. All right, bye-bye. All right, so the biscuit lady. That was her.
That's really
All
funny.
right.
That is cool.
Okay, now we can do the bizarre file because we got Crumb Bum Cash out of the way, we got the biscuits out of the way, and we can now do this. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by CSB Media Art Center in Cherry Hill, home to Connecticut School of Broadcasting's broadcast media program and more. Find out more, and you can do so at gocsb.com. Become a professional broadcaster and learn how to find people with biscuits by going on the radio. A man suffering from a 2-year-long stomachache shocked doctors who discovered the patient had ingested a Home Depot's worth of household items.
What?
Ranging from buttons to earphones. According to the doctor, he said, we found lockets, chains, nuts, bolts, earphones, and many other objects inside the stomach. Patient Kuldeep Singh had reportedly gone to the hospital concerned over his terminal stomach trouble, as well as a high fever. Medics scanned the problem area, whereupon they made an alarming discovery. He had reportedly consumed roughly 60 items.
Oh, my
What?
gosh.
Including, like I said,
Well, they're having a
lockets,
sale.
chains, bolts, nuts, earphones, safety pins, magnets, shirt buttons, and zippers.
Did food ever make its way in there?
And many other inedible objects. Doctors diagnosed him with pica, a mental health condition where the sufferer compulsively swallows items that aren't food.
And your favorite pizza, Casey, right?
The affliction is most common among young children, pregnant women, and people with psychiatric disorders such as autism spectrum disorder, intellectual disabilities, or schizophrenia.
We're looking at a picture of the items that were pulled out of his gut. This is astonishing.
According to the press release, the patient's relatives were unaware of the problem. While the procedure was successful, the patient is still not out of the woods. He is on a ventilator and is in critical condition.
How did this dude ever get through an airport security?
That's a good
Maybe
question.
he never traveled.
Probably not much of a traveler. This story is out of Tennessee. A woman who had previously been arrested for fighting a minor student has now been charged after trying to run her over with an SUV weeks after the original incident.
I want to fight you.
Allison Coronado was taken into custody in August for trying to fight a girl as she got off the school bus.
I want to fight you.
She was taken into custody again after the latest incident, which happened on Wednesday.
I want to drive over you.
Police spoke with the student who said Coronado...
I don't want to talk to you.
I just want to kill you. What prompted this?
We don't know. Police spoke with the student who said Coronado had tried to hit her with her car as she was walking home from her bus stop. Police also said in the report that they were able to track down a video of the incident which showed the student running from the SUV, which had crossed traffic in her direction.
Is it possible this is some kind of tough love teaching?
I don't know if they've ruled that out yet or not, but it'll be a hell of a story, definitely.
You're going to have a hell of a story.
Coronado has charged with assault for the been charged with assault for the second time.
Wow.
Get away from me.
Yeah.
Was she a lush?
I don't know.
Yeah,
She was-
well, he was a cop his whole life.
I was a cop all my life, and I know a lush when I see one, and you're a lush.
Wow.
All right, here's a follow-up story for you. I had this last week. A jury on Thursday found a delivery driver not guilty in the shooting of a YouTube prankster who followed him around a mall food court earlier this year.
We conjectured this might happen because you explained the situation, and we're like,
Yeah,
the guy,
Alan-
I understand it.
Alan Colley was acquitted of aggravated malicious wounding in the shooting of Tanner Cook, who's 21 and runs the Classified Goons YouTube channel. The jury was split, though, on 2 lesser firearms counts and decided to convict him on one and acquit him on the other. The April 2nd shooting at the food court in Dulles Town Center set off a panic as shoppers fled as they feared it was a mass shooting. Colley pleaded not guilty and said that he was acting in self-defense. Colley, who has been in custody since his April arrest, will remain incarcerated. Jurors saw a video of the shooting, which captures the confrontation between Cook and Colley lasting less than 30 seconds. The footage shows Cook approaching Colley as he picks up a food order. Cook looms over Colley while holding a cell phone about 6 inches from his face, and the phone broadcasts the phrase, "Hey, Dip S, quit thinking about my Twinkie," or Twinkle, I think, and multiple times through Google Translate app. In the video, Collie says stop 3 different times and tries to back away from Cook, who continues to advance. Collie tries to knock the phone away from his face before pulling out a gun and shooting Cook in the lower left chest. There was no pause between the moment he draws the weapon and fires the shot as well. So maybe he could have warned him
delay.
away.
Yeah.
And but anyhow, they found him not guilty on one of the counts. Yeah. A veteran zookeeper was mauled to death by a lion when he attempted to lure it into a cave for its lunch. Kenichi Kato had been feeding the big cat at Tohoku Safari Park.
You like my new zebra-colored coat?
When he is feared to have forgotten to lock the cage separating man from beast. He was found bleeding badly from his neck where the lion had grabbed him by its powerful jaws. He was rushed to the hospital but later died from his wounds. The 53-year-old had worked at the popular zoo in the Fukushima region of Japan for 27 years. It's unknown how he made the error leading to his tragic death. A spokesman for the zoo said the process is we open the door and place the food. Once the food is placed, the door is to be closed and locked.
They put the food in the basket.
Yeah, put the food in the basket. Do this whenever you're told.
Yeah, that's tragic, but it does happen.
Yep, and that's where we will end the bizarre file for today. I still have great stories left. We'll get to those tomorrow. I've got plenty of them, so make sure that you're with us. All right, it's almost 10:13, so you got 2 minutes-ish left to enter the word gold for MMR's Crumb Bum Cash. So make sure that you do that now for your chance to win $1,000. All right, the word is gold, G-O-L-D. We'll come back in a moment. We'll do the lesson question, the trash and music news, get some stuff for you. Stay there.
On the left.
Okay.
Wasn't it for a church event, too?
It was.
And isn't the left side evil?
Correct.
There you go.
That's why I did that.
The left side's evil?
Sure.
That's
The
why
left side is
That's why if you
evil.
write with your left hand, they used to hit you with a ruler to make you right.
Did they really? Yeah, that's
That's right,
right.
yeah.
That's right. I remember hearing that left-handed people were considered
Something.
touched by the devil or
wasn't
something
good.
like
The
that.
word sinister is from the Latin meaning left.
Shut up.
Oh.
And I think when you get your communion, you're not supposed to get it with your left hand. You're supposed to get it with your right.
I always do the chuck
No,
it.
they put it in your left hand.
Yeah, you're supposed to put your right hand on top of your left.
Yes, like this.
Not your left
Or
hand.
have you been doing it wrong all these years? Kathy,
the other way.
you're evil.
This sow is mine.
Your mother is going to have a few words for you today.
She probably will. I'm going to ask her. I
My
don't think I
daughter's
believe you.
been seduced by the dark side.
Because you pick it up
She
then.
does everything right. She eats tomatoes to avoid anal cancer.
Because you pick it up and feed it to yourself with your right hand.
I don't know.
You know, that's what I always thought.
I don't know.
Okay.
Because it doesn't feel right to pick it up with my left.
Right.
But I had been doing it, I thought, the opposite way.
Go have mass in Ireland.
They're living a lie.
Yeah. They just, like a Mississippi
Oh, really?
poker dealer. Yeah.
One of these days, I'm just going to go and pick it out like with my fingers. He goes and hands it to me, and I'm not going to have
Can
him
I
place
pick
it.
my own?
Yeah.
Can I pick my own?
No, not
I
that
wanted
one.
that one.
The game we're going to play is young versus younger. All right, so, and we use that term young
Oh, I crack up at this.
loosely.
Yeah. I don't fall anywhere within the realm of younger-ish.
Marissa came up with a list of terms a while back that pertain to different generations, okay?
She did a good job.
She did a really
It's
good
hard,
job.
yeah.
So there are some terms on here on the younger list that might be a little fresh and new for us, the show members of the Preston and Steve Show, to know exactly what they mean. Now, vice versa, we have a list called young, which is really old. And it's a list of terms that are kind of from an older generation. Not going way back, but something that we here, the members of the Preston and Steve Show, would definitely know what they are. But we want to see the younger members of our family, the Preston and Steve interns, if they know. Our interns playing this morning, we have intern Aaron. Hello, Aaron.
Hello.
How you doing today?
I'm great. How are you?
Excellent. And Aaron's just learning how to use a microphone.
She's a video chick.
I wasn't thinking about it.
How long have you been here, by the way?
Since August.
Wow. Okay. All right. So she had the microphone like backwards. Not quite backwards,
that
but it was
bad.
pointed the wrong way. Then we have intern Sam. Hello, Sam.
Hi.
Sam, you're one of our, I guess, amongst this crew one of the newer ones, right? How long have you been here?
Since September.
Since September. All right, just shortly after Aaron then. And then we have intern Chris, or 11, right?
Yep.
And where did you get the name 11 from?
At the Camp Out for Hunger at the Papa Shot Challenge, I scored 11 points.
That's all he can get.
Which I think is like an all-time low.
Yeah, 11 points.
Stephen Hawking got 13.
And Chris, you played this game last time.
I did.
You did pretty well.
Well, we all stunk.
Yeah.
All the interns stunk. I guess I was the least stinky.
Okay, so and we've done this only once before. And also joined us last time, we have intern Brianna. Hello, Brianna.
Hello.
And how long have you been here?
Since January.
Okay, all right. So you're the newest of the crew.
Correct.
Okay. All right, well, we're going to try this out. And we're going to see how it goes. I have 8 callers on the line. So here's what we're going to do, guys. Because playing for the Preston and Steve show will be Steve, Casey, Nick, and Kathy. I have the answers here, so I cannot play, and Marissa's in the other room.
For the same reason Alex Trebek doesn't play Jeopardy.
Exactly. So I'm going to throw out a term. You're going to write it down. We'll give you a few seconds to write it down, then I'm going to have to ask for an answer, no matter what it is, okay? All right, let's go with this one. Butt chugging.
Butt chugging.
Yes.
Butt chugging.
Yes. B-U-T-T. Chugging.
I wrote drinking beer through your gaping anus.
Ah, and you know what? You're correct.
Yes.
Alcohol enema for faster intoxication.
Yes.
That is correct. Nick?
Drinking a beer after it was poured through an ass crack.
Ah, incorrect. So Steve is the only one that got that right. Okay, let's go to our interns, and it's younger. I'm going to give you a word from a previous generation, and let's see if you can figure out what this means. Malarkey.
Malarkey.
Let's go to Aaron, who is going to be playing for listener Fred. Aaron, what do you have for malarkey?
I put bull crap.
Bull crap. Yeah, we'll accept that.
Right. Yes!
It's meaningless talk or nonsense. That is correct. So that means that listener Fred wins Big Short on Blu-ray, I believe.
Yes.
All right, and then let's go to Sam, who's playing for Ed. Sam, what do you have for malarkey?
I also had crap.
All right, yes, we'll go along with that, too. Let's see. Chris, what did you have written down?
I put nonsense or crap.
That's it. Yes, absolutely correct.
You're rocking it today.
We'll get a prize for Matt on line 7. And then, Brianna, let's see if we can do a clean sweep. Brianna, what did you say for malarkey?
I'm the only one that got this wrong. I said nickname after a famous actor.
Nickname after a famous actor.
You know, Malarkey?
No. Do you remember an actor named Malarkey?
No, it just kind of sounded like a famous last name. I don't know.
Okay, all right. No, that's incorrect.
Oh, very Malarkey-esque in that performance.
Let's see. We're going to do an acronym, okay?
Okay.
Thought. T-H-O-T.
Oh, I know this one.
Thought. T-H-O-T?
That is correct.
Oh, man.
All caps. T-H-O-T. Thought. Do you guys know what it is?
I didn't
Don't
know
say it.
I didn't know it stood for something.
I do.
Okay, all right. So
I think I know.
A couple of the youngers know
I'm
what
thinking
this is.
through this.
Let's go then to Steve first, and this is for listener James. Steve, what is thought?
Touching horse ovaries tactfully?
No, that is incorrect. Sorry.
Oh, man.
I will not tell you what the answer is until I get a correct answer. That is incorrect. Sorry, James. We got to let you go. Hold on, Casey. All right, so Casey is playing for Alec on line 2. Casey, what is yours?
Too hot ovaries testicles.
No, sorry. Incorrect. That is wrong. Buzz. Wrong answer. All right.
Preston's like, go camera 2. Ready,
Exactly.
camera 3.
I'm just going to direct. Kathy, what do you have for thoughts? T-H-O-T.
The hell out there.
The hell out there. You're actually the closest. Yeah, you actually got one word right in that. So that means that Chris does not win. Is that who Kathy was playing for? All right, so for listener John, we go to Nick. Nick, what does thought stand for?
That hoe over there.
He's correct. That
How do you know that?
Over there.
Twitter.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these Bay and Thought and that kind of nonsense. Yes.
Chris, did you know that that's what it meant?
Yes, I did.
Okay, all right. So fair enough. Write this down. Hepcat. H-E-P-C-A-T.
There we go.
That's actually even before our time.
I don't know what that
Our
is.
time. Hepcat.
Hey, good luck with that one.
Look at the look on Brianna's face.
Preston,
Is it like an acronym?
well, we're not going to give you the answer to that. How are you going to
I
determine?
hate these terms.
Hepcat. Hey, Preston, how about Ovodio Doe?
Yeah, right. We'll throw that one in there, too. So it's of the same era. All right, Hepcat. You guys got it written down? All right, let's go to Aaron. You're playing for listener Evan. Aaron?
I know this is wrong. I
an STD test?
No, it is not an STD test.
I wish Hepcat was an STD test.
Sorry, Evan, we got to let you go.
I don't know what it is, and that's what I thought. It sounds like an STD.
All right, let's go to Sam next. Sam, what do you think Hepcat is?
It sounds like a part on a car, like the hepcat is broken.
That's a good guess, but that's way
Sounds like
off.
hubcap, right?
So sorry, Jay, you don't get anything. Chris is playing for listener Steve. Chris, what's a Hepcat?
I put like a test a nurse would take.
A test a nurse would take. Kind of like the LSAT.
I got a 550 on my Hepcat.
No! Sorry, Steve. All right, and then listener Kim, Brianna is playing for you. Brianna, what do you have as a Hepcat?
I'm sorry, Kim. I said scanner.
A scanner. No, that is incorrect. So, Kim, we got to let you go.
Do you guys know what it is? What a Hepcat is?
I don't know.
It's a cool person. Cool person. Yeah. It's a Hepcat.
It's a term for jazz and beatnik subculture.
Yeah.
So that's what that means. All right, here's one for you guys. Throwing shade. What does throwing shade mean? What does throwing shade mean?
Insulting or disparaging.
That is absolutely correct. Talk trash about a friend or acquaintance to publicly denounce or disrespect. Ding, ding, ding. Thank you.
Ready, Bell? Q Bell?
Yeah, Q Bell.
I'm the worst.
Kathy, what does throwing shade mean to you?
I just want to say, I wasn't kidding. Like, I heard that, and I wrote down the first thing I thought it meant, and I put sunglasses on.
Oh, my God.
What? That's shades. I thought we were going to nail this.
Sorry,
one.
listener Brian, you don't get anything. Nice job, interns. You kicked ass. A new study confirms why we close our eyes when we kiss.
Oh. Do you close your eyes when you kiss?
I do.
Yeah.
Open them occasionally, but no, I don't stand there wide-eyed the whole time.
Your face looks funny this close.
Well, that's why you close your eyes. You can't see, right?
I think, so why do you do it?
When it comes to kissing, we close our eyes in order to focus on the physical sensation of kissing. So
It's interesting because my wife and her brothers, a couple of her brothers, will close their eyes when they're eating, when they actually are chewing. Mm-hmm. And that would be in line with this.
Yeah, to take in a little bit more, to cut off
one sense.
One sense you can focus, you can sharpen the other ones a little bit more.
Why do you squint during a handy?
Maybe it hurts and you don't know.
Yeah, loosen
Take the welding glove off.
Information on them in music news in just a little while. We will get to that, as well as reiterating the information about a concert announcement we had just a few minutes ago. If you need all this info, you can certainly go to WMMR.com and get it anytime that you need it at all. Beautiful day today, 80 degrees and sunshine. It's the same thing we had yesterday. Warmer the next couple of days. Tuesday and Wednesday, mid-80s, sunshine, and then Thursday, 80 and partly cloudy. It's nice. After that, we kind of cool off a little bit. We are going to ask today's lesson question, and we are going to give away as a prize a pair of tickets to see Drew Lynch Thursday, October 12th at the Keswick Theater. And the question I think we will go with is, what does WEA stand for? 215-263-WMMR. Not really. What does it stand for, though, according to the program here? If you were listening and you heard it and you know, this is your opportunity to call in and win for it. So what does WEA stand for? Not really. 215-263-WMMR. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by What a Crock. Delicious home-cooked meals designed for your slow cooker and shipped directly to your doorstep. No prep, mess, or stress required. Visit whatacrock.com to see what's cooking. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Kim Kardashian and Tom Brady reportedly got a little flirty while both bid on a piece of art at a charity auction in Atlantic City. Kim asked what she would need to do to, quote, let me have it, to which Brady responded, I love tugging it to your porn movie.
Wow.
Hey! A lock of George Washington's hair, now up for sale for the hefty price of $45,000. No specifics on where the hair came from on his body, but it is said that it totally smells like Martha Washington.
Wow.
Oh, my God. And finally, Britney Spears claiming the knives she's been dancing with, Kathy, are actually props from a novelty store in L.A. In fact, Britney says, don't be surprised if you soon see a video where she spreads her cheeks and springy snakes launch out of her ass. That's your Hollywood trash.
All right, we are searching for someone who knows the answer to this question. What does WEA stand for? 215-263 WMMR. We will go to Erica and see if we get the answer. Erica, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Erica, what does WEA stand for?
It's very sexual, actually. Women eating avocados.
Yes. Women eating avocados, and it is very sexual. Hang on, Erica. Got yourself a pair of tickets to see Drew Lynch Thursday, October 12th. Keswick Theater in Glenside. Tickets are on sale now. Details on the concert calendar at WMMR.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I never thought Eric Lindros would be calling my phone.
Brought to you by CSB Media Arts Center in Cherry Hill, home to the Connecticut School of Broadcasting and the Broadcast Media Program, and more. Find out more at gocsb.com. So we'll reiterate the concert announcement we had earlier this morning. MMR rocks the Foo Fighters, the Everything or Nothing at All tour, which will be at Hershey Park Stadium. Special guest, The Hives, will be performing, and Amyl and the Sniffers. I guess that's got to be it, Steve.
Right.
Amyl nitrate, because you would smell that stuff.
That's what I was thinking.
Amyl and the Sniffers. Tuesday, July 23rd. Now, that's a ways away from now, but tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. And you want to stay with Mr. Pierre Robert all this week, because he is going to have your chance to win tickets. And then we'll have them again through the weekend. Complete details at WMMR.com, including
That's been me all day.
Thursday's pre-sale password and another chance to win tickets for MMR VIPs. So nice deal there. So we touched on this earlier. This is pretty wild stuff, and it was making the rounds over the weekend. But U2 has opened its long-awaited U2 UV residence in the Sphere in Las Vegas. This happened on Friday and Saturday. And a pair of identical 2-hour shows took place in spotlight of the band's 1991 album, Achtung Baby.
It's rare these days to say you have never seen anything like it and be telling the truth.
Yeah, you've not seen anything like this. They also did selected favorites from the rest of the catalog. The show drew particular acclaim for the Sphere's floor-to-ceiling 360-degree screen, which Billboard reported as, quote, making it unclear if the floor or the stage might be moving or if your mind was just playing tricks on you, and dubbed U2 exactly the right band to welcome the mind-blowing space. Each night opened with the first 8 tracks from Achtung Baby. They had an acoustic set and did some songs from Rattle and Hum, and then they finished up the rest of Achtung Baby. And then they did some favorites at the end with Elevation, the new song Atomic City, Vertigo, Where the Streets Have No Name, With or Without You, and Beautiful Day.
Do we have any idea what average ticket price was for the event?
You know what? I was wondering that same thing.
Right.
I haven't heard anything. I haven't looked into it at all. I've got to believe it's pretty damn expensive.
I would imagine.
You know.
Because you're not, it's not just a concert, it's a full multimedia event of the likes of which, right now it's going to be, after this weekend of social media bombardment, it's going to be near impossible to get tickets.
Loads of celebs were in the audience, including Paul McCartney and Dakota Fanning and Bryan Cranston and Chelsea Clinton and Neil Patrick Harris and Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre, Elizabeth Banks, Flava Flav, Jimmy Kimmel, Jason Bateman, Jane Seymour, John Hamm, Lars Ulrich, Luke Wilson, Oprah was there, Orlando Bloom, Matt Damon. I mean, it was loaded with superstars.
McCartney gave it 5 boodly-boodlies.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did it cost $5 billion to create
$2
this
billion.
thing? $2 billion?
Yeah.
Okay.
$2 billion.
Like a lot of billions.
It is now officially open, and they have christened the venue.
It's
and
amazing.
It'll be incredible to see what else ends up showing up at that
what-
place.
There we go. That's the accountant.
Yeah. Aerosmith's entire farewell tour that was to extend into 2024 has been postponed now.
Yeah.
An announcement stated that Steven Tyler's vocal issues were more serious than initially thought. Just 2 weeks ago, 6 shows were postponed, giving the singer 30 days to recover. A statement on their socials read, his doctor has confirmed that in addition to the damage to his vocal cords, he fractured his larynx, which requires ongoing care. He is receiving the best medical treatment available to ensure his recovery is swift. But given the nature of the fracture, he is being told patience is essential.
They're trying to get competitive with the whole Sphere thing, and they're bringing an overhead projector out with them on tour, Preston.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man, a fractured larynx.
Yeah.
That's pretty intense.
So you try to pick up things with your voice?
New dates are to be announced in the near future. This is pretty badass. Marissa gave me the official bit of information on this, but there is an event that is coming up with Live Nation. This will be at the Met, Philadelphia, Wednesday, November 15th. It is Geddy Lee in conversation about his new book called My Effin' Life. It will feature a special guest interviewer and fan Q&A. Every ticket purchased includes a copy of the long-awaited memoir, My Effin' Life, releases on November 14th.
We've got to do everything we can to secure some form of interview.
Yeah, we'll be doing the Camp Out for Hunger while that's happening, unfortunately. So
But he's a charity-minded guy.
It's right down the. It's on the same street.
It is. I would like to go to this personally, but I don't see myself being able to make it with the camp out going on. Yeah,
it's Wednesday of camp out week. That's awesome.
Yeah, so would love to be able to get him on, and we're working on some things, and hopefully that'll happen.
I have a dentist appointment that day.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Geddy, we can't do it. Nick
Yeah, I'd
has
love
a
to go
dentist
see you get your teeth whitened.
appointment. Yeah, maybe he could. Yeah, maybe he'd be up for that.
I mean, it's also right down the street. It's in Center City.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame will offer a. Well, let me see. Hang on. I'm sorry. I didn't mention.
You want to incorporate the Biscuit Lady?
No. I didn't mention ticket information on this. Let's see. There's a pre-sale. You can go to rush.com. There's a pre-sale that begins on Tuesday, October 3rd at 10 a.m. And you can go to WMMR.com. We'll have the details on ticket purchasing because I don't see the official on-sale info here.
Friday, October 6th at 10 a.m.
Okay, this Friday then?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame will offer a live streaming broadcast of its November 3rd induction ceremony with Disney Plus carrying the show as it happens at Barclays Center in Brooklyn. It's only the second time in the ceremony's history that it's been broadcast live as it happens. The cable outlet Fuse carried the 2009 ceremony. Most recently, it's been filmed by HBO and turned into special telecast within a month or so of the original date. And that, of course, is edited down and everything. This will be the whole thing live if you would like to see all of that.
Shebang is the word.
In addition, ABC will broadcast a 3-hour special of ceremony highlights, and that will be on January 1st. And then the final thing, it was a big summer for Disturbed. Their summer tour grossed $17.4 million and sold 365,000 tickets. According to Billboard, the band's average selling 11,573 tickets per show, almost double what they were selling in 2019. So it was a very successful tour for them. So those are just some stats that have come in.
Including the puppets worked out for them.
That is all I have in music news. That means we have a final break that we are going to take right now. When we come back, we'll get the letter of the day. We'll spell out what our Word of the Week prize is for you, which we'll give on Friday, and we'll see what Pierre's got cooking for the day. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Sorry about accidentally texting you. I hope this makes sense.
But honestly, when something really does taste good, don't you go, oh,
you do.
Close your eyes. I'm a sensual eater.
are.
Oh, God. Dude,
yesterday you were doing it yesterday with that chicken.
Oh, yeah. G-O-Z-O. I know.
Do you, on Thanksgiving, do you stick your head down and lick the stuffing out of the turkey?
Dude, Thanksgiving is a bit of an orgy.
Yeah, oh my God.
For me.
It's very sexual.
It's my favorite. It is my favorite holiday of the year because of the food thing. Last night I had tiramisu ice cream from Brewster's. Oh man! And I was driving and closing my eyes.
Is your mouth watering
I'm actually salivating a little bit.
But it is
Did you hear it?
sexual, right? I mean, it is. I was having roasted vaginas and boob soup last night.
Oh.
And I'm like, this is very sexual.
Boob soup. Hey, Preston, I thought
I don't normally suffer from this where you get annoyed at people eating and the sounds of it. But on Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday last week, I was going to jump across the table and strangle you.
Me?
It was Preston, yeah.
Really?
With those soy crisps. Every single one, you were like, you put it in your mouth and it's
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
First bite is always super loud.
But how else are you going to eat them?
I know.
They're crispy.
But I know what Casey's
And I eat one
talking
at a
about.
time.
I know what
Were
Casey's
your,
talking
was your
about.
mouth closed?
Yeah.
Then you can't suppress the crunch.
I don't. Well, that's a good ad. That's a good ad slogan. You can't suppress the crunch. How did you guys fare in Lent anyway? Is it done? Are you done? You finished?
I actually did great. I'm very proud of myself for how I did. I gave up chocolate,
and
I still haven't had it. Although technically, yesterday I was allowed to have chocolate.
Why? Why yesterday?
Because it's after the Holy,
crucifixion.
The Holy Thursday vigil. You're allowed to.
Did you do Sundays?
No.
So you haven't
all right,
had it.
So technically, all right. So I didn't do Sundays, but I did. All right. So hear me out here.
Okay.
I bought Skinny Cow ice cream cones, and the kind that I bought it on the box, because everything Skinny Cow had was chocolate based, except for these one ice cream cones. It was an ice cream cone, vanilla ice cream with caramel drizzle. All right. What I didn't know was that the cone was laced in chocolate.
I'm seeing a whole new business here, Preston. Lent lawyers who can argue your case.
Yes.
But luckily,
it is. There's
Dear Father, my client was unaware that the drizzle was, in fact, chocolate on the box. And I want to enter into Exhibit A. It says caramel.
It is, though. It's always like, you always have to have, there's always a reason. Like, well, here's why.
Yeah, heavenly lawyer.
Lent lawyers.
Your Honor, Kathy gave up processed foods, was unaware that this is a new process. She was absolutely in a state of dementia when it occurred.
But I mean, luckily, when I had my first Skinny Cow, it was on a Sunday, and I'm like, okay, all right, I get away with this one. But I was mad because nowhere on the box did it say that there was chocolate.
My client was in a car with a whole bunch of children heading to Menchie's, and yeah, it's just when you're, by my reckoning, when you're having to, but this and I couldn't. The light was dim in the room.
Look, you tried.
You have to give me some credit.
I give you credit.
I give you all the credit.
I read the boxes.
I give you all the credit. Now, did you, after taking that one bite and you realized it was chocolate, then you throw it away and get rid of it?
No, it was on Sunday, so I got away with it.
The whole thing. You can't throw it away after you start eating it.
Thank you, Kathy.
You probably did better than
Kathy
I did.
will represent you.
Yes. I'd like to call Kathy Romano as a hostile witness. If the soul doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Yesterday, we had a conversation with our assistant program director, Chuck D'Amico. Where is he? Is he in here?
Let's get him down here, Chuck, if you're in the listening area.
He had told us this before the break, that there are several foods that through his life he had never even tasted. That not only does he not eat these foods, he has never tasted. And these are not, like you said earlier, Steve, escargot. This is not foie gras. These are not these exotic things.
It's the never tasted thing that blew us away.
Yeah.
I could see I don't eat it because I taste it, I don't like it. And as I've said many times, to put this in perspective, and I use this because I think it's effective for you to understand, these are foods that if you were to walk around during the day with your mouth open, probably would end up in your mouth anyway.
Yeah.
So you almost have to actively avoid ever tasting a lot of these foods.
So apparently I'm going to try a whole ton of food that I've never even tried in my life. I'm not all that interested in food. And when I am interested in food, when I am hungry, I want to eat something I'm comfortable with, something I know. So I get what I know, I get what I like, and I move on. And then a lot of stuff I've never tried because of the way it looks, the way the texture looks like it would feel in my mouth. They're shocked and mad at me for some reason that I haven't had a strawberry. Or they go, you know what, I'm just like you. I'm just not interested in wasting any time or money on something I haven't had before, because the risk of not liking it, like I said, I just go with what I know and what I like.
I think Chuck is a little nervous about this. I mean, he's gone 43 years without ever sampling any of these items, and now we're going to make this happen. I think melon has a very mild flavor to it.
Let's go with the
Fine, show me a melon.
Let's go honeydew.
All right, he's saying cantaloupe. Jay's saying cantaloupe.
Is this cantaloupe?
Cantaloupe is outstanding. All right, Chuck is now eating cantaloupe. First time ever.
Cantaloupe.
Juicy.
What do you think?
It's good.
It's good. And you've never tried it.
That's pretty good.
All right. I know you want to eat
mine.
one. Isn't
One
that
down.
good?
There we go. Good.
Cantaloupe is outstanding.
Now,
You want to try something completely different and have a cucumber?
Just stay away from the hair and fur and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
go. All right, cucumber.
No, we're gonna get to the hair and fur. Cucumber, he hasn't had it yet.
This is very
eat the whole
mild.
thing or bite?
Bite half of it. Just
No, it's very mild. There's virtually like no flavor to it.
I don't trust a thing you say.
Just take it. Yeah, no, it's extremely
it?
mild. It's great.
But I could use a cucumber.
I love cucumbers. All right, so Chuck is sampling the cucumber.
Seeds in it.
Yep, but they're edible.
You don't like seeds, right?
No.
All right.
You can get what's called an English cucumber that doesn't have any seeds in it at all.
Got a funny accent.
And socialized medicine.
Yeah. What do you think of the cucumber?
Tastes like nothing.
Yeah,
You know what's
right?
great? A little salt on it, man. Outstanding. What do you mean?
Salt.
You know what you do?
Yeah,
You
cucumbers?
put a piece of cantaloupe on each side of it, and it tastes great.
He's never had a
All
strawberry.
right, this to me is one of the holy grails. Now, are these in season? Because
from Florida.
okay, when they're in season, they are they're sweet and they're wonderful.
Get one of the really red ones.
Really red.
That means more juicy.
They're
This
both.
has green on the end. Is that
Like
okay?
a used feminine napkin.
See, this scares me.
Don't use that one.
Cut the tip off of the green.
You
Pick a
circumcised. it.
different
Just
one.
get
How about
another
that? Pick a different one.
That's better.
All right.
Now just take a bite
a
of
small
it.
Now, those
bite.
are seeds, right? Are they hard?
No.
Those little seeds?
No.
Seeds?
Well, they might be to you, but most.
He's
Almost-
nervous about the strawberry.
I'm excited that I might like it, but I'm afraid to bite it.
Just stick the whole thing in your mouth.
I'm excited that I might like it, but I'm afraid to bite it.
It's so good. They're one of my favorite.
That's
Favorite
my
fruits.
first album. Yeah, I say.
Go ahead. All right, he's doing it
I don't
first
like-
time ever.
He doesn't like it
Wait,
already.
he touched it.
like it.
He
Hold it,
touched it
hold
to
it.
his lips and said he didn't like it.
Bite it.
I don't like the feel of it.
Shut up and bite it.
Put the whole thing in your mouth. Just do it.
Just do it. Go.
Go.
Go, 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 go. All right, he's chewing on it.
Bits in it. It has little bits
Just
in
chew it up.
He doesn't like it.
it. No, it's like sand.
It's like sand.
It's a strawberry.
Oh, dude.
No, because of the texture, huh?
No, the sandy bits.
Quick question: the sandy texture of it overrides whatever pleasant taste it might have.
They're like little crunch. They feel like bugs or something.
So the question is: does the sandy texture override the taste of it?
It ruins it. It
Okay.
ruins
See
it.
if these are odd.
Yeah, I'm giving it.
strawberries.
It was juicy and tasty, but when you find those little,
Do you like a Nestle Crunch bar?
yeah,
Think of those as like crunches in a Nestle Crunch. Now finish it.
We have
Try mango.
Let's do mango.
so that's
pretty
not
ripe?
the same as that other yellow.
Here, wait, hold on. Let me because
Usually orange is more ripe.
here, yeah. Do this piece right there.
okay.
That's all right. Okay, go ahead.
So what is this again?
This is mango. You've heard of this before, right?
He's like a little kid. He touches it to his lips before
He's shaking. Now that is a fantastic fruit.
It's like tangy.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's tropical.
Yeah, it's not so bad because
it's citrus.
no seeds or crunchy bits.
Do you want to do raspberries because they have what Chuck says is fur on them?
He won't like them, but let's have him try it. And they're loaded with seeds too.
Oh man! Oh no way!
You can see little pubic hairs on them, right?
I would think they're bad.
And little bits of or raspberry often end up stuck in your teeth, Chuck. You're not
These
going
look
to
dirty or
No,
something.
they're it's actually good.
Try just a tiny,
one.
Yeah, I just ate one. Yeah, go
tiny
ahead.
little bit of one.
Just like a small
By
bite.
the way,
No, put the whole thing in your mouth.
By the way,
it all-
raspberries with chocolate, fantastic.
All right, listen. I'm earning my pay here.
Yeah, you are.
I mean,
Come on.
all right.
I don't think you're going to like it, but go for it. 1, 2, 3, go. All right, it's in his mouth.
That is disgusting.
All right.
They're going to spit it out?
Raspberry earns the distinction of the first
I don't know,
fruit
what is that?
being spat out.
That's terrible.
Wait, we didn't do blackberries yet. You want to do a blackberry?
So is it better, worse than raspberry seed?
You're not going to
You're
like
not
it.
going to like it because of the texture.
Similar
'Cause of
to
the seeds.
Yeah.
go.
Just to say you've tried one, okay?
Yeah.
That's why we're doing this. We're not expecting you to like everything.
We
At
don't
least you
even
just
understand.
Tried it.
Preston, you would agree. We don't even understand why we're so
No.
fascinated with this. But it's to just never have tried one.
What do you think?
Terrible.
Yeah. All right. Wolfgang Van Halen, Mammoth 93.3 WMMR. The song's called I'm All Right. Good stuff, man. Solid music from him. It is 10:44 a.m. on a Monday morning with the Preston and Steve Show. A jam-packed one today. We have plenty of people on the program and plenty of things to talk about. So I would like to thank a few folks. We'll start with our buddy John Brazer, who came by, Director of Fun and Games for the Phils. Let us know about the series first round of playoffs starting up on, tomorrow, right? Yeah.
Tomorrow, 8 o'clock. All games at 8 o'clock. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah.
And essentially sold out, I think is what he said.
Are you going to try to get out at some point?
No, not this round. I'm going to watch it on TV. But if and hopefully, knock on wood, they go a little further, I'll look down that road. But even if you can't get a ticket to the game, he was just telling us all the things that are taking place with live music and food and all that outside.
It's amazing.
So if you just want to be a part of the excitement, you can go down.
The Schwarberger.
And do that. The Schwarberger is one of the things they're adding to it.
It's great for national TV exposure. It's not great if you're a morning show producer.
No, it's just too late.
So I'm going tomorrow night. But
Are you?
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Nice. Thank you also to Matthew Lillard, who is on. Actor promoting his new spirits line. It's called Quest and Whiskey. Actually sounds pretty solid, so it was great having him on. Our friend Blake Wexler.
Yeah.
New hour-long special called Daddy Longlegs is available on YouTube. Great stand-up comedian and a friend of ours, so check him out when you get a chance. And, of course, the amazing 7-year-old James Romano, who was on Kathy's nephew, who was all over TV and social media.
He apparently was very nervous for the interview this morning with us.
He did great.
Yeah, he did, and he was excited. He said to do his very first interview.
Some little kids kind of clam up, but he did not. Yeah, he was a talker, so that was nice. And I think, that was all the thank yous we needed to do. Pierre Robert is here. We thank you.
Well,
Just
I
for being
thank
here.
you.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to thank each of you. Thank you, Preston. Thank you, Casey. Thank you, Marissa. Thank you, Connor. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Nick.
And Kyle.
And Kyle.
And thank you, Kyle.
Yes, thank you.
I almost said S. Sorry,
No.
Kyle.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
Thank you.
That's
You
his-
get two
his
thank
nickname.
yous, Kyle. Thank you. Thank you.
How was your weekend?
I was like in the supermarket and I was moving the cart along and this guy goes, "Get out of the way, Peebo."
Peebo.
Yeah.
Presbo.
That was a great story.
Thank you. I loved it. And
I love that.
you and I love that you have given me that moniker Presbo because dude, it has stuck.
Really?
You're the one that came up with that and I get it all the time.
It just came flying
love it.
out in
Yeah.
a stream of consciousness.
It's fun. It's a great nickname to have.
It's a really benign, warm sort of Presbo.
Presbo. Yeah.
I like it. Cool.
All right, letter of the day.
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by The Letter.
P is in Presbo.
I'll take it. And we are going to give away a VIP package for two for the Taste Philadelphia Festival of Food, Wine, and Spirits, October 20th and 21st, Valley Forge Casino Resort, plus hotel stay for that Friday night. You can watch live cooking demonstrations, drink and mingle with local sports legends. And our friend It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia star Glenn Howerton will be there signing bottles of Four Walls whiskey. 21 and over event with over 120 exhibitors to sample and taste. And tickets available at PhillyTasteFest.com. So obviously we give that away on Friday. Got some stuff planned for today?
Action-packed, man.
Excellent.
We've got the Crumb Bum Cash at noon, and Brent and I will have it at 3. Brent will have it again at 5. Opportunities to win $1,000, nothing to sneeze at. And we've got those Foo Fighters tickets you were talking about. And I'll have them all this week, which is way cool. Also, it's Sting's birthday, so we'll do a block of the Police. Tom Petty, we lost today in 2017, a block of Petty, and in between, a block of the Struts.
Awesome. Love it. Thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan, and the President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Wilmington University. Find your education home at Wilmington University. WilmU.edu. Tomorrow on the program, some of our favorite people. Dr. Mike is stopping by.
Love Dr. Mike.
Guessing we're going to do some flu shots and stuff. Yep.
Oh, I want one.
All right, we'll get you one. Gary Goldman.
Love
who we
Gary Goldman.
Will be on the program. And for the first time ever, never thought this would happen, but Jerry Seinfeld
Holy S.
will be on our show tomorrow.
What is his date?
You know what? I don't have it written down in front
Friday.
of me.
This coming Friday, maybe at the Met.
Yes.
It's very soon, but
Yeah.
it's at the Met.
It's coming up this week, so we'll have some time to talk to Jerry about that tomorrow.
Love that.
Which is great. So that's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day, and we will see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye. Mm-hmm.